Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Feruchemy Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was a liar. He looked over at his completed assignment, staring at the very top of the page. All around him, the classroom was a bustle of activity, his classmates cheering all around now that the surprise quiz that had been sprung on them had concluded. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Class, 3-3. Quirk, quirkless. The teacher walked by his desk, and he quickly tore his gaze away from the page, handing it over without a further word. He lay his head against the table, as the chattering continued all around him in the classroom. Yes, Izuku was a liar. He was not quirkless, but was it really so bad to lie if his quirk was less than useless? The only good side that he had known from using his quirk was that Kaken's words and beatings didn't hurt him quite as much as it should. For that, he supposed he should be grateful. All right, class, settle down, the teacher said, arranging the collected answer sheets at the teacher's desk. Now then, as this test very clearly reminds you, all of you are third years now. She glared at a few choice members of the class, the ones who were still spending most of their time slacking off, and they grinned sheepishly. You need to start thinking seriously about your future. I will be handing out these career forms for you to carefully consider your options, but, he sighed, as though having gone through this many times before, I assume that many of you here are going to be heroes. That got an immediate reaction from the class. Sparks flew in the air, smoke trailed vapors out of the window, limbs and extremities morphed into all sorts of shapes, amid the displays of a dozen other quirks. Izuku merely stared at his desk meekly, hoping that no one would pay attention to him as he pushed his latest hero analysis for the future slightly further under his desk. He didn't know why he still bothered with it, if he was being honest with himself. He had a quirk, and it was useless for hero work. It was useless for almost every context he could think of, save for letting himself take the bullying that had been directed at him throughout middle school without breaking. There wasn't much else he could do, anyway. If he revealed the true nature of his quirk, the bullying would only intensify. At least Kaken had mostly stopped bothering him, since Izuku was now more discreet in keeping his pipe dreams for the future to himself. Boy, class, the teacher scolded, regaining control of the class. Behave yourself. You all have wonderful quirks, but don't use them in school or in public. Izuku heard a loud snort from behind him, and he stiffened reflexively before forcing himself to relax. Sensei, don't lump me in with those losers. He could recognize Katsuki Bakugo's voice anywhere, as if I had anything like their crappy quirks. That, of course, prompted a loud rebuttal from the class and a prompt retaliation from Kaken. He was used to that by now. Bakugo, that's enough, the teacher warned sternly. He paused for a moment, eyeing him, before continuing once he was satisfied. You must be aiming for UA High School. Yes, Bakugo was probably the only one in their class who had a realistic chance of attending UA. He had a powerful quirk, on a level above the other potential hero candidates of his class. Below them on the totem pole were those with quirks suited to support roles, logistics, administrative matters, surveillance, less flashy quirks, but altogether necessary for heroism. Of course, lowest on the hierarchy was him, the quirkless kid, the Deku. Of course I am. And shut up, you extras, he declared, rising to his feet and looking challengingly around the class. I'm the only one who's entering UA, and I'll surpass All Might and become the best hero there is. Again, that sent the others in their class into an outrage. The only thing that could possibly unite them and Kaken was, oh, Midoriya, you're aiming for UA as well, aren't you? He had been quietly expecting it, but he still flinched at that, as all heads turned toward him as one. He couldn't fault his sensei for revealing that tidbit Izuku had told him during their private guidance session. Sensei tried his best to be supportive, no matter how unlikely the possibility was. He tried his best to include Izuku into the class, even though it was clear he wasn't close to the rest. And he couldn't blame the man for his good intentions. What, 1 yen Midoriya? No way. Good grades alone won't get you to the hero program. He braced himself, fingering the coin in his pocket, wondering whether or not he needed to put his quirk to use. He considered briefly, then decided against it. With Sensei taking charge, even Kaken couldn't go too far out of hand. Deku, Kaken gave the expected response, almost snarling at him with rage. You still think you can compare with me, you piece of shit? Forget these extras with crappy quirks, he said, gesturing behind him broadly. You don't even have a quirk. Bakugo, the teacher roared. That's enough. Bakugo glared at Izuku for a moment longer, but finally obeyed Sensei's words. Izuku winced. He knew what was going to happen after class. I only just wrote this up too, he thought, thumbing the notebook under his desk. It was a good thing he saved his quirk, though. He was running out of 1 yen coins. LOL. DAKU. He had tried making a quick exit from school, but alas he had been spotted. He braced himself, turning around to face an irate Bakugo, his hanger-ons eagerly waiting by his side. They had been friends once. Izuku didn't know whether Bakugo's resentment was because he couldn't uphold his end of their childhood promise of becoming heroes, or if he simply hated him for what he reminded Bakugo of his past, of being friends with a weakling. Again, Izuku couldn't blame him. He knew, rationally, that there was no chance he could be a hero, not with his quirk. Perhaps if he were quirkless, he had the excuse of blindly hoping that one day his quirk would manifest. But even now he still refused to face reality. What was that shit? Bakugo stormed up to him, a series of miniature explosions sparking from his palm. Nitroglycerine sweat was a potent ability. I saw you squirming in class. You're still making those damn books of yours, aren't you? There wasn't a point in hiding it away. He knew from past experience that if he didn't reply truthfully and hand over the book dutifully, all the contents of his bag would be burnt to a crisp, rather than just the one book. And so, he wordlessly took out the book, head hung low, as he passed it to Bakugo. "You little piece of shit," he said, voice and tone low, snatching it away from Izuku's hands. "You're still hanging on to this silly dream of yours. Get real, Deku. You're not even an extra. You'll never be a hero." Right then, now was the time to put his quirk to use. He kept his eyes low, head down, as his fingers dug into his pocket and withdrew a single item. He never bothered explaining why he did it, since doing so would require explaining his quirk and making the bullying intensify. He's doing it again. He heard someone point out, laughing. 1 yen Midoriya is at it again. He fiddled with the 1 yen coin in his hand, and let his quirk flow. Immediately, he felt a bizarre sensation take hold, one he had never gotten used to despite having used this quirk many times since he had first discovered it on accident at the age of 8. It felt numb, yet not physically nor emotionally so. It didn't lessen the pain from him being sent sprawling onto the floor by Bakugo's forceful backhand, nor did it stop the tears from flowing as he watched hero analysis for the future be burnt in front of his very eyes, more from soot and smoke, however, than any actual emotional attachment. "You shitty Deku," Bakugo continued shouting, but still he refused to look him in the eye. Bakugo will give up eventually, he thought. He always does. Yes, his quirk did not lessen the hurt, not in any measurable way. What it did, however, was make it as though it wasn't Izuku Midoriya's dreams that were being trampled, burnt, shredded, tossed into a bin, or the dozen other ways Bakugo and others who decided to follow his lead had done before. If he had a word to describe it, his quirk made things feel distant, impersonal. It was the only reason why he could still continue clinging on to the notion that maybe one day he could become a hero, no matter how unlikely the possibility was. At last, Bakugo finished his tirade, throwing the still smoking vestiges of his dreams onto the floor. Izuku knew that all signs of opposition to Bakugo's words would have left him, since he couldn't feel any emotion related to the sight of the now ruined book save that it was a ruined book. It's just a book, after all. Who cares? Bakugo glared at him for a moment longer. "Wake the hell up, you 1 yen Deku." He shot a final parting sentence, spat at the smoldering remains of his book, and then left. He let the flow continue for a moment longer, until Bakugo was out of sight, and the blackened book had stopped trailing wisps of soot. Then, he cut the connection, tossed the coin aside, and felt the weight of his crushed dreams return in full force. That was his quirk. It only worked with a 1 yen coin. Not 5 yen, not 10, nor 50, nor 100. Only 1 yen. His quirk was a reminder that 1 yen was all that his dreams were worth. He was the 1 yen Deku, a useless person, worthless. He had never bothered revealing to anyone how his quirk worked, not even his mother. Despite all the research he had done on the quirks of heroes and villains, even the ordinary everyday people, he had never heard of a quirk more useless than the one he had. As he clutched the remnants of his hard work on his hands, he thought that perhaps he had been given this quirk just so that he could cope with the knowledge that he could never become a hero. Perhaps it was all just some cosmic practical joke. As the villain enveloped his body of ichor around him, Izuku was thankful that he had the presence of mind to reach for one of the few 1 yen coins remaining in his pocket. He flooded it with whatever his quirk was. It didn't stop the agony of suffocation in the slightest, nor did it make him any less fearful of the thought of his impending doom. He struggled valiantly, of course, but what could someone who was less than quirkless do against a villain like that? At the very least, his death would impersonal to him this way. He was no one, an empty shell of a body, behaving on pure instinct as he warred with the overwhelming force of the villain with a body of slime. That was how his quirk worked. In the end, all that was Izuku Midoriya was worth exactly 1 yen, no more, no less. He didn't have to deal with the thought that he would die never achieving his dreams, nor those who Izuku Midoriya would leave behind. He would just be yet another human departing this earth, a victim of fortune and misfortune that governed all. 1 yen. The cool metal in his hand was a calming thought, even as his other hand desperately tried to rip away the liquid still trying to burrow its way into his mouth on pure survival instinct. Then, there was a loud thump of metal, a rush of air, a shockwave of force and a cry of pain, and Izuku was suddenly free. He gasped, the coin having been forced out of his grip, cutting off the effects of his quirk, and he felt all the fear and despair of nearly dying without ever having accomplished anything meaningful intensify in a flash. It took another second before relief flooded him. That yes, he wasn't dead, and holy crap is that All Might standing in front of him. Kid, All Might's powerful voice bellowed, leaning down low to his level. Kid, are you all right? It was All Might in the flesh. His smile seemed as though to wash away all fear he had, to inform him that yes, everything would be all right, because he was the symbol of peace. Hey, respond. He spoke more urgently, and Izuku finally had the presence of mind to reply. All Might, he squeaked. Part of him still disbelieved that this was really happening. Excellent. His voice boomed, standing tall and proud, just as he always did on the television. Apologies for being caught in my villain hunt. This one here proved slippery, he said, gesturing to the bottle held in his hands, a sinister-looking liquid moving and thumping against the sides. But my success here is all thanks to you, young hero. I've contained the villain. ... He was every bit the hero that Izuku knew him to be. It was his inspiration that pushed him on with his dream, to be the one that saved people by leaping into burning buildings and fighting off villains with chainsaws for arms without any regard for his own life. All Might was the hero, and the sole reason why he still believed in his dream. It was why Izuku couldn't turn down the opportunity to ask the question that had haunted him ever since he first realized how his quirk worked, all those years ago. All Might, can I ask a question? The words tumbled out of his mouth. He had been bending low, about to leap off into the distance. Sorry, kid, but I need to bring this one to the authorities. I'd love to stay, but as every hero knows, one must battle not only villains but time. Just one, please. He couldn't believe that he had just interrupted All Might, and he was about to apologize hurriedly for wasting his time, for even thinking that one yen Deku could have a moment of his time. But then All Might did the impossible. He looked down at his watch, hesitated for a moment, before flashing him a bright, genuine smile. Very well, young one. What is your question? Can someone without a quirk become a hero like you? This was it. If even All Might didn't think that a quirkless had what it took, then Izuku knew that his dreams had to end here. All Might paused for a moment, his smile straining slightly, and Izuku knew then and there what the reply would be. A pro-hero must always be willing to risk his life, he said slowly, but also empathically, knowing how every word stabbed at Izuku. A hero must always know that it is his ability that people's lives hinge on. Without a quirk, he hesitated, then let the words come slowly, gently, and yet somehow firmly. No, I should think not. Izuku suspected as much. I see, he said, then bowed to All Might. Thank you very much for your time. Izuku saw how genuinely empathetic and concerned All Might was, and for that, he was thankful. The hero stood there for a moment longer, looking as though he wanted to say more words, but then glanced at his watch again. I'm afraid I must be off, he said. Izuku could barely muster the strength to nod, and with a final parting look of a strange emotion, All Might took off. Even All Might didn't think he could do it, and he was right. If a hero didn't have a quirk and tried to save others, it wouldn't just be his life at stake. Trying to be a hero while quirkless and powerless was selfish, at best. Being quirkless was not something to be ashamed of. His father was quirkless, and he still met Mum, and together they had him, as Mum had tried encouraging him many times before. He knew all that. He had heard it 1,000 times before, from Bakugo, from his classmates, and from himself. It was the rational thought, and yet, why was it that he couldn't stop the tears from falling? For an instant, he felt the impulse to take his 1 yen coin, to let the weight of his shattered dreams fall away once more, but then decided against it. He had to do this. He had to accept reality. He was 1 yen Deku, someone whose quirk was to lose his sense of self by dumping it in a 1 yen coin, and he could never be a hero. He didn't know how long he had been sitting on the park bench for, fiddling with the coin in his hand. It had taken a long time for the tears to stop flowing, and even though he wasn't actively using his quirk at the moment, he still felt empty, hollow. He hadn't wanted to go home just yet. He had wandered off aimlessly, eventually making his way to the bench he now sat on, thinking. Izuku had to face reality, however. It wasn't just Bakugo or his classmates telling him that his endeavor was pointless anymore. He stared at the charred remnants of the book in front of him. He was meant to have disposed of that quite some time ago. He sighed, and let his quirk flow once more, and his crushed dreams felt strangely disconnected once more. Just a while longer, he thought to himself. Let me just hang on to it a while longer. He cut the connection once he felt the rising emotion dull once more. It rushed back as a tide, but it at least was now back to manageable levels. The writing wasn't legible anymore. Bakugo made sure of that. The bundle of paper in front of him wasn't worth even 1 yen in the state that it was. At least there's something more worthless than me, he thought grimly, smiling wryly to himself. We make a good pair, kid. He snapped out of his contemplation, facing forward once more, turning toward the voice. He blinked in surprise at the sight of an almost skeletal-looking man, tall and lanky with barely any meat on his bones, looking at him with concern. He held an ice cream in each hand, offering one to Izuku. "Kid," he said, sounding concerned. "Are you all right?" "Well, we do make an odd pair," he thought, looking at the frail man. Izuku hesitated for a moment, wondering what he should do, thinking of what a sore sight he must have been to warrant the gaunt man's attention. He continued smiling warmly at Izuku, his hand remaining outstretched, and Izuku felt compelled to take it. "Thank you," he muttered, as the man sat down next to him on the bench. For several long moments, he didn't talk. He didn't even pick at the offered food, just staring at his lap, as he had been doing for what felt like a long time. "What's got you down, kid?" the man asked, concerned. Izuku didn't look him in the eye, but he felt like he needed to speak. He had to give up on his dreams, he knew. This was the first step to acceptance. He began saying, then stopped, fighting back the tears that were beginning to return with a fury. "Kid." He forced himself to turn to face the other man. Now that he could see his face, Izuku's first thought of him was that he was kind. He wasn't like the kids in school, who picked on him for being useless, nor was he like Mum, who never once looked down upon him. This man's smile was of a different sort from All Might's, but he knew that if he spoke, the man would listen. "I met All Might today," he said, his voice only catching slightly. How strange. He wouldn't have ever believed he would be saying those words, much less with such a bittersweet pang to it. The man waited patiently for him to continue, never once judging, never once forcing him to do anything. "He saved my life. A villain was about to kill me. All Might showed up, and he saved my life." It had finally struck him a few hours ago just what kind of situation he had been in. Had All Might been only a minute late, Izuku would have died right then and there. It was proof that the quirkless had no place in actively participating in hero work on the front lines. "I asked him a question," he said, shutting his eyes at the memory. "I asked if someone who was quirkless like me could become a hero. He told me." He hesitated, and he felt tempted to bring the flow of his quirk back once more, but decided against it. This was his reality now. No more running away. "He told me that it wasn't possible." "That's so rude of him," the other man shouted. "Don't listen to him, kid, if you want to be a hero." "He's right," Izuku interrupted, opening his eyes. Declaring that out loud didn't hurt as bad as he thought it would. The other man looked surprised, shocked, even, but Izuku continued. "All Might, if he hadn't showed up, I would have died. He's right. Someone without a quirk can't be a hero." "Kid, I lied to All Might earlier," he blurted out. Now that he had finally begun to accept it, he couldn't keep the words from coming out. Izuku had to tell the man just what had happened, if only just so that he could rationalize to himself out loud. "I actually have a quirk." "You do?" the man asked, surprised. "But in that case, you can be a hero, too." "My quirk is useless," Izuku said, smiling in spite of himself. He showed the man the 1 yen coin. "I don't understand how it really works, but when I use my quirk, something moves from me into a 1 yen coin. My dreams, my aspirations, everything that is me. I feel it all drain away." He explained himself to the man, speaking aloud for the first time as to just how his quirk worked. "I become just a nameless, dreamless, meaningless human in this wide world." Perhaps it was how frail the other man looked. That perhaps Izuku felt a sense of kinship with him. Perhaps it was just that he had run away for too long, and now needed to face reality. Perhaps it was both, or neither. Still, he said his piece. 1 yen Midoriya, he said. 1 yen Deku. That's what the kids at school call me. It's all my quirk is worth. There, he had admitted it aloud. He flicked the 1 yen coin away. All Might was right, he said, standing up. Ice cream clutched in one hand, hero analysis in the other. He smiled in reassurance at the skeletal-looking man, who looked conflicted. "I should thank him. He finally helped me face reality." He took a deep breath and tossed the book into the bin next to the bench. It was done. "Thank you," he said, bowing deeply, "for listening, and for the ice cream." With that, his chest simultaneously feeling both heavy and empty, he left the other man alone and began walking home. LOL. Toshinori Yagi didn't know what to think about the boy. All he could do was stare at him as he slowly walked away in the distance, before becoming lost in the crowd. He had seen the boy from earlier sitting alone on the park bench after he turned the villain into the station. He felt guilty for the words he had spoken to him that had clearly made him upset, and had hoped to talk to him. He had expected him to only have angry words to say about All Might, but it had turned out to be the complete opposite. It was almost cruel. Not only did the boy have a quirk, he had one that made him as good as quirkless. Which was the better alternative, Toshinori didn't know. Toshinori cursed how he had found himself tongue-tied as the boy spoke his mind. He could talk to the reporters, project an image of peace, to smile just as his sensei had taught him, and yet he couldn't find the right words to bring comfort to a boy whose dreams had just been trampled on. Should he have done differently? If he had told the boy not to give up on his dreams, would that have been the right decision? Would that have brought him hope? Or would that hope merely have led him to his death? Would he have ended up like his sensei? Toshinori didn't know. By the time he finally knew what to say, the boy had stood up, thanked him for destroying every dream he had, and left him alone on the bench. One thing was for sure, talking to that boy, watching him accept the reality of his situation, he didn't feel like a hero. I won't be a hero much longer, he was reminded of that, clutching the scar in his abdomen by force of habit. Already, he had almost revealed his true form to the boy. Earlier, more than ever, he knew that he needed to find a successor, and fast. People like that boy needed a hero of justice to protect them, and he wasn't sure if he could be that person for much longer. Perhaps Nezu and Sasaki were right. Perhaps he should choose his successor among those currently in Yui. Something held him back. He didn't know why he still hesitated, when even a child like that boy had the courage to move on. Yes, All Might didn't feel like a hero that day. 7 months later, the day he had met All Might now felt like a distant memory to him. It had taken time, but he had put the days of wanting to become a hero past him. All Might was right. A quirkless couldn't become a hero. Still, there were other ways he could at least help in hero work. It was why he had thrown himself into his studies with renewed vigor. That surprised even his teachers in school. The time he spent analyzing quirks were now devoted to reading on a variety of subjects useful for support work. That, alone, seemed to now put Kakin off his back. The last time he had needed to restart the flow of his quirk into a 1 yen coin was more than a month ago. The name-calling had lessened, too. He was still Deku, still 1 Midoriya, although those were now said with less frequency and with less obvious derision. Bakugo had let him know his place. All Might had sadly confirmed it, and Izuku accepted it. Things were the way they should be. He carefully cut a piece of the rubber tubing in his hands, exposing the copper wire within to arrange the circuit for his science project for school. How silly he had been. If he had just accepted the reality of his dreams from the moment that he understood what his quirk was, he could have been so much more productive. As he gripped the exposed copper wire, bringing it to the next component of the circuit, he idly let his thoughts wander. Things would be so much easier if I could just forget the bullying, he thought, fiddling around with the electronic components. All those times that Kakin took my things, those memories. He sighed. Even the thought of them gave some pressure in his head. Embarrassment at those memories, probably. He still remembered how both his hero analysis and math homework book had been casualties of that day. He exhaled deeply, trying to alleviate that sensation. Then, he blinked in confusion, as though his train of thought had been lost. Startled, he bolted upright, alert once more. What had he been thinking about, again? He frowned. Something wasn't right. He had let his mind wander to where it usually went, back to the melancholy of the days of 1 Midoriya. He had wished that his memories of the bullying went away. Had felt that pressure, and then, the 12th of February, Thursday, math class. Something happened then, but he couldn't remember. His eyes shot open, excitement, fear, amazement, and a dozen other emotions coursing through him all at once. Why couldn't he remember? He thought closer. That strange sensation hadn't left him. The pressure had lifted by itself, and then he had felt a flow, but not a flow of his dreams and of himself, as his quirk had always done into his coins. This was a flow of memories. He knew that for a fact, without even fully understanding what he had done. But how? But why? The part of his mind that had never truly died out came back in full force. Quirk analysis, he thought, analyzing himself as he would any hero or villain. Memory of incident is lost, unlikely to be coincidence, but inconsistent with prior experience of quirk. His quirk needed him to touch a 1 yen coin. It didn't matter where or how. If even the slightest bit of his body was in contact with it, he could let the connection flow. Flow, that was the crux of it. He thought back to what he had been doing at the crucial moment, trying to picture everything being back in their original positions. Somehow, he had let his memory flow out of him, into the wire. His eyes widened, and he snatched it from the table quickly. His mind conjured up an incident. Any incident, before he thought about his situation once more. He needed proper confirmation. He glanced at his watch. He wrote a quick message on a sheet of paper. At precisely 4:30 p.m., I will record the phrase 1, 2, 3 aloud on my phone. If hypothesis is correct, memory will be transferred. Check phone for confirmation. He held the wire in one hand. His phone was set to record. 12 seconds. Anticipation boiled in him. 4 seconds. If this was true, everything he knew about his quirk would be proven wrong. 1 second. 1, 2, 3. He closed his eyes, pictured the memory in his mind's eye, every sight and sound in the room of the past few seconds, and pushed. He felt a flow. Before his eyes shot wide open, blinking rapidly with confusion as to what he had been doing. Before looking at the piece of paper in front of him and the phone that was still recording the video, Izuku stopped the recording, not even daring to raise his hopes lest they come crashing down on him. He pressed play. His own face greeted him. The seconds passed. 1, 2, 3. He saw the look of concentration, morphing suddenly into confusion as he looked around the room, and he knew he had done it. His quirk wasn't just being 1 yen Midoriya. Still, how the hell was a quirk that made him lose memories even useful? Oh. He experimented a few more times to prove that it wasn't a fluke, making sure to write them down on a piece of paper lest he forget them forever. Indeed, with copper wire in hand, he could push memories out of his mind. Each time he did so, he felt less confused after the fact, rationalizing that he had used his quirk. He remembered how the sensation had been similarly jarring the first few times he allowed himself to connect to a 1 yen coin. Previously, however, he thought that his quirk was symbolic. He was 1 yen Midoriya, Deku, worthless. It made sense. Now, though, he didn't know what to think. Copper wire Midoriya didn't have the same ring to it. Odder still was that he found that he couldn't dump his memories if he didn't hold the exposed part. If he simply held the rubber tubing, nothing happened, and what he called the pressure simply didn't make itself known. For whatever reason, only the copper wire could do that. Why, though? Was it because it conducted electricity? Were his memories being similarly conducted away? But the coin conducts electricity too, he argued, pacing around the room. If so, his gut instinct knew it was unlikely, but he still took out a 1 yen coin for good measure. He concentrated on a memory, wrote it down on a piece of paper, and pushed. Nothing happened. It was still there in his mind. It can't be electricity, then. What else? He grabbed a piece of the wire, trying to push that bizarre pool that could flow to a 1 yen coin. Again, nothing happened. A 1 yen coin and a copper wire. Not electricity. What else could it be? Most quirks had only a single effect, but even for those that didn't, all quirks had a theme. Seemingly disjointed effects could be explained through that. But in his case, how were losing his memories and whatever it was that flowed into the 1 yen coin at all related other than the concept of loss? He shelved that thought aside, for now. Now that he had proof that his quirk wasn't merely some cruel joke at his expense just so that he could be called 1 yen Midoriya, he felt an unfamiliar indignation rising within. I was wrong. They were wrong. He assumed he knew what his quirk was, but clearly he didn't. What other secrets could lie in wait? One obviously came to mind. If there was a push, there had to be a pull. He just never realized that, because it made no sense to pull from a coin. Whatever effect the flow had in that case, his body reset itself once he cut the connection, bringing himself back to being Izuku Midoriya, and so he never even thought to question where it went. With his memories, though, they were completely lost from his mind, and they had to have gone somewhere. Into the wire. He held onto the wire, shutting his eyes tight, feeling as hard as he could for anything. He remembered how it felt to push, to relieve what he had thought was a pressure, and now he tried the reverse. He tugged. The flow reversed. And memory after memory that had been dumped into the copper wire rushed into his mind. Startled, he let the wire go, and the stream cut off. He stared at his hands, wide-eyed, unwilling to believe what had just happened. The 12th of February, math class, Bakugo Burns Hero Analysis No. 8 alongside math exercise book. 1, 2, 3. I will now lose my memory after saying this sentence. Test number 3. My memory will be lost in 3, 2, 1. Holy crap, this actually works. I will now lose my memory of saying that. Copper wire. Oh, copper wire. What secrets do you hold? Copper wire. Oh, copper wire. I wish you were gold. He winced, feeling second-hand embarrassment at himself for how his testing had gone, but curiosity and anticipation now welled within. He had not only just proven that his quirk wasn't limited to whatever he did with a 1 yen coin, but that he could store and retrieve memories from a copper wire. How did he even get the quirk? Was it chance, a random mutation? It doesn't fit Mum's telekinesis, but Dad was quirkless. His thoughts drifted to his father once more. Hisashi Midoriya had left home one day when he was 7 years old, traveling abroad for business, and they had never seen him again. Sometimes he wondered where his father had gone, and why he had abandoned them both. He had precious few memories of his father. All he distinctly remembered was how he had been unwilling to let his dad go the day that he left. Izuku had bawled his eyes out, standing at the door, clutching at his father's legs, trying to drag him back into the house as Mum and Dad looked uncertainly at each other. His father had put his suitcase aside, knelt down low, and taken out a simple charm, a string of beads looped through an ornamental coin. Izuku, he remembered his father's words clearly. My darling boy, don't cry, okay? Daddy will be home before you know it. Here, he had said, handing the charm over. Daddy has one of these too. When I get home, we'll bring them together, okay? You promise? Of course, Izuku. His father had patted his head as he sniffled with tears. Just wait for me, okay? That had been the last time he had seen his father. Over the years, Izuku questioned how truthful he had been. He raised the issue with Mum once. That had been the only fight they had ever gotten into. Izuku Midoriya, Mum had said angrily, raising to her full height. She was short, but in that instant, Izuku had never before felt so intimidated. Never for 1 second think that your father doesn't love you. One day, he'll come back. I'm sure of it. He never questioned her as to why. He had been young when his father had left, but he remembered him being a loving father until the years passed and he never returned. Izuku still had that good luck charm, one that he placed on a shelf above his desk. He glanced at it. Mom always kept it free from dust. Then he gasped and with shaky hands took it from the shelf. He knew now where his quirk came from. The ornamental coin was made of copper. Oh, I hope that I'm just being silly, Hisashi Midoriya said, talking to empty air. Still, I cannot help but worry. If you are tapping into this copper mine, then congratulations, Izuku, you are a Feruchemist. He frowned. I must also apologize to you if you have truly awakened to your quirk, but this proves to be the first time that you learn about your heritage. It means that I have failed. I am sorry, Izuku. Daddy loves you and Mummy very much. He stood up, walking over to check on Izuku, smiling as his precious boy lay sleeping on his bed without a care in the world. He closed the door silently, returning to his study once more. At the time of the filling of this copper mine, you are still only 7 years old. Daddy has never seen your quirk manifest, but I know that one day you will. I bloomed later in life as well. I was so used to being quirkless that I just let the facade drag on, so to speak. He closed his eyes tight, knowing that this was the time for confessions. The gnawing feeling in his chest told him so. As you have probably already guessed, I am not actually quirkless, he said, smiling wryly to himself. Your mother has no idea, and I would prefer it kept that way, at least until I know for certain that you, too, are a Feruchemist. She is the love of my life, and I will not do anything to harm her, nor you, my darling child. He paused. Feruchemy is an old quirk. I inherited this from your grandfather, and he from his father. We are a line of scholars, but knowing your interest in heroes, I know you won't accept that. Why, just yesterday, you were watching All Might again. In that case, Izuku, know that you can be a hero. If you see this memory, then you already know how a copper mind works. Copper stores memories. Tapping on it retrieves them. Simple and clean. I personally keep a store of copper mines, with a simple indexing system to know which memory to retrieve. With time and practice, you can do the same, and once I return, I can teach you how. He smiled faintly. Copper was the first metal I learned to tap, and I thought my quirk ended there. It was then that my father taught me what else Feruchemy had to offer. He glanced over to a collection of metals, his collection, that had been filled up just in case he needed it. Soon, he would pack it into his suitcase, hopefully never to be used until he returned home safely. The theory of Feruchemy is simple. You store an attribute in a metal, temporarily losing a fraction of it from yourself, and can draw upon it from a metal mind at the necessary moment. It is why our line has always been of the scholarly type. By storing memories in copper and retrieving them later, we make certain to always have a backup of our recordings. I always saw Feruchemy as an abstract application of Newton's third law, he said. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Store an attribute for a long time, and then tap it all at once at the crucial moment for a blaze of glory. Trade a weak being sickly in exchange for healing a lethal wound. Sometimes, knowing when to act is just as important as the action itself. I suppose I will begin with the metals that I suspect will interest you most. He stood up, fixing his gaze on the slot that held the charged piece of iron. Having a visual aspect to the memory would enrich it, when Izuku later viewed it. Iron is the metal of weight. It is simple in theory, difficult in execution. Fill an iron mind, and your density decreases. Tap on it, and you weigh many-fold more. Personally, I have never practiced much with it, but if you desire to be a hero, I believe this will be of interest in certain situations. Steel is the metal of physical speed. A composition of 0.8% carbon and 99.2% iron offers the best efficacy. Again, it is simple, sluggishness now, for haste later. It also enhances your reflexes and perception of physical stimuli, that I suspect are necessary if only so that this aspect of our quirk doesn't kill us off. He chuckled to himself. Next, we have tin. Tin is a curious one. In a single tin mind, we can store any one of our senses. Sight, hearing, taste, touch, smell. We trade a temporary deficit in one of them now in order to tap on a greatly enhanced version of the same sense later. Personally, I use it most to store away my sense of smell in crowded areas. He paused. Incidentally, it was while tapping on a sight tin mind that I first saw your mother and knew that I fell in love at that exact moment. He pointed to the next metal. Pewter, specifically 91% tin, 9% lead. It stores physical strength in the form of muscular bulk. I dare say this will see the most use from you if you seek to be a hero. My advice would be investing in stretchable fabric. Be warned that tapping too much of it makes movement difficult, killing mobility. Pair it with steel, but be careful of overstraining. He replaced it into the box. Zinc. This is the metal of mental speed. I must admit, my views of this are divided. On the one hand, tapping zinc makes you a veritable genius, able to think quickly and make conclusions quicker with informed intuitive leaps. Storing it, on the other hand, feels as though trudging through mud, only it is all in your mind and all you can do is suck it up and continue filling the zinc mine. I suspect you will understand what I mean when you experience it for yourself. Brass stores warmth, and it is an odd metal mine to use. I expect that it will be most useful for, say, diving into a cold lake and tapping warmth, or going into a hot bath and storing warmth. Theoretically, you could run into a hot fire and dump warmth, but give your mum an I do warning before you do that. Regulation of the rate of filling and tapping is important for this metal, for overzealously storing or tapping on a brass mine can lead to your body freezing or catching on fire. Needless to say, I do not use this much, but perhaps it may be of use to you. Copper. You already know copper if you are viewing this, and so I shall not discuss much more of it. Come up with strategies of your own to index your collection of memories, lest you be overwhelmed by information and misplace your copper mines. He turned to the next metal in the box. 3 left. Bronze is the metal of wakefulness. It is also the only metal mine that can be filled while sleeping. In exchange for drowsiness now, a filled bronze mine allows the Feruchemist to stay awake for days on end. My father used to scold me for doing so, even if the nature of our quirk balances out the waking hours we actually spend. He paused for a moment, remembering those times fondly, before continuing on. Gold. Gold is the metal of health, although I pray that you do not see frequent use of this. Store health in gold, and you spend time frail, infirm, and sick, tap on it, and even lethal wounds can be healed. Again, please, don't give your father a heart attack using this too much. He picked up the sole remaining metal. Aluminium is the metal of identity. Quite frankly, I don't know what to make of it, he said. Storing away your identity makes you lose your sense of self and personality. It is an odd sensation. Tapping on it doesn't appear to do anything productive, since you, by default, are yourself. I do not understand why this is an aspect of our quirk, but it is. He placed it back in its slot, and then closed the box. This is what we know of our quirk, although it is quite possible that there are more metals yet that we still do not know how to use as metal mines. Every metal mine has a maximum capacity, dependent on the mass of the metal. Take that into consideration as you plan future use of our quirk. He paused, then sighed. I pray that I will return safely from this trip. I hope that I am just being silly, and that once this is all over, I will come home to my family and teach you all about Feruchemy for myself. He shut his eyes tightly. Still, I know that I have to be prepared that I may never come home, as much as the thought pains me. If so, then perhaps this copper mine will teach you where I cannot. His voice cracked. There are many things I want to tell you, my dear Izuku. Things about our family, things about why I must leave, but I can't. His eyes hardened. Not until I find the answers I seek. I will not put you or Inko in danger. If I do not return, know that I love you and your mother very much. Not a day will pass by that I do not see your faces in my copper mines. If, and I hope it is an if, I do not return, tell your mother I love her. Tell her I'm sorry. He was about to say more, then stopped and walked over to his desk. He touched the charm he planned to give Izuku. Please, let all this be silliness on my part, he fervently hoped, and then proceeded to fill the copper mine. The memory cut off. Izuku staggered backward, assailed by knowledge of the memory flooding him all at once. It all felt so real, so jarring, so much like he had been Hisashi Midoriya, that it took several long moments for him to recover. Feruchemy, his quirk, his quirkless father's quirk, and his father's before him. He was wrong on 2 counts. First, as his father had said, he could be a hero. With this Feruchemy, with this knowledge of the 10 metals that his quirk had access to, he could be a hero. Second, his father had never once stopped loving him. He still held the charm, but it was empty. Tapping a copper mine, his father had called it, drained it of the memories stored within, as he had found out by accident himself. Hurriedly, he wrote down what he had learned on a piece of paper and then stored the knowledge of it back into the copper mine. He blinked, then shook his head. That sensation felt weird. He took the time to read what he had written, and now that the knowledge was both in his brain and in the copper mine, he shouldn't have difficulty recalling the information. Looking back now, with all the knowledge his father had told him, it all made sense. The 1 yen coin had to have been made of pure aluminium, while coins of other denominations weren't of the purity or composition of the metals or their alloys that his father had mentioned. It was an exact science, the right metal for the right job, the right time to store and to tap, in the right quantity. He still had 3 months until the UE entrance tests. 10 metals. He would need to prioritize if he wanted any hope of catching up with people who had years of a head start on him. I had better get to work. Before that though, Mum, he called out, running out of his room. Izuku, she immediately replied, rushing from the kitchen. What's wrong? Dad loves us, he said, the words rushing from his lips. I have Dad's quirk, Dad loves us, and I am going to be a hero. She blinked. Could you say that again, honey? Oh. He had 2 days left until the UE entrance examinations. Izuku didn't want to jinx it, but he was feeling fairly confident. 3 months had done wonders to him. He knew he hadn't mastered his quirk, not even close, but he felt more powerful than he ever had before. He wasn't just one Yen Midoriya. He was Izuku Midoriya, Feruchemist, son of Hisashi Midoriya, Feruchemist. Despite his newfound knowledge and understanding of the true nature of his quirk, he still kept his head low in school. There was no need to be ridiculed once again. Feruchemy was all about knowing the right battles to pick, choosing the right tool for the job, and striking decisively. The UE entrance examination would be the right time and place, and the metal mines he was now filling his tools. 3 months hadn't given him much time for practice. In the end, he had chosen to focus on iron, steel, and pewter, with a divided focus on zinc and tin, glossing over the rest. He didn't have gold at hand, anyway. Training the use of his quirk was hard. He couldn't endlessly train, since he needed to store in order to tap, and simultaneously filling several metal mines was an arduous task that required constant conscious effort of a level he wasn't at yet. Trying to draw from multiple metal mines simultaneously was similarly difficult, as though pulling from 2 separate streams at the same time at different rates, and he could only maintain his concentration for a few seconds at best. Tapping them one at a time was his best option, for now. He had chosen his metal mines to be bracelets and rings that didn't close continuously, so that in the event he tapped pewter, his muscle bulk wouldn't simply snap the metal or worse, dig into his flesh. At present, he had 2 fully stored iron mines. Storing weight was remarkably easy, 2 pewter mines, a half-filled sight and sound tin mine each, and a fraction of a zinc mine. They would be worn on his wrist or ankles, and if he had any time left, he would continue filling his rings. His father was right about zinc. Filling a zinc mine made him feel mentally dull and sluggish, but physical stimuli that came at his senses were every bit retained. The passage of time felt both slow and fast. He knew, from listening to the sound of passing cars outside, that time ticked on, but his thoughts slowed. It was unpleasant, but in a way, paradoxically soothing. Now, he was filling his steel mind, remaining completely still as he allowed his mind to wander, eyes closed, yet never sleeping. Steel was an odd metal to fill. Speed aside, reacting to the physical senses relied on steel. Hence, storing a steel mind was a painful process if he was trying to do anything. He was clumsy, his movements imprecise and uncoordinated, taking minutes to do an action as simple as brushing his teeth. The first time he filled steel, he had panicked and wondered if he had done irreparable damage to himself as he promptly tripped over his own feet, unused to his sudden sluggishness. But the rewards were oh so worth it. Tapping a steel mine at a steady, comfortable rate allowed him greatly enhanced speed. Efficiency decreased the faster he tapped it, although he suspected that was more a matter of ineptitude on his part rather than his quirks. When he experimented with his limits a few weeks back, drawing upon the entirety of his steel bracelet in a single, explosive burst, it was as though time was passing him by in slow motion, everything standing absolutely still save for himself. It lasted for less than the briefest of an instant, before the entirety of his painfully stockpiled steel mine drained up. But that moment was truly wonderful. He yearned for the point where he could draw upon that for an extended period of time, perhaps going even further if he was ambitious enough, but knew it was a long ways off yet. His training regimen was simple in theory. He had devised it based on a simple conjecture, shortly after thinking about what he had seen from his father's copper mine. Storing a metal mine relied on storing a fraction of himself. If he were, say, more muscular, it would reason to follow that filling a pewter mine would occur more quickly, and tapping it would give greater results. That hypothesis had proven to be correct, where it had taken a good 2 afternoons after school being a frail mockery of an already puny boy in order to partially fill a pewter mine to his desired capacity. He could now do the same in a single afternoon, given that he was now a not-so-puny boy. The same could be said of steel. He could move faster, and so he could store faster if the state in which he stored his speed remained the same in both cases. Simple physics. Idly, he checked on the state of his steel mind. Going by his current rate, it would take the whole of this afternoon to finish that up. He would have just tomorrow before the UE exams. Training would be an unwise decision. His copper mind had been a constant, cumulative effort. It could store an immense amount of information, and he hadn't yet reached maximum capacity on it, despite having dumped a fair amount of relevant information both for UE's entrance exam and for his general interest. Even his hero analysis for the future volumes were stored in his copper mine now. Whenever he needed to refer to it, he would tap the relevant information, make further analyses, and then restore the original information into his copper mine. It kept Bakugo and his classmates off his back, thinking that he had truly given up his dream. Yes, he was as prepared as he could be. He could take the day off, perhaps. He doubted the additional storage he could achieve in one afternoon would turn the tide in his favor if his preparation wasn't already sufficient. Perhaps it isn't enough, he thought. Kaken has lived with his quirk for years. Other applicants will have practiced for a long time. I only knew about the nature of my quirk 3 months ago. He temporarily paused the filling of his steel mind, holding a 1 yen coin in his hands. He tapped on it, filling himself with stored identity, a pointless gesture, but it gave him a sense of comfort whenever he doubted himself. He smiled to himself, then resumed his idle task, speed draining from him in an instant. He was Izuku Midoriya, Feruchemist. He was not worthless 1 yen Midoriya, not anymore. And if anyone dared trample on his dreams, he had the metals to prove them wrong. 1 more day until the UE exam. 2 pewter mines, 2 iron mines, 1 steel mine, 2 half-filled tin mines, and a bit of a zinc mine. Alongside his copper mine bracelet that he always kept on his ankle, they would see him through whatever tomorrow held. He had left them at home, just in case he had the temptation to make use of them this day. It wouldn't do good to show up for the exam without my metal mines, he thought wryly. What he did have were several tiny, empty toe rings, more for utility than any other purpose. His father was right. Being able to store a sense of smell at will was a useful feature. He had also taken to sometimes storing his weight, in order to travel lighter even if it didn't actually directly change his speed when walking, unless already in motion. He could jump from place to place, dumping weight mid-flight and relying on momentum to speed him up. But doing so in public probably wasn't the best idea. Besides, it was something he still needed to work on. As he walked home from school, he wondered what happened to his father. Growing up, Hisashi Midoriya had seemed like such a simple man, a loving husband, a loving father, working an everyday job as a quirkless salaryman, until the day he left his family. That had been Izuku's definition of a normal life. 3 months ago, he had come across the true nature of his quirk, and wondered how anyone could ever have discovered how it truly worked. It wasn't intuitive, requiring the exact metal and attribute, and was worse for alloys, since the percentage composition was absolutely crucial. It has to be a cumulative effort, he reasoned, knowledge passed down the line through copper mines, each adding new understanding to the previous generation. What, then, could have caused his father to leave his family? He claimed that he was keeping Izuku and his mother safe, but from what? As far as he knew, Hisashi Midoriya had never once revealed his quirk to anyone, even his own wife. And what did he mean by seeking answers? No, his father was far from ordinary. He wondered if he was still alive. He clutched the 1 yen coin. He didn't actually tap it, but it filled him with strength all the same. He had to believe. His father had to be alive. And when he returned, his family would finally be reunited. He glanced around the park he had strolled into. It had been a long time since he came here, ever since he first learned the secrets of Feruchemy. He had thrown himself into practice and training, knowing that every second mattered. Sometimes, knowing when to act is just as important as the action itself. He recalled his father's words. Action and inaction were 2 sides of the same coin, a push and a pull. If today was a day of reflection and inaction, then who was he to argue? He eyed the park bench he had sat in before. He remembered that strange, old, frail-looking man from 10 months ago, the day he had accepted what he thought to be reality and given up on his dream. How times did change. Izuku smiled to himself, taking a seat on that bench, recalling that day and the time since then. He had accepted his place as 1 yen Midoriya for 7 months, and then he had utterly rejected it. Tomorrow, after storing whatever attribute it was, in whatever something mind in his metaphorical comparison, he would prove it to the world. Inaction precedes action. They were inseparable. He flipped the coin in his hand. Its meaning had changed. 2 sides of a coin. The person who once willingly was Deku, and the Feruchemist Izuku Midoriya. You're back. He turned at the sound, wondering why it sounded familiar. His eyes widened, before he gave a genuine smile, standing up and greeting the man. I haven't seen you here in a long time. The man chuckled boldly, a wide smile on his face oddly contrasting with his gaunt features. How are you doing, kid? Good. Very good. Actually, Izuku said, sitting beside him. Thank you for before. Oh, the man eyed Izuku curiously. What is you so fired up, kiddo? He didn't reply immediately, flipping and catching his coin once more. I take back what I told you, he said bluntly, looking him in the eye. I was wrong. I'm not worthless. I'm going to be a hero. Izuku appreciated the widening of the man's eyes, although he saw not a small amount of worry in them. Don't worry, he said, chuckling, forestalling what the man would probably say. I'm not going in blind. Turns out, my quirk isn't as useless as I thought. Oh, he leaned in closer, curious. What is your quirk, my boy? Izuku paused. That's a little difficult to explain, he said apologetically. I'm not sure I fully understand it myself. I'll be trying out for the UE entrance exams tomorrow, though. UE. He bolted upright, then winced, clutching at his chest. Are you all right? Izuku immediately asked, moving closer. The man waved him away. Just a little weakness, he said. Don't worry about me, he reassured, although Izuku couldn't help but worry. That didn't look good. Anyway, you mentioned applying for Yui. You know they only take the best of the best, right? Yeah, Izuku said, clutching the 1 yen coin in his hand, staring at his closed fist. I know 3 months with my quirk isn't a long time. I know that everyone else will be the best of the best. He drew a steady trickle of identity, filling him with a sense of self, even if it hardly mattered. He stared the other man in the eyes. I'll prove them wrong. I'll show them I'm not 1 yen Midoriya. Even if I don't make it, I'm going to try anyway. For a moment, the other person didn't speak, simply staring and appraising Izuku. That was fine. He would scarcely have believed such a declaration. Knowing what the man did, that just 10 months ago all he knew was that his quirk actually made him lose himself. Then, the man laughed, rattling his frail body. But it was a bold laugh, one that spoke of vitality, a strange contradiction for his gaunt form. What's your name, kid? He asked, a strange tone in his voice. Izuku Midoriya, he said, smiling. And yours, Toshinori Yagi. You're a strange one, Midoriya, he said, still chuckling to himself. Your enthusiasm. I could say it's infectious. I sincerely hope you achieve your dreams. I hope so, too, he said, more to himself than to Yagi. He glanced at the old man. You know, I never did pay you back for the ice cream. His laughter boomed. Don't worry about it, he said, waving his hand. Call it an investment. I'll be expecting great things from you, young hero. Young hero. All Might had called him the same. Once, after he had helped defeat the slime villain, as All Might put it, more like almost died. This man wasn't quite All Might. Far from it, really, but his kindness seemed entirely the same. He believed in people, even someone like Izuku, and he would not let him down. You can bet on it, he said, grinning. Before you know it, I'll catch up to All Might and become the next symbol of peace. I'll repay him for the advice he gave me that day. You don't hate him? Yagi asked. No, Izuku shook his head. All Might was right. I couldn't be a hero. Not if I didn't have the power. Now that I have my quirk, I understand something. Knowing when to act is just as important as the action itself. If I tried being a hero as someone quirkless, I'd just get in the way. No, worse, I would put people in danger. He flipped the coin again. He was right, but not anymore. If we meet again, I'll make sure that he reconsiders his answer. Yaga's wide grin grew, and he thumped Izuku on the back. For someone so frail, he had a surprising amount of strength. Certainly not more than an everyday person, but more than would be expected for a skeletal figure. You're damn right, kid, he said. If I ever meet All Might myself, I'll make sure to tell him that. Izuku joined him in laughter. What would be the odds of that ever happening? Oh. He stood in front of the gates of Yui. The crowds of hopeful applicants were streaming in, but he took a moment to take it all in. This is it, he thought. The time and the place. 4 metal mines on his left ankle, 4 on his right, and his copper mine bracelet on his hand. A single unfilled tin mine in the form of a ring on his finger. Terms he had only come to learn of 3 months ago, and yet now they felt perfectly natural to him. Still, he had far more to learn, since his father's words had confirmed that tapping on multiple metal mines at once for a prolonged period of time was a possibility. Parasteel and pewter, he had said, as things were. Beyond a brief few seconds of scrambling around mentally trying to tug at the different pools of power on his person, his attempts at simultaneously drawing on multiple metal mines had been laughable at best. Then there was still the matter of the other metals he hadn't even begun to try out. The hell are you doing here, Deku? He sighed mentally, knowing that familiar voice anywhere. Well, he had promised himself that he would let down the charade. He turned around, glaring defiantly at Bakugo. You piece of shit. Bakugo roared, not daunted by him in the slightest. You still think you can be a hero? He didn't say a word, merely continuing to stare silently at Bakugo. He didn't tap aluminium, but right there and then, Izuku knew exactly who he was. TCH. Bakugo spat, seeing that Izuku didn't react. Move aside, Deku. Get out of my way. He stepped aside. There was a time and place for everything, and this was not it. It was the fundamental basis of Feruchemy. He didn't have a quirk that could act on demand like Bakugo's, seemingly going on forever until he tired of it or stopped producing sweat. Izuku had to learn to pick his battles, and he had plenty of experience with that. He checked his metal mines, more for reassurance than any practical reason. They were filled to the level he expected them to be. Feruchemy didn't diminish over time, unlike some other similar quirks that gave charges to objects. He smiled and took his first step toward his future, but how rude. He blinked, looking over to his side, where a girl was mixed between huffing with indignation at Bakugo's retreating figure and looking at him with worry. Are you all right? A girl. Feruchemy hadn't trained him for this. He almost panicked enough to tap his zinc mine, to enhance his mental acuity to figure out exactly what the correct course of action was, but had enough presence of mind to stop himself. A right time and place for everything. Oh, Kaken does that all the time, he said, hoping his nerves weren't on display. I am used to it now. That's terrible. Her eyes were wide, and she stepped closer. It's fine. Plan. Tap zinc is starting to seem like a better idea now. Well, I'm glad you're doing all right. You're going for the test too, right? She asked warmly. Good luck to both of us, right? He nodded mutely, not trusting his words. She gave a final parting smile before heading back in. The zinc mine was spared, but at what cost? Come to think of it, if he dumped identity, would he lose embarrassment at talking to girls? Would that be an actual use for aluminium? Doing so would require field testing, though, and he hesitated to attempt that. He shook his head, feeling silly for all the overthinking he was doing. He followed the crowd of people and entered the lecture hall, quickly taking to a seat. The written exam was up first, and his copper mind was ready, brimming with information for him to use. Hopefully, that would be enough for him. Some might have argued it cheating, but after having lived his life as a quirkless individual, actively making the most of his quirk wasn't something he would use sleep over. He sat in his seat, trying to stay as calm as he could. While the test hadn't yet started, he might as well spend the time topping up his tin mines. With that thought in mind, he blocked his sight and began filling his half-filled sight tin mine. It took a long time for the prospective applicants to finally assemble and then settle down. All right. The almost deafening sound strained at his ears, and he reflexively stopped filling his sight tin mine. Probably would have been a better idea to dump hearing, he thought. Even without his sight, he would have known who had just spoken. Present Mike's quirk was something he knew very well, having tuned into his radio show almost religiously in the days before he had met All Might. Since then, however, he had stopped, initially because he had given up his dream, and then because he had reclaimed his dream, spending the time training rather than in inaction. WAZZUP, everyone. His voice boomed once more. Examinee listeners, are you ready? He was greeted with silence. Izuku winced. Well, you better be, because the written exam is about to begin. Pens and pencils at the ready. His were already neatly arranged in front of him. He was as prepared as could be. Test papers were handed out quickly by the school staff, but even then it took some time with the sheer number of applicants in the lecture hall. Yui was the high school for future heroes, after all. Applicants, listeners, are you ready? Again, there was silence, but Present Mike was completely undaunted. Izuku wondered if he had figured out some way to tap aluminium. Well, ready or not, the test has begun. Your 1.5 hours begins now. He turned the page over eagerly, looking over the first question. Heroic history. His smile widened. Even without his copper mind, he could probably do decently at it, but with it there was no way he could flunk it. Question 1. Describe the structure under which pro-heroes are regulated in Japan. He sifted through his copper mind, accessing the relevant information, and within moments it was fresh in his mind, as though having just read it. His pen moved with a frenzy. This would be a piece of cake. Oh. He finished the exam paper early, and so took the time to flip back through his answers, returning the information to his copper mind as he read them off the paper. There was no sense allowing information to be lost. By the time he revisited them and replaced the memories into his copper mind, the time had come to an end, and the scripts were quickly collected. If Izuku's peers were worried about their performance, they didn't show it. Most were more excited about the upcoming practical exam, and perhaps for good reason. It carried majority of the weightage for the entrance exam. After all, he thought he did a decent enough job. As far as factual questions went, he knew he aced them by cheating. Intelligent use of his quirk, but the more subjective questions would depend on what the teachers thought of his answers. Regardless, he knew he did the best he could, and all he could do now was give his best showing in the practical examination. All right. Let's go over how the test will go, listeners. Present Mike spoke enthusiastically, entirely comfortable being the center of attention. All of you will be divided into different groups. Each group will head to one 10-minute-long practical exercise in our mock city environment. Bring whatever you need for your quirks to shine bright. He quirked a smile at that. He had 8 of them wrapped around his ankles already. Each of these sites will be filled with mock villains. Points will be awarded for defeating them based on their difficulty levels. It's simple, disable these villains and earn points. Interesting. Izuku considered how he might fare in the exercise, given what he knew from the handout in front of him. Still, excuse me, someone stood up, his own handout in his hands. There appear to be 4 villain types on this handout. Such a blatant error, if it is indeed one, is unbecoming for an institute such as Yui. Izuku raised an eyebrow, observant, but rather demanding. He was likely confident that he would do well. Nice catch, Examinee 7111, Present Mike said, flashing him a thumbs up. The 4th mock villain gets you 0 points. He's more of an obstacle to avoid. Understand? 0 points. That changed things. It seemed like the exercise would be based around avoiding that variant, while competing against each other to take down robots. He frowned. Was that really the answer, though? It seemed unheroic. Then again, this was an entrance exam. Well, if there are no further questions, then I'll leave you guys with my final parting words. Those of you who know the school motto, say it with me. Izuku knew it well. Plus ultra. He joined a myriad other voices, grinning with anticipation. At long last, he could become a hero. Oh. There were plenty of people gathered in the mock city. Their simulation spanned a large area, but people would initially be funneled in a high concentration where they all started. Was that a good or a bad thing? He spotted a few familiar faces as he stood there, thinking to himself. The girl he had met outside the school was in his zone, alongside the rather bossy and proper guy who had spoken up in the briefing. Many others were eagerly waiting to show off what they could do, some with their quirks on full display, while others were more subtle in their usage. Izuku heard a siren sound, and after a brief moment of bewilderment, everyone came to the same conclusion as one. The entire group rushed forward, Izuku joining them. For an instant, he considered tapping his steel mind to pull ahead, but hesitated. There was a right time and place for everything. If he used too much of it now, he would be crippled when he needed it most. He let the thought fade away, taking a mundane route. Competition was high in the area. He couldn't afford to get caught up where everyone was fighting between themselves for what few villains there were. Hence, he ran past the groups where he could, tapping on his hearing tin mind, listening intently for where he could hear the clink of metal and whirl of machinery that made the foe villains, and where there were fewer of the dull thuds of footfalls. There, he ran in that direction, thinking that he could hear the sound of moving metallic parts where no one was around to intercept. He grinned as a robot came into view, a one-pointer, it seemed, intercepting him in his path. Feruchemy was about being exact. He couldn't afford to go overboard here. He tapped pewter at a steady trickle, enlarging his muscles, his body growing taut, but without a sufficient drain that he would let the power flare away all at once. The metallic arm grew closer, and for the first time, he put his quirk to practical use outside of a training situation. He grunted, his muscles straining against the weight of the robot. Then, with a loud roar, he forced his body to move, swinging in an arc as he threw the robot bodily overhead by the arm, drawing just a bit more strength from the pewter as he did so. Once it was complete, he dropped pewter, ceasing the drain on his precious supplies, and jumped after it. Mid-air, with this being a pre-calculated move, he knew enough to store weight into his iron mine. Instantly, he sped up, preserved momentum shooting his lessened mass toward the downed robot. He grinned, reversing the flow, drawing from the iron mine, and a tenfold heavier Izuku Midoriya promptly crushed the robot through gravity alone. 1 point. He stopped drawing iron, and then with leaps and bounds alternated with dumping weight into his iron mine made his way over to where he predicted the next robot would be. Still, though, he had to be careful, because he was still very unpolished in the technique, and it needed much of his concentration, so he had the air knocked out of him, as the large arm of a three-pointer came swinging right into him in his distraction. He recovered quickly, bracing himself as he tapped iron. Normally, the second swing should have knocked Izuku off his feet, right into the building by his side, but Izuku was now many times heavier than he should be. Instead, the force of the robot's own swing forced the robot stumbling backward, predicted calculations of his mass not at all matching his bodily form and hence providing an insufficient counterforce. Equal and opposite reactions. A push and a pull. Izuku pressed the advantage. He repeated the same maneuver as he had with the one-pointer, but the robot was more resilient than its kin. The human projectile caused metal to buckle, but it didn't yet fall over. His eyes widened as its arm came down from above, and only a quick tapping of steel allowed him to evade the attack. Well, if tactics didn't help, it was just down to brute force. He tapped a healthy amount of pewter, hoping that he would have enough left for the remaining portion of the exam, and barreled right into the robot's face. His muscles were bulky, and without tapping steel, he was slow, but when he punched. Metal buckled in, one layer into the next, and with a third blow the robot keeled over, light fading from its eyes. 4 points. He knew he wasn't going to be the top performer here, not by far. Bakugo would probably be downing his 5th or 6th robot by now. All he hoped for was that he had a shot at passing the examination. Toshinori looked at the monitors that displayed the action going on at all the testing stations. All the youngsters, no, future heroes, displayed their quirks excellently, but for some reason, his eyes kept returning back to one feat in particular. Izuku Midoriya. 10 months ago, he had met the boy, and crushed his dreams. 1 day ago, the boy had re-emerged a man, a hero in the making, after having just 3 months to experiment with his quirk. He still didn't know what exactly the quirk was. From what he could tell, it was of the sort that boosted physical prowess, and yet there were certain moments where things didn't fit. How could he have stopped the robot's arm, bouncing it off his body rather than being swept away? How had he suddenly put on that burst of speed? One thing was for sure, though, he had a lot of potential. He wasn't the best performer, but he was in the middle of the pack. For someone who truly came into his quirk 3 months ago, that was a damn good job. Has that boy caught your interest? Toshinori, Nezu asked, stepping over to join him. Toshinori smiled, Midoriya and I have met before, both in my true form and as All Might. Oh, I first met him 10 months ago, he explained to the principal. He asked me if someone who was quirkless could become a hero. That seems like an odd question to ask for someone with a display like this, Nezu noted, cocking his head to one side. Could it be? No doubt his quirk let him work out what happened already. Toshinori nodded. I told them that he couldn't be one. Not without a quirk. I crushed his dreams, he said softly, remembering just how downcast the boy looked as he left him there alone. And then later when he saw him once more in the park. Later, I asked him in this body how he was. Nezu remained silent, patiently waiting for him to continue. He said that he didn't resent me. He said he knew he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He sighed. He told me how his quirk really worked. At the time, I didn't ask for the details, but it seems like he could drain away his own personality into a 1-yen coin. 1-yen Midoriya, his classmates called him. He remembered how he stewed with indignation over how accepting Midoriya had been of that derogatory name. Nezu's own eyes narrowed. He continued, I didn't see him for 10 months since then, even though I stopped by the park occasionally. Then, yesterday, I saw him once more, and he was completely different to how he had been. He remembered that look on his face. He was calm, confident, composed. He told me that he was applying for Yui, that he had been wrong, and told me that he was going to become a hero. Then, he chuckled. He also told me that he would one day meet All Might again, and make sure that he reconsiders his answer. Nezu's smile broadened. I can see the amusement in that. He glanced once more at the screen. Midoriya took out another one-pointer, utilizing his body as leverage as he threw the robot to the ground. He's rough and still unskilled, he said, pointing. But if he can do that in 3 months, I want to know what he'll be like in the future. He looked curiously at Nezu. I don't suppose you know how his quirk works. Officially, he's listed as quirkless, Nezu said, smiling slyly. Unofficially, in his application form, he described it as Feruchemy, limited storage of specific attributes in metal. Toshinori's eyebrow rose. Feruchemy, he said, the word unfamiliar to him. Storage of attributes. Then the coin. Indeed, Nezu said. I suspect he had previously only been drawing on one aspect of his quirk, was bullied for it, and had thought that to be the limit for him. He looked at the screen. 2 minutes left. He knew what was coming. Time for the true test, eh? Hisashi asked, eagerly waiting for his chance to press the button. Go ahead, Hisashi, Nezu said, waving his hand. It's time for the true heroes to show us what they can do. Nezu glanced over at Toshinori, then whispered, Are you considering him as your successor? Toshinori thought about it. Was he? He didn't really know. I'm not sure, he whispered back honestly. I don't think he would accept, though. And that was the truth, from how the young teenager had spoken yesterday. He had seemed to find a renewed conviction and sense of identity in himself. This was his quirk. The other side of the 1-yen his foolish classmates had thought him to be. He would excel on his own merits. Let's see how he does, shall we? Nezu grinned, almost predatory. Hearing your story, I'm almost excited to see what he'll do, myself. Oh, that robot is big, was his first thought, as he saw the 0-pointer that had already sent plenty of other candidates running away. Clouds of dust were rising from that direction, no doubt caused by the devastation at the hands of that robot. I should run, was his second. He stopped tapping his sight in mind. His vision no longer as good as it had been. He couldn't pick out the minute details through the cloud of smoke and dust anymore. He turned around, prepared to use his still mostly untouched steel metal mind, before he heard it. Help. It was faint. He paused, hesitated for a moment, then cursed himself for inaction. Feruchemy had a time and place, and this was definitely the time for action. He tapped his hearing tin mind. His ears were barraged by a cacophony of sound from falling debris, collapsing buildings, screams and rapid running of fleeing candidates. And through it all, I'm stuck. Fear, anxiety. He turned in that direction, dropped his current tin mind, and drew on the other, cursing his ineptitude for drawing both simultaneously. The girl, he recognized her. She was the one who he had seen outside Yui. She was trapped in the ground, feet buried underneath rubble, desperately trying to crawl her way out, but the stone refused to budge. Debris was collapsing all around. The 0-pointer drew closer. For the first time during the exam, he tapped zinc. Zinc was odd. He could think a dozen things at a time. And if he drew more power, he knew he could pursue further threads of thought. Even this particular bit of introspection took barely a fraction of the time it would normally need to. Focus. Debris was falling. Zinc was weird, in that he couldn't quite react to their movements in real time the same way he could with steel. That sharpened his physical reflexes. What he could do was extrapolate where the debris would be in a few seconds. In a few seconds, the girl would be crushed under layers of rubble. All around her, he noted that other candidates were fleeing from the robot, abandoning her to her fate. What could he do? Pewter? No, there was no way he could match that robot in strength. Run away it was. His decision was made. Now, plan. There was plenty of debris in his path. He charted a course that would let him avoid them. He took an extra instant to mentally say a short prayer and hoped that he wasn't being stupid. Then he dropped zinc and drew readily on steel. The world slowed down, not to a standstill. He couldn't afford to tap that heavily onto his steel mind, but enough for him to run forward, avoid the bits of falling rock and debris, follow the route he had planned just moments before, and arrive at the girl's side. He let go of the trickle of power from the steel mind. He couldn't afford to tap on it too long if he wanted to escape, and knelt down low. His perception of time returned to how it had been. "Why you?" He heaved on the rock, but it was heavy. He grunted with exertion, simultaneously drawing on his pewter mind. Enlarged muscles made the task easy, and with a single heave, the girl was freed. "Let's go. Look out." He turned on pure instinct, pewter mind still active, his eyes widening as a massive hand came down from above, untrained, and in an instant later he would regret his poor decision-making. Rather than simply grabbing the girl he still didn't know the name of and making a hasty retreat with a blaze of steel, he met strength for strength, even though he knew he would lose. He drew the last of the strength of his remaining pewter mind, muscles bulging to their limit, his shirt tearing at the sleeves and growing immensely taut at the chest, and he raised his arms to intercept the hand. Force met force. For an instant, he thought he would lose, as his knees buckled. Then, with a massive cry, he forced his entire body to move, legs kicking out from under him, spinal column springing in the same action as his hands followed through overhead, throwing the robot's arm upward. His strength faded. In a single, titanic blaze of glory, what remained of his pewter mind that hadn't been used in earlier fighting was fully tapped. He didn't waste any further time. He didn't say anything, grabbing onto the girl's hand, and drew speed from steel to get away from the robot. He miscalculated. Earlier, he had thought carefully, regulating the use of his quirk through the enhanced mental speed that zinc offered. But now he had panicked twice, first by fighting instead of running, forcing the use of his pewter mind, and then by drawing too quickly on his steel mind. Time slowed to a standstill, him dragging the girl in his hand, but restarted far, far too quickly. His steel mind was empty, and a giant robot of doom was just seconds behind. He tapped zinc, thoughts racing, ideas whirling. Running wasn't possible, not anymore without his steel mind, unless— "What's your quirk?" he asked the girl. She panicked, and Izuku couldn't blame her, but regained her senses quickly. "If I touch something, I can stop the effects of gravity on it and release it when I want to." Yeah, he couldn't run. He couldn't meet it force for force without his pewter mind. Wait, gravity. One iron mind was empty. The other was only partially filled. The robot was drawing close. He was going to do something very stupid. "Use it on me, now." She reacted immediately, tapping him on the arm, but just before she did so, he leapt, filling his iron mind. Truly weightless, his momentum carried himself high into the air, and quickly, when I'm right above its head, drop me. What? He didn't have time to argue. He had to do this. He winced, maintaining the filling of his iron mind, while drawing on his zinc mind. Immediately, his mind protested at the seemingly impossible task of pushing and pulling on two different sources of energy, but he forced himself to do it. He needed the mental speed to calculate where he would fall, and make damn sure that he landed precisely on top of the robot. Not yet, not yet. Now, gravity took hold. He drew on what was left of his remaining iron mind, his weight growing exponentially. And so, he was once more a human projectile, approaching the robot at an acceleration of 9.8 meters per squared second. He let zinc go for a moment longer, judging his trajectory before deciding that yes, he would collide with the robot, and then concentrated fully on iron, hoping that he would survive the impact. He smashed through the head, bones in his legs possibly cracking despite the increased density his body now had. Tapping iron just meant that his bones could survive walking under his own weight, not turning himself into a vertical cannonball. For an instant, he considered whether he store some of his sense of touch into the empty tin mind ring he wore to numb the pain, but decided against it. He needed the iron to keep going on. Once it was all over, only then could he risk it. Gravitational potential energy was a simple equation. Mass by gravitational acceleration by height. How deep he could smash into the robot was just a matter of Newton's third law, energy being shredded off through layer and layer of metal. In the end, Feruchemy really was just a matter of equal and opposite reactions, even if the exact means of application was rather crude. At last, his descent stopped, midway through a ruined robot. He lay there, embedded midway through its torso as it toppled over, his body free-falling in the air. He saw the girl on the ground, staring at him with wide eyes. He sighed and stored touch, hoping that he wouldn't have to deal with the pain. Ugh, pain wasn't all about touch, as his aching body currently reminded him. Sure, touch modulated a sense of pain, but it was a different sense altogether in actuality. He had briefly looked at the topic. Pain was complex, involving both physical and emotional stimuli, and could be affected by dozens of different stimulus modalities. Nociceptors were the key sensors in primary transmission of pain, increasing in complexity as the signal becomes further processed in the spinal cord and brain. But beyond that fact, he knew precious little about it. More than before, he wished he had the foresight over the past 3 months to attempt sequestering away his sense of pain in his tin mind. Some bones of his legs had to have fractured, since he hadn't been able to draw any strength from his emptied pewter mines to toughen his body up against the impact. "You're awake," he stirred, wincing. The sounds around him were far too loud, with a constant ringing in his ears, and so he filled his hearing tin mine just slightly. Much better. He checked the metal mines on his body. Aside from his copper metal mine and his half-filled tin mines, the rest of them were all fully drained. He groaned. A week of preparation, gone in less than 10 minutes. He needed to do better. Hey, you're all right, aren't you? Slowly, he opened his eyes, then regretted it. It was too bright, his vision swimming in circles. He considered the lesser of two evils, and then, regrettably, continued allowing a slow trickle of his sense of hearing into his tin mind, enduring the nauseating sensation that came with whatever his stupidity had done to his vision. The girl that he had willingly asked to drop him down from high above a robot of death to plummet him to his doom was standing wordly over him. He didn't know quite what to say, and so he asked what was first on his mind. "Did we win? Did we? You blew up the robot," she said, incredulous. She looked around, and Izuku let his hearing return to its normal state, now that he was slowly adjusting to a world of sound. "Here, please. He's injured." Now that he thought about it, there was a faint amount of chatter going around. He assumed that the test was over, since the girl was apparently asking for help. He tapped a little of his hearing tin mind, eavesdropping in on the murmurings around them just a little better. Did he just cannonball the friggin' zero-pointer? What kind of quirk is that? No way. Didn't you see how fast he ran over? I dunno. A strength-enhancing quirk? Weird, though. I didn't see him doing that kind of stuff during the test. Well, if his aim was to get people to stop looking down on him, he did the job, although he wished it didn't come at the expense of his metal mines and the bones in his legs. He stopped tapping the tin mind, looking back over toward the girl. She returned, hurriedly leading a short old lady over to him. Like present Mike, he would recognize her anywhere. Recovery Girl, the youthful heroine, was renowned for being able to heal damages sustained in the field of battle. She knelt over him, and he tried his best to smile feebly. "Awa, you poor thing," she said, voice sympathetic. "Well, don't worry, dear boy, okay." Then, she bent down over him, and he knew what was going to come. Her lips extended out, giving him a quick smooch on the side of his head, and immediately he felt vitality flooding through him. Pain was vanishing, and he knew that his legs have begun healing. Even that, though, didn't make him feel better about the fact that he had just in the most technical of senses lost his first kiss to Recovery Girl. Well, there are worse options. All better now, right? Experimentally. He moved his limbs. They still ached, but they at least responded to his commands. He smiled gratefully, slowly pushing himself to sit upright. "Thank you, Recovery Girl," he said. Then, thinking about the sensation a bit more. You wouldn't happen to have any gold, would you? Recovery Girl paused, when she had been about to move on to helping the next injured candidate, raising him an incredulous eyebrow. "What makes you think I would have any gold?" she asked. Well, it was worth a try. Experimenting with storing health in gold for the first time while in an injured state probably wasn't the best idea. Anyway, he would have to wait for another opportunity to test and see if he could compound her quirk into his Feruchemy, to supercharge a gold mine under the effects of her quirk. "Sorry, must have been confused," he gave a quick excuse, shaking his head for emphasis. She laughed, smacked him on the back. "Why were old people always so strong?" and moved on. "You're all right, then?" the girl asked, now that Recovery Girl had left. "Thank goodness." She frowned. "What did you think you were doing? Why did you get yourself hurt? Technically, you were the one that released your quirk. You asked me to. It was the only shot we had," he explained, stopping his teasing. "My speed ran out, I couldn't bulk up, and all I had was weight." "Speed? Bulk?" She blinked, then realized. "Your quirk? Yeah, it's a long story," he said. "We got out safe, though." He could now stand up properly, filling an iron mine to lower his weight to assist him. The test was over now. All he could do was wait. Why was the girl still standing there? Seconds passed. Still there. He placed his hand in his pocket, fishing for a 1 yen coin. But there wasn't any. He supposed he wouldn't get to experiment with talking to a girl under the effects of a loss of identity. "How do you think you did?" The girl finally broke the silence. "Huh?" He considered her question. "I had 20-something points, I think. I didn't manage to get too many." "You, 34. That's good," he said. "I hope we'll get in." He wondered how many points would be needed to enter the school. He could probably have done a bit better in the time he had left before making the spontaneous decision to tackle the giant robot, since that had blown every remaining bit of pewter, iron, steel, and zinc that he had left. Izuku didn't need to tell the girl that, though. The consequences of his reckless choice were of his own making. If he had just utilized steel all along to go in, rescue her, and get out. He wouldn't have wasted his pewter mind and iron mind, and he wouldn't have had to even fight the robot to begin with. They stayed there in silence, staring at each other. Things were getting awkward. He said. See you later, I guess. I mean, if we get in. That is. Otherwise, maybe another hero school. Oh, but I'm not saying that you won't get into Yui, because you would, and okay, I'll shut up now. He turned stiffly, despite how light his body was, and began walking away. Wait, she called out from behind him. He turned. I'm Ochako Uraraka. What's your name? Right, manners. He'd been so rude. Izuku Midoriya. He nodded shyly once more, before hurriedly making his escape. If only he'd still had some charge left in his steel mind to make for an expeditious retreat. Oh. He sat on the park bench, eyes closed, hearing Tin Mind active. It had been only one day since the test, and since he wasn't about to train physically while still unsure about the current state of his legs, he had taken to practicing the use of his stored senses. Hearing had come in clutch during the practical exam. It let him pinpoint where the few robots he could pick off were, allowing him to get at least the 20-odd points he had managed to gather, and to pick out the sounds of the girl, Uraraka, when she had gotten herself trapped. Senses were important, especially for someone with a quirk like his. Every single one of his senses were necessary for him to plan and execute a course of action using the other metal minds at his disposal. Inaction didn't necessarily mean doing nothing. He knew that now. Birds chirping, leaves rustling, the honking of cars, construction in the distance, children playing, and that rhythmic movement, a bouncing ball, conversation. So, I heard, you know, ... you mean, we're breaking up, ... can't see you anymore. 150 yen. All around him, there was so much sound. During the test, he had managed to pick out exactly what he needed. But how could he do that in a scenario where he didn't know what sound to look out for? Being able to listen to something was as much excluding every other bit of noise as it was ascribing meaning to one particular thread in the fabric of cacophony. Then, if he was being ambitious, he would want to enhance not just hearing, but sight as well, and use them expertly in conjunction with other metal minds. It seemed almost an impossible task for him, but his father's recording had made it seem like he had been able to do precisely that. He was now zooming in from sound to sound, tuning into one while zoning others out, trying to figure out what it came from by what he heard alone, and then jumping to another source of sound and repeating the same. Thus far, his score wasn't exactly great. What he thought was the rushing water of the park fountain had been someone washing his hands. The heavy footfalls that sounded like an adult rushing to work had been children at play. He searched for another sound to follow. Let's see. Footsteps, fairly light, cushioned by grass, and now smacking hard against the cobblestone path, moving with direction, heading closer toward me. Midoriya, my boy. He opened his eyes. Toshinori Yagi was making his way over to him, an ice cream in each hand. Izuku waved at him. Well, his hearing exercise could wait for now. At least he'd managed to get one guess right so far. Yagi-san, he greeted respectfully, scooting over to make room. It's good to see you again. Here you go, for the hero in the making, he said, handing over one of his ice creams. Izuku was conflicted about accepting it, but did so anyway. How was Yui? The written portion went fairly well, Izuku said, then paused, frowning. The practical exam. I'm not very sure. Oh, he licked at the cone in his hands. What makes you say that? The test, we had to defeat fake villains. There are 4 different types, each with different difficulties and points, he said. I'm not sure if I got enough points to qualify. The low 20s he got wasn't a lot. He had managed to do well enough in the early bits of the exam, finding robots where people weren't around. But once they dispersed across the entirety of the simulated city, keeping up with the rest wasn't an easy task as competition grew thicker. If he tapped steel to move between robots, he could have earned more points, but then he wouldn't have been able to help Uraraka. Who knows, he might even have been in trouble himself. There wasn't even any telling whether the extra points he could have earned would be enough to have him comfortably qualify for a place in Yui. Are you worried? Maybe a little, he admitted. If I don't get into Yui, I'll just have to try for another hero school, I guess. It won't be the end of the world. I'm sure you'll do fine, Yagi reassured him, smiling. I see the spirit of a hero in you. The spirit of a hero? Huh. Izuku mused. He sighed. I think I screwed up at the end of the test. Yagi glanced at him, concerned. What makes you say that? My quirk, it lets me store certain attributes in different metals, trading weakness now for power later, he explained. Since knowledge of his quirk was needed to rationalize just why he had been so utterly stupid in his plan against the zero-pointer. Iron for weight, pewter for muscle strength, steel for physical speed, tin for the senses, and zinc for mental speed. He paused, reflecting on how he had come up with a good plan for the zero-pointer initially, and then promptly messed it up. During the test, we were supposed to run away from one of the robots, rather than engage it, he said. Using tin, I saw it approaching, and began running away, but then I heard someone crying for help. With Zinc, I came up with a plan to get her out of the rubble and then retreat from that robot together. It was a good plan. Izuku sighed, looking at Yagi in the eyes. The empty metal mines on his person were a reminder of that failure. I tapped steel and got her out. I should have tapped steel again, dragged her away, and then go on to fight more robots and scrape together some points, he said. Instead, I panicked. I drew on pewter, wasted every bit of strength I had to defend us from the robot, and then panicked again, using up all my steel in a single moment. It was only dumb luck that we managed to take it down, but by then I had exhausted every charge I had and couldn't get any more points. Yagi had been listening attentively the whole time, still picking away at his ice cream, of course. For someone who looked so old, he had plenty of vitality. And you regret saving her, young Midoriya? Regret it? No, I don't think so, he said. For a moment, I didn't know what to do when I first heard her calling for help. Then, I remembered what my quirk is all about. Action, inaction, a push and a pull, knowing when to pick my fights. I knew that I couldn't just abandon her. Yagi just waited patiently, urging him to speak. What I regret is how I approached the situation. I panicked and burned away what little I had left of my quirk, he said. If this were a real situation, both of us could have died. Then it is a good thing this wasn't a real situation, is it not? Yagi asked, shrugging nonchalantly. That's what hero school is about, anyway. Even pro heroes make mistakes. Izuku glanced at him. His face looked conflicted, but eventually he stood up. Izuku watched Yagi curiously as he lifted up his shirt slightly, briefly exposing a nasty-looking scar. I was once a hero, young Midoriya, he said quietly, sitting back down. I made many mistakes. A hero, Toshinori Yagi. He knew many heroes, yet he had never come across one by that name or one with his appearance. An underground hero, perhaps. He would never have expected that from Yagi, but it did explain many things about him. He did have a surprising amount of strength for a frail old man. True, you could have approached the situation better, Yagi continued. Every hero will tell you the same thing. I could have done this, I should have done that. Few will be able to say that they had done precisely what you did, and saved someone else without even thinking about what it would mean for yourself. If Yui doesn't let you in, Midoriya, he said, smiling, I'll have to write them a letter myself. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Did Yagi have that much pull with Yui? It was a rude question to ask, though. What is your quirk, anyway? Izuku asked, curious. You have plenty of strength, considering your body. And based on that scar, probably some kind of fight in close quarters. An enhancement quirk, but with your mass. Yagi snorted loudly, then guffawed. You think too much, kid, he said. I can't use my quirk too much anymore, but yes, it boosts my strength and speed. Strength and speed, Izuku mused. Pewter and steel. He felt for his empty metal mines. I wonder if I could ever be like you. My quirk doesn't work like most others do, he explained, thinking aloud. Pewter and iron give strength and weight, but Mount Lady can do that without having to take the time to store a charge like I do. Steel gives me speed, but Ingenium can do the same, only he can do so almost indefinitely. Many heroes have enhanced senses, but I need to go for a time of being mostly deaf, blind, or numb before I can achieve the same. And zinc. I don't even want to know if someone has the effects of zinc active all the time, he said. Having even a few seconds of mental speed feels amazing. Someone who thinks like that all the time has to have conquered the world. Yagi chuckled. You really overthink things, Midoriya. No, Izuku considered it deeper. It was the fundamental of Feruchemy, really. My quirk needs me to do the right thing, at precisely the right time, he said. I can't do things like these pro heroes. I'm like a discount version of them, I guess. A 1 yen hero. Where's this coming from, Midoriya? He took a coin out again, flipping it idly. They can do things like that all day, every day. For me, it took a week to build enough of a charge that I wasted in 10 minutes of the exam. Even if I continued training, to store more charge more quickly, I'm not sure I'll ever be able to reach their level. He sighed. I still haven't even mastered the 6 metals I can use so far, much less use them simultaneously. Then there are still a few more metals that I know of to try and practice with. Then that just means you haven't yet reached your potential. Yagi encouraged enthusiastically. Yui goes on for 3 years, kid. After that, you'll become a hero that everyone knows of. I'm not sure I can be that kind of hero, Izuku said. If I need to pick and choose my fights, I can't be like All Might, who would take the time to save even me from that slime villain. He noted how Yaga's face tightened. I won't stand idly by if someone gets hurt, but I can't just jump into every fight I see, or actively look for villains like Endeavor does. That's more Kaken's thing. Yes, he was jealous of Kaken's quirk, he would freely admit that. Before, when all he knew was his 1 yen trick, he would have given anything for that. Now, though, he wouldn't give up Feruchemy for the world, but he could still see how much utility nitroglycerine sweat had. Kaken, Bakugo, he explained. We were friends as children. When I got to school, and all I had was my 1 yen quirk, I guess he didn't want to be friends with me. He tapped his copper mind, drawing on a memory for a moment before letting it flow back. Having it on his person at all times really was useful. I don't blame him. Why would he want to be friends with a quirkless kid when he had such a powerful quirk? He knew that if, and that was an if, he was accepted to Yui, Bakugo would almost certainly be there. Izuku knew he would never stop being Deku. Part of him wanted to consider applying to another hero school, while part of him wanted to prove him wrong and show that he deserved to be in Yui. Both parts were equally right. Action and inaction, push and pull, neither triumphed over the other. Do you hate him? Hate Kaken? No way, Izuku denied immediately. I mean, I know he bullies me, but I can see why. At least he just calls me Deku. And not one yen Midoriya most of the time, he joked, although it kind of fell flat on his one-man audience. No, if anyone in school deserves to be a pro hero, I guess it would be him. He calls you Deku. It's a play on Izuku, he explained. One yen Midoriya was someone else's invention. He only calls me one yen Deku when he's really mad. He shouldn't do that. He's training to be a hero. Many people say the same about Endeavor, with the accusations of collateral damage that he does in his line of work. Are you saying he shouldn't be a hero? Izuku pointed out. And that silenced Yagi. He still saves lives. Bakugo may bully me now, but when he becomes a hero, people will owe their lives to him. It doesn't really matter to me. Yagi didn't look willing to accept that argument, and Izuku didn't pursue it further. Let's talk about something else, he said. You mentioned you had an enhancement-type quirk. Do you know any efficient ways to build muscle mass or to train speed? He paused. Any, by chance, do you happen to have any gold? Yagi blinked. That's a lot of questions, kid. He thought for a moment. Weight training would be your best option. If you have time, Dagobah Beach could use a cleanup. And who knows, maybe you'll find some useful metal there for your quirk. Maybe even gold, he suggested. And no, I do not have gold on me. Why do you even ask? Dagobah, now that was an interesting idea. He would have just more than a month until hero school started, assuming he made his way into one. Gold stores health. I can trade being weak and sick now to heal wounds later, he explained. I need practice with it. Oi, Midoriya, you really do have an odd quirk, Yagi said, scratching his head in bewilderment. Weight, strength, speed, sight, and now healing. And that thing you do with your coin. Izuku nodded. There are still yet more aspects to Feruchemy, but he didn't need to explain those now. Yui will be fun, kid. Yagi pat him on the back, smiling broadly. You know, I hear that All Might will be there to teach as well. Really? He asked curiously. He hadn't heard the news, and he considered himself a big All Might fan. Had he been that caught up in his training that he hadn't heard? A friend of a friend heard, through some channels, Yagi said. But yes, he will be there. You'll have your chance to make him reconsider his answer. You still remember? Izuku snorted, but mirrored his smile. I suppose I will. Great catching up with you, Midoriya, Yagi said, rising to stand. I have some other work I need to do. Maybe we'll meet up someday on this bench again, soon. I look forward to it. Yes, when next he met Toshinori Yagi, he would be a different person. Hero school might be a month away, even if he was accepted to Yui, but he needed to catch up to his future peers. He would need to refill his metal mines at night, while strengthening his body in the day, all while attempting to hunt for the elusive gold, and trying to improve his mastery of each metal and then of them used in conjunction. He had a lot of work to do. Funny how much Izuku could transform each time he met Toshinori Yagi. Oh, it was good to see that Midoriya was taking things well. He didn't know about rescue points, of course, but his determination to achieve his dreams had been unchanged. That was good. What worried Toshinori was how he had described Katsuki Bakugo. The boy was certainly talented, coming in at the top of all the applicants in terms of villain takedowns. Izuku had very astutely compared him to Endeavor, and, when framed in that context, Toshinori couldn't quite blame the boy for what he had done to Midoriya without having to paint Endeavor in the same light. He couldn't argue with that. Endeavor did save lives, even if his methods weren't of the same view as his. Again, he questioned what it meant to be a hero. Sensei always said that a hero was one who brought smiles to others, and he had lived his life believing the same. His days would soon be past, though, and a new generation of heroes would have to take his place. Midoriya certainly has a way of framing things, Toshinori thought. He understands his quirk well, and he reflects and knows his limits. A discount hero, he called himself. A one-yen hero. Toshinori didn't believe in the idea. One thing was for sure, though. Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya were incompatible, at least for now. One was hot-tempered and ambitious, challenging all who would stand in his way to the top, and the other was calculative, knowing when to act and when not to act. But when the time came, Toshinori knew that Midoriya would always do what was right. He had initially pushed for Midoriya to be assigned to Class 1A, seeing as most pro-heroes came from there, especially those with powerful quirks, but well, by his own admission, Midoriya knew his quirk wasn't suited for something like that. That wasn't to say that those of Class B were inferior. Of course, the current big three of Yui were in that class, and each was astoundingly impressive. He wondered whether perhaps they were making too much of an emphasis on the division between the classes. He wasn't so blind as to fail to see that many people looked for future top hero candidates from the A classes, overlooking the many talented students in the B classes. Perhaps Midoriya will shake things up, he thought wryly. The versatility of Class B, up against the raw power of Class A, he could see a healthy rivalry forming there, each nurturing the other over their 3 years at UA, that had immense potential. Yes, he would have to ask Nezu for his thoughts. With his quirk, he would certainly know best. He chuckled to himself. A friend of a friend indeed. He wondered how the boy would react if the day ever came that Yagi revealed he had been referring to himself. A week had passed, and Izuku had finally managed to restore his stock of metal mines to its previous state. He had spent a few afternoons around the beach that Yagi had suggested him clearing, both for training and to find even a hint of gold. But thus far his efforts had proved fruitless. Even if he did manage to find something containing gold, it was usually irrevocably linked to an electronic component, or in such small quantities that recovery would prove impossible. Regardless, he had been right about how it could be useful for training. He could adjust the difficulty of the task to a challenging level simply by filling a pewter mine as he worked if the object he was clearing was lighter, making efficient use of his time at the beach. With how badly the beach smelled given the mountain of garbage that had piled up both from being swept ashore and simply dumped there, he had constantly had to fill a tin mine with his sense of smell as well. And now the act of maintaining concentration over filling a metal mine was far more habitual. Soon, he expected that simultaneous use of a second metal mine for a longer period of time might even be possible. Today, though, he had decided to forego his training. He sat at the living room table, eyes closed, filling a sight tin mine. I really wished you would stop doing that. His mom's voice came at him, sounding exasperated. What is it this time? Iron, tin, steel, tin, he said, turning to face her, even though he was currently effectively blind. Sight, to be exact. You know, I never did realize what Hisashi was up to whenever he played with those metal rings of his in his study, and Ko said fondly. Your father, he was a man of great mystery, but I suppose that's why we both fell in love, huh? Then, her voice quickened. After so long practicing with his hearing tin mine, he was now better at reading audio cues, and he could imagine his mother blushing. I can't wait until we finally see Hisashi again. Privately, Izuku doubted that his father would return, if he was even still alive, no matter what he had seen of the memory in his copper mine. 8 years was a long time. Was he still in search for those cryptic answers of his, or was he living out somewhere to try and keep them from harm's way? From who, though? He couldn't see why anyone would be interested in how their quirk worked, so it couldn't be related to Feruchemy. A metal mine couldn't be tapped on by anyone without their quirk. There was a possibility that someone might be seeking revenge against his father for some obscure reason, but even that was unlikely. Hisashi Midoriya had been an extremely private individual, spending most of his time in his books, filling their information into his copper mines. He now knew, rather than going out causing trouble to heroes or villains. The doorbell sounded. It was a testament to how much he had taken to filling his smell tin mine that he didn't react at all to the sound, keeping a steady stream of power from his visual senses flowing into the tin mine. Who could that be? His mother mused aloud, along with the sound of her placing a cooking utensil of some sort down on the marble counter before walking over toward the door. He paused his filling of sight, tapping on sound. Though, a delivery, special courier service. Madam, he heard the postman say. Is your son enrolling? His mother gasped. He stopped draining his tin mine, and he could no longer eavesdrop on the conversation. He stood up, hearing the sound of his mother closing the door quickly after a hurried thanks, running back into the room. Izuku, I heard, he said easily. You heard? Oh, tin again. She shook her head in exasperation, handing over the letter. She waited eagerly. Well, open it up. He smiled. His mother seemed to be even more impatient than he was. Then again, he was already half expecting to be rejected from the school. Hence his expectations were low in the first place. Izuku opened the envelope. There was a letter document within, alongside some kind of device. A recording, his mother asked. Oh, let's watch it. She hesitated. Unless you want to watch it on your own, first? He shook his head. It's all right, he said, fiddling around with it to try and figure out how to set it to project. This is Dad's quirk, anyway. He told me what I needed to know about it. It feels wrong if I didn't play it here. Izuku, his mother hugged him unexpectedly, and he almost tapped pewter. Hey, Mum, I am here as a projection. Immediately, they both turned to watch it. He would recognize that voice anywhere, even if he hadn't met him that day he first gave up on his dream. He had heard it countless times before. Guess Yagi was right, after all. Izuku Midoriya, it is wonderful to see you again after all this time. All Might's voice boomed from the speakers. And what a young hero you have become. I will be teaching at UA for the next year, and have been asked to deliver these recordings detailing the results of the UA entrance examination. His mother's grip on his shoulder tightened. Izuku simply continued staring. Izuku Midoriya. You performed excellently on the written examination, impressing many of our faculty staff. All Might gave a thumbs up. As for the practical examination, you achieved a score of 24, having taken down 12 1-pointers, 2 3-pointers, and 3 2-pointers. 24. Indeed, many of the robots he had been able to find had been the 1-pointers, possibly because people passed them by, seeing them as being unworthy of the effort. Normally, that wouldn't be sufficient to enter Yui. However, he added the word quickly, but Izuku Midoriya's grip still tightened further, before slowly relaxing. He winced. Had his mother learned to tap pewter in secret? That is not all that we at Yui look for. Besides points for villain takedowns, we also discretionarily award rescue points. All Might smiled brightly. You, Izuku Midoriya, valiantly took on the 0-pointer where your peers decided to retreat in order to save someone you had never met before that day. A friend of a friend of a friend additionally informed the school as to just how you analyzed the situation, and came up with a plan at the crucial moment. For that, we award you 40 rescue points. Toshinori Yagi. So, he really did have pull with the school, then. How did they come up with the value of 40 exactly, anyway? Izuku supposed that he would never know. Still, why did Yagi have to go and spill the beans to them like that? Izuku didn't care what he said. The man would owe him ice cream the next time they met. Your fellow peer has also approached the school and asked that she donate a share of her points to you. She said that if you didn't belong in Yui, then neither should she. Uraraka did. I mean, I'm grateful, but why would she do that? Action and inaction. A push and a pull. Every action was reaction. He had helped her, and so she helped him in return. But fret not. All Might chuckled, pausing dramatically. For both of you will be making it to Yui. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya, for this is your hero academia. Izuku, his mom cried out, hugging him tightly as the projection faded. I'm so proud. He gave a smile of his own. His hand unconsciously reached out to touch the 1-yen coin in his pocket, tapping on some of that sense of identity from it. 10 months ago, he had lied to All Might about the nature of his quirk. Now, All Might had acknowledged him. This was his beginning. He glanced over the other document, once his mother had finally let him go, still sniffling loudly. It detailed information about the school term, how to send a reply confirming his place in Yui, and alongside it, hero costume funds. ... He just had a brilliant idea as to how he could finally get his hands on some gold, alongside the other metal mines he had yet to touch on. He stood outside the door to the classroom. 1B, it read proudly. There had been a 1-month break between receiving the offer letter and the start of school, and he had used the time at best he could. He could now fill 2 metal mines at once, assuming he concentrated fully on that task, although tapping on 2 was more challenging. His filling rate had increased yet again, but even then, it would still have taken days to store the charge he had burned in the entrance examination. At the very least, however, it meant that he still had so much room for improvement. It was humbling. The request for his costume had been sent in a few weeks ago. His chosen design was simple. The material had to be able to stretch, since he didn't want it to rip as his t-shirt had done during the practical portion of the entrance test. He didn't want it to be too loose at maximum tapping of his pewter mind, either, because that would mean that it would probably fall right off him from his shriveled body if he dumped strength. He settled for a compromise, fairly baggy in his normal state, and just enough to remain in one piece with a decent margin when he tapped pewter. As for the design itself, his was fairly uninspired. He still wanted to go with his present metal mines, since he had been filling them all along, but he had suggested for inserts of metal on the interior surface of the suit that would allow him to tap and fill them. It was basically a long-sleeve tracksuit, covering up the bangles on his wrist and ankles so as to avoid drawing attention to his main weakness, but with the hidden metal mines on the inside to provide a surprise store of ferrochemical charge should the need arise. Yes, it wasn't the most fancy, but it got the job done. Besides, it fit with what he told Yagi about him being a 1-yen hero. Perhaps he could even go to a random thrift store and pick out his costume right there and then. There wasn't exactly much support equipment he could think of that would work with his quirk, since his present limitation was mostly in the rate of filling his metal mines and how many he had stockpiled for use. There wasn't any way that equipment could help with mastery of tapping metal mines either. It did save him plenty of funds for more mundane and practical uses. He had requested for a decent mass of each of the 10 metals he knew of to be lined on the interior, and then with what was left available to him had asked for additional bangles, bracers, and bracelets of each metal just in case he needed extra. When he had time, he needed to fill more metal mines. Anyway, after seeing just how fast it drained in hero work, Izuku had yet to be sent the actual finalized product, and he wondered whether all his requests would be approved. Regardless, they had informed him that it would be ready in time for his practical hero training classes in Yui. He was excited, but the thought of having to fill the fresh metal mines from scratch was daunting. No matter how many zinc mines he filled, it was still a nauseating sensation. Regardless of how he had spent it, the month had passed. He had improved, and he hoped it was enough to match his peers. He couldn't dwell in the past anymore. He took a deep breath. This was it. He had arrived early that day, since he hadn't been able to wait any longer for this moment. He stepped into the classroom and met face to face with a floating eyeball. He tapped pewter reflexively. H-A-H-A. A disembodied laugh came off from the side, from a disembodied mouth, and Izuku blinked. Oh, man, you should see the look on your face. He could be wrong, but he believed that he had just been pranked. He cut the flow from his pewter mind, his muscles returning to their regular size. At least he hadn't tapped it far enough to rip through his new school uniform, since he always preferred his clothes baggy. Talkage, a second voice scolded. Stop scaring your classmates. The separated body parts gave a low pout, before floating back to one of the seats in the classroom. Izuku followed their trajectory, as they rejoined the body of one of his future classmates sitting in the front row of the class. Well, present classmates now, he supposed. Sup? The girl waved cheekily, disturbing her mop of green hair that fell down to her shoulders. 1B2, yeah, huh. The girl was distracting him, body parts detaching and reattaching at random all while she spoke. A dissociation-based quirk. How much independent control can she achieve? Do they perform as individual modular units, or are they interlinked? What sort of physics govern their actions? They can float, clearly, but how much force can be exerted? And he cut himself off, realizing belatedly he had been openly staring at the girl. Yeah, he finished lamely. Oh, like what you see, do you? She asked teasingly. He tapped just a little bit of zinc to control his embarrassment. Then, guiltily, he let it back into his metal mind, since he couldn't afford to waste too much of it. Talkage. The girl by her side scolded once more. She looked mildly peeved by this talkage girl, although it was a fond embarrassment, looking apologetically at him one second and then glaring daggers at her the next. Oh, lighten up, Itsuka. This guy's fun to tease. Sorry about that, Itsuka said, beckoning him to sit on the seat next to her. I'm Itsuka Kendo. This is Setsuna Talkage. She wanted to welcome everyone in our class, but she really needs to know not to go too far. She emphasized that last phrase. And Talkage merely whistled innocently. This is it. This was how school should be like. After so long of sitting through being called the one-yen Midoriya, he had finally left that place. People talked to him. For now. At least. Well, that was pessimistic. He repeated the names in his head, sending one copy of the information into his copper mind by habit. He would need to organize the memories in his copper mind again once he had some time. He looked over at the girls. His mouth clammed shut as he sat there, looking toward the front of the classroom. Why was it only the two of them in class? Had it been a mistake to come as early as he had? Is something wrong? He heard Kendo ask. Talkage. Oh, he's just embarrassed at staring, Talkage said nonchalantly. What a perv. And no. He finally forced himself to speak. Everything's all right. Hello, Itsuka Kendo. And Setsuna Talkage. He really needed to make more zinc mines at this rate. It took a second for his thoughts to catch up to him. Oh, and I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Midoriya, Kendo greeted warmly. I look forward to working with you as classmates for the next few years. Same here, Izuku, Talkage said, and he flushed once more. Why was she addressing people so familiarly? Awa, he's blushing. Stop teasing him, Talkage. Who says I'm teasing? Talkage. How long have you two been here? He blurted out. I arrived here about 15 minutes ago. Talkage got here 5 minutes after that, Kendo said, thankfully allowing the topic to change. Did you two know each other before? He asked, curious. Not at all, Talkage chirped, sending her arm flying out to clap Kendo on the shoulder. We just became really good buddies in the last few minutes. Had they gotten used to each other that quickly? How could they have done that? I think there's only one other person from my middle school coming here, Kendo told him. Nido Monoma. He's going to be in our class too. Man, that's so lucky, Talkage said, folding her arms behind her head as she sat back into her seat. I'm the only one from my school, I think. What about you, Izuku? Kaken. One of my classmates will be here too, but he's in 1A. Oh, Kendo said, sounding sympathetic. Well, I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances to meet up. He winced. Kendo was kind, but, well, he and I aren't that close anymore, he said, deflecting the topic. I think he'd rather I stay far away. Oh, but, someone else entered the classroom and brought pause to the conversation. It was yet another girl, with a twin set of horns on her head, with blonde hair that fell down midway past her back. She looked around shyly, and Izuku had the impression that if Talkage had paid attention and repeated her prank, she would have started freaking out. Hello to you too, fellow comrade in arms. Talkage spoke, ushering her in with a detached arm. The girl squeaked in surprise. Arms, get it? Don't mind me. Come, take a seat. Talkage, Kendo groaned. Please behave. No can do, Miss Class Rep. Class Rep. she asked. Takage scoffed. Come on, big sister type. Friendly, assertive, welcoming, responsible. Need I go on? You're practically class representative already. Come on, guys, let's put it to a vote. She raised one hand, and then the other, and then promptly separated them both into dozens of portions before rejoining them all together. Nah, spoil sports. Please don't mind her, Kendo told the new arrival, who was looking around with extreme bewilderment. I'm Itsuka Kendo. She's Setsuna Takage, and he's Izuku Midoriya. She pointed at each of them in turn. Oh, I'm Ponitsuno Tori. She introduced herself quickly, but then continued on haltingly. My Japanese isn't that good, so don't worry about it, Pony, Takage said, detached fists floating around the girl, both with thumbs pointing up. We'll all be best friends here. Please don't mind her, Tsunotori. Please, call me Pony, she said hurriedly. I'm more used to that. Pony, then, Kendo said, smiling warmly, as Pony finally took her seat next to Takage. I hope we'll become great friends. Me too. At least he wasn't going to be the only quiet one around. That was a comforting thought, since Kendo and Takage had been so outgoing. He glanced at her, watching as Takage continued pestering the new arrival to try and get her to open up. Everything okay, Midoriya? He turned toward Kendo. He could see what Takage was talking about now. The girl really did seem to be the type to look out for everyone. Yeah, he said, nodding. Just thinking. We'll have some time until class starts, she said. You should take the chance to rest now. Hopefully everyone will come in soon. He nodded. Sitting absolutely still, he began storing a steady trickle of speed into his steel mines and weight into his iron mines, topping them up. Might as well not let any moment go to waste, since he would probably be seeing use for them in classes. He hoped he could replenish them faster than he burned his way through their charges. More people came strolling in, but they weren't subjected to Takage's brand of initiation, since she now had more people to talk to. One by one, Midoriya took the time to link their names and faces, alongside memorable features, feeding them into his copper mine. Gradually, he warmed up to his new classmates. Yosu Uwais, Sin Kaibara, Shihei Kiwaro, Yui Kodai, Kinoko Komori, Ibara Shizaki, Jiroda Shishida, Narangaki Shoda, Kosai Tsuburaba, Tetsu, Manga Fukadashi, Juzo Honuki, Kajiro Bondo, Nito Monoma, Ryuko Yanagi, Huryu Rin. 20 in a class, it seemed. It was probably the same over in 1A. Idly, he tapped his hearing tin mind, straining his ears to pick out sounds from the neighboring classroom while filtering out the significantly louder chatter within his own. Your feet off the desk. It's disrespectful and, oh, shut up, you four-eyes nerd. Yeah. It seemed Kaken was behaving the exact same way he did back in middle school. He stopped drawing from the tin mind, looking around the filled classroom. 1 minute to go until class was supposed to start. He waited patiently, listening into conversations here and there. His classmates seemed to be quite a lively bunch, but he didn't recognize any of them in particular from the practical entrance tests. Finally, their teacher entered the classroom, wearing his hero outfit. Izuku recognized him. Vlad King, the blood hero. His quirk allowed him to control his own blood after it left his body in a variety of different ways. The veteran pro hero had once been one of the top 100 on the hero billboards, before deciding to pursue educating students in UE more fully with his time. All right, class, settle down, he said in a commanding voice. My name is Sekijiro Kan. You may know me as the blood hero, Vlad King, but you can just address me as Kan-sensei. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the year, so let's all work together. All right, Kan-sensei for the win. Heads turned to stare at Takage, who looked completely unabashed at her remark. I see someone's enthusiastic, he said, amused. I'll let that slide for now, since it's your first day. It's good to see that you've all started making friends. He nodded approvingly. We'll start with introductions, and then carry out a quirk apprehension test. It's nothing to be concerned about, he added quickly, seeing how people were beginning to react at that. We just need to know where you stand with your quirks, and how we can improve going forward. Izuku hoped that it wouldn't involve too much use of his metal mines. He had most of them that he carried on his person fully filled out, but he needed to ration them for future classes as well. Oh, me. I'll start first, Takage said, standing up. I'm Takage Setsuna. This here is Itsuka Kendo. And that's Ponitsuno Tori, and he's Izuku Midoriya, and Takage, Kendo interrupted, embarrassed, as Kan-sensei just looked clearly amused at all this. Let people introduce themselves. Oh, and Itsuka is going to be class rep. Calling it first, folks. Takage, an interesting introduction. Takage, Kan-sensei said, taking control of the class. Would you like to introduce yourself next, Kendo? On and on it went, until at last it was his turn. He filled his copper mine with the relevant information as they came, doing his best to tidy it up in a semi-organized state before he eventually reorganized them in his free time. Kan-sensei turned to look at him, nodding. He stood up. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He introduced himself. Right. What else was he supposed to talk about? ... I like. He trailed off. Heroes. Cool. Takage hollered. You tell him, Izuku. He flushed, glanced at Kan-sensei, and then took his seat. His introduction had been uninspired, but there wasn't much he could talk about, really. Other than heroes, his interests these days were his quirk, and trying to figure out ways to use it. With how he needed to fill his metal mines, time spent doing anything else was a luxury. Very well, then, Kan-sensei said. Now that we all know each other, we'll change into our PE attire and return here in 10 minutes. Get going. They stood up in an uncoordinated manner, grabbing their change of clothes, and began heading out of the classroom. Izuku grinned with anticipation, his metal mind seemingly pulsing in time with himself. He looked forward to seeing just what he could do. Oh. The exercise today is simple, Kan-sensei said. We'll have several basic events for you to do. What we're looking for is to see how creatively you use your quirks, and how far you can push yourself as all of you are now. He paused, then pinched against his nose, sighing tiredly. Some teachers may go a bit overboard, so if you talk to Class 1A, please tell them I'm not lenient in the slightest, or Aizawa will tell me off again. Aizawa. Izuku didn't think he knew any hero by that name, but perhaps he was one of those that didn't associate their real identities with their hero work. Regardless, it seemed the Bakugo would be subjected to a similar test as he was. Anyway, in order, we'll be seeing how far you can throw a ball, perform repeated sit-ups in a minute, a simple grip strength test, the long jump, side steps, a kilometer-long run, seated toe touch, and a 100-meter sprint. Kan took out a device in his hands, tapping on it with ease. Kendo, would you be willing to volunteer for the first test? Yes, sensei. She stood up, making her way over to the designated position. Kan-sensei handed a ball over to her. Make use of your quirk in whatever way you deem fit. The goal is to throw the ball as far as possible, he said, taking a few steps off to the side. Whenever you're ready. Kendo nodded, and Izuku watched with interest. Academic, rather than any other reason, as her right arm enlarged, and she adopted a stance with feet spread apart. A transformative enhancement quirk, he thought. Probably enhanced strength and durability of morphed limbs. That technique, she has training. He wondered if he could do the same. Probably not, since tapping pewter required him to draw bulk into all his muscles, rather than to a focal selection of them. He couldn't achieve her level of strength, not unless he wanted to tap out his pewter mind in a rush, just as he had done against the zero-pointer. She inhaled deeply, reared her arm back, and threw. That's a lot of force. The ball was launched into the air, traveling quickly. It hit the sand, somehow bouncing from the sheer force of her throw, despite the terrain it landed on, and then several more times before finally becoming still. 412 meters. Very impressive, he said approvingly. Kendo bowed in thanks and returned to his position. All right, everyone, line up, and we'll follow Kendo's example. Izuku studied the way his classmates handled their quirks. Some were direct. All that Tetsu could do was just throw the ball as hard as he could with his galvanized body, after all. Others were more creative in their use. Pony pierced the ball with a horn, sending it flying into the distance until she could no longer control it and it disappeared from existence. Takage did similarly, a pair of floating hands leisurely carrying it away, until Kan-sensei finally asked her to hurry up. Monoma had watched the others before him, saw that Pony's attempt had gone the best, and then innocently copied her quirk to repeat the feat, albeit with slightly less stellar results. They had caused the ball to land the furthest thus far. Monoma's quirk seemed impressive. Izuku wondered just what the exact mechanics behind it were. It was Izuku's turn now. He considered his options. Iron, for the momentum of a swinging arm. Pewter, for sheer strength. Could he chance both? Even if he failed, it wasn't as though he would end up with nothing. In the worst case, he would just waste some charge on his metal mind. And so long as he didn't burn it all, it couldn't hurt too badly. Izuku Midoriya, Kan-sensei called, handing the ball over to him, replaced, of course, since the time that Pony and Monoma had their turns. He took it, stood at the designated position, and first drew slightly on iron. Immediately, his feet sank deeper into the sand, his increased weight forcing him down. Kan-sensei raised an eyebrow at that, but didn't interrupt. He tapped his pewter mind, increasing his muscle bulk slightly. Not too much, since that would kill the mobility of his arm, and he needed a clean throw. He kept a tenuous hold of both flows. At the rate he was drawing them, he could maintain his concentration for a while longer. He brought his arm back and threw. Immediately after, he stopped the use of his metal mines, halting the drain on it. 322 meters, Kan-sensei said, once the ball had landed. Good work, Midoriya. That was decent. Not quite as good as Kendo's, for sure, since the power of her quirk was focused entirely on her arms, but decent, nonetheless. He hadn't gone all out like he had against the zero-pointer, since he wanted to preserve his charge. Having a result like that for the resources he put in was worth the trade-off. They continued with the other tasks. Sit-ups were easy after a massive outflow of weight into his iron mine. Grip strength relied on pewter. There, Kendo had easily outperformed everyone, crushing the test instrument with the force of her enlarged arm. The long jump was just a variation of his momentum-based jumping. Only now he first tapped on his iron mine, then returned the weight to the metal mine once he was in the air, causing a greater change in momentum and hence faster and longer travel. Side jumps similarly came quickly with a dumping of weight. Of course, he couldn't beat Takage, who just floated across the field with her detached parts for the long jump, and for the side jumps argued that since she had one foot on the outer side of each of the two lines, with her torso floating right in the middle, she had technically been doing an infinite number of side jumps. Kan-sensei groaned, but didn't press the point. That quirk really was versatile. The kilometer-long run had gone with a slow drawing of speed from his steel mind, at a pace that he could have continued for an hour or two. It gave a modest boost to his speed, enough to outperform several people, but he was by no means the fastest here. He could probably have done much better, but as things were, he wasn't quite as practiced with judging travel distances while drawing steel as he was for its use in brief bursts. Seated toe touches were something he couldn't use his quirk to assist him with. At last, it came down to the 100-meter sprint. The only event where he really had any practical experience with before. Steel mines were simple in their execution, but blindingly complex in trying to use them in any efficient manner. Midoriya, shall you take lead for this? Kan-sensei asked. He straightened up, having not at all expected to be called up to lead as an example. Go on, Kendo urged, gently pushing him forward. He smiled sheepishly at her for a moment, then continued up to Kan-sensei. Just use your quirk in any way you want, and reach the finish line as fast as you can, Kan-sensei said patiently. Should he risk it? He really wanted to know how fast he could go with steel, since he hadn't truly done a formal test yet. But the cost? Kan-sensei, he asked. Could I check whether we'll have any other activities planned for the rest of the week? He asked, then hurried on with his elaboration. I'm afraid whether I'll run out of charge for my quirk for other classes. Charge? He heard someone mumble from behind him. Was that Takage? He wasn't sure. Quirks with charges weren't the most common. In most cases, people could use their quirks until they got tired, or they ran out of a natural resource that their quirk made use of. Something like his that drew a direct, almost measurable variable seemed to be rare. Ah, right, Kan-sensei said. I had been wondering about how your quirk worked after seeing your student profile. You will have a practical hero class session on Thursday. Well, that caused immediate murmurings to erupt from behind him. But no other practical classes planned until then. Kan-sensei finished. Will you be able to do your best? 3 days. He could more than easily fill a steel mind in that time. Yeah, should I go all out? Go ahead, he said. I'm interested to see what you can do after watching your performance in the entrance test. Right. That was when he had brazenly run toward the zero-pointer to try and get Uraraka out. That had been done on a semi-tapped steel mind, but now, he grinned, taking his position at the line. Izuku inhaled, imagining what he would need to do. Whenever you're ready, the timer will automatically start when you cross the line. Kan stepped off to one side. Class, settle down, please. Let Midoriya focus. He didn't just pull from the steel mind. He yanked, and then broke down the metaphorical floodgate that held back the flow of power rushing into him. The effects came immediately. He felt a sense of wonder as the final word that Kan-sensei spoke was stretched out to his senses, time passing him by impossibly slowly to his enhanced physical reflexes. Everything stood absolutely still. He cursed as his steel mind continued draining while he formed that idle thought. He moved. Vacuum trailed in his wake, displaced air drifting inward to his senses as it returned to fill the gap. 6 hours worth of constant unmoving charging was drained within moments, and only dropping further still with each passing instant. As he crossed the finish line, he continued taking a few more steps, letting the trickle of speed decrease gradually, lest he suddenly lost all coordination and let his momentum throw him forward to his death. That wouldn't be pretty. By the time he finally let himself return to normal speed, looking back behind him with wonder, 10 hours worth of charging the steel mind at maximum rate had been lost. He wasn't even winded in the slightest, since tapping steel somehow allowed him to do what he did without the exhaustion that should come. He felt a gnawing sensation below. He glanced down. Holy crap. His shoes were aflame. Quickly, he took them off, throwing them to the ground below and slapping them repeatedly against the track to put the flames out. Midoriya, Kan-sensei came jogging along. Are you all right? Yeah, he said, his heart still racing from the shock of his shoes catching fire. I didn't expect that. Kan-sensei looked at him weirdly. You could do that with your quirk. That was 10 hours of charging speed without moving, Izuku said, frowning. That really wasn't practical in combat. Again, he had rushed into things, without considering how he should be doing it. 10 hours, Kan-sensei cut himself off. In your application, you listed your quirk as Feruchemy, limited storage of attributes and metals. You can control the rate at which you withdraw them. Yeah, Midoriya said, standing up, smoldering shoes in his hands. It becomes much less efficient the faster I draw on it, but I haven't found a limit yet. Interesting, Kan-sensei mused. Well, you'll be pleased to know you crossed the line in 0.424 seconds. Izuku blinked. Then it hit him. That's 849 kilometers per hour, Kan-sensei confirmed, guiding him to return back to his classmates. Very impressive work. I just burned 10 hours of charge in less than half a second, Izuku groaned to himself, walking alongside Kan. I'm an idiot. Kan-sensei chuckled. Perhaps so, but it was impressive. Come to think of it, he might as well use the chance to calculate how inefficient the conversion had been. He tapped a trickle of zinc. 10 hours. If he instead ran at, say, a very conservative estimate of 10 kilometers per hour, then he should have traveled 100 kilometers in that time. Instead, he only made it to 100 meters with that amount of charge. Yeah, that had been really inefficient. 1,000 to 1. If the metal mine were perfectly efficient, and he went that full 100 kilometers, he should have been able to go at upwards of 800,000 kilometers per hour, give or take. Now that he framed it in that way, that did seem pretty ridiculous. Still, this was only 0.1% efficient, and using a conservative estimate of his normal prolonged running speed to boot. He stopped drawing on his zinc mind. Dude, I'm pretty sure you would be shredded to bits if you traveled at that speed. He blinked, turning to Takage, who had spoken up. Could she read minds? How did that factor into her quirk? Wait, his classmates were all staring at him. I said all that out loud, didn't I? Yep. Dude, you ran 100 meters in less than half a second. And your first thought is that it's inefficient? The boy he recognized as Tsuburaba burst out, gesturing wildly with his hands. That's insane. Holy shit. Totally. The way you smashed that, Kazham. And then when your shoes caught fire, F-whoosh. And when you muttered, you were like Gyarumru. Izuku blinked, staring incomprehensively as Fukudashi Manga continued on talking excitedly. His quirk somehow generating actual words in mid-air as he voiced each onomatopoeia. Quirks really were weird. You said you needed to charge your quirk, Midoriya? Kendo asked, joining in the crowd now pelting him with questions. What did you mean by that? Ooh, he wasn't used to this. Heck, no one had really seen him use his quirk before, aside from Uraraka and those who had passed him by during the practical test, and most certainly not at a full drain. Man, if only I could tap on your quirk. The one he knew to be Monoma, Kendo's friend from school, he remembered, commented. Accumulation-type quirks are so dumb. He brightened up slightly. Well, at least one probably can't top that. A limit on Monoma's quirk. That was interesting. His could technically be classified as an accumulation-type quirk. But could Monoma tap onto a pre-charged metal mind? Could he copy Feruchemy at all? He would want to discuss that more with Monoma, but he was way too unused with this attention. Alright, Class 1B. Let your classmate breathe, Kan-sensei said commandingly, stepping between them. Midoriya, good job out there. Would you want to get your shoes changed? The support department should have a few spare. You can come and meet us here later, or try the classroom if you can't find us. Izuku nodded hurriedly, thankful for the excuse to escape from the attention. He headed away from the field, toward the main complex, carrying the ruined shoes in his hands. He wanted to be acknowledged for his quirk, of course. He felt proud of what he had accomplished, but the attention. How had Bakugo even dealt with that all this time? Perhaps I really am different from Kaken after all, he thought. Odd as it sounded, his feat didn't feel that impressive, considering that real combat wouldn't conclude in less than half a second, and how costly it would now be to refill one of his 2 steel mines. It's impressive only because the end goal was set, he concluded. It was simple and direct. All he had to do was move in a straight line. In a fight, that burst of power wouldn't do any good, save for running away, perhaps. He wouldn't be able to do the same while throwing punches or formulating a plan as he drew from his steel mine. At least he learned something. And Yagi said that was enough. He did have 3 years to become a hero, after all. He paused outside the door leading to the support department. Even without his hearing tin mine tapped, he could very distinctly make out the loud clanging of metal and objects being thrown haphazardly somewhere in the room. He could knock on the door, or Izuku tapped on the tin mine, just to be safe. Grumble, grumble. Can't find that damn thing. Come on, my baby. Where are you? The speaker had a feminine voice, and sounded clearly frustrated as she threw objects of all masses around her. It seemed so, at least, based on the sound. Still, did she seriously say grumble, grumble aloud? He hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself, knocking on the door loudly. Then, he took 2 careful steps backward, ready to flash iron or pewter just in case he needed. His precaution was rewarded. The door slammed open in a second, and he was greeted by the sight of a student in a UEPE uniform, wearing some bizarre contraption around her. Yo, she greeted, panting with exhaustion, oil stains and other marks on her clothes. Power Loader Sensei isn't here. Can I help? She eyed him, looking him up and down, before zeroing in on the shoes he held feebly in front of him. Need new shoes, right? She asked needlessly, having already snatched it from him. She didn't head off to wherever they were stocked, however. Instead, she ran a finger down along the length of the ruined sole, before carefully studying it under the strange goggles that she wore. These threads, the pattern of damage, she muttered aloud, then gasped, whirling onto him. Dude, did you set fire to your shoes by friction from running? He backed away, as she got uncomfortably close. Even pewter or iron wouldn't save him here. Yes, I knew it, she cheered. All right, here's the deal. I can go grab you some spares from our stores now, but if you want, I could design some new ones, some that would be highly resistant to fire. How's that sound? She smiled innocently, but he knew that to be faked. What's the catch? He asked slowly. Her grin only widened. Explain your quirk, and the exact situation leading to the demise of these shoes. Oh, and agree to be a test subject for that invention. He blinked. Those actually weren't two unreasonable terms, save for the last one, if she could deliver on what she promised. Test subject. Oh, just show up from time to time. See if I can help improve what you're using, she said, shrugging. I help you, you help me, right? It sounded like a good deal. The only thing making him hesitate was the predatory look she was sending him. He tested the waters. My quirk lets me store certain attributes in certain metals. She gasped. It's not a true speed quirk, then? Hurriedly, she dug out a notebook, writing furiously. Yes, what attributes, what metals? Quick, time's a-wasting. Steel gives speed, and, you know what, could I just have a spare for now, please? He asked. He hurriedly added on, given that she was sending him a truly dangerous look. It's not that I don't want it, I just need to get back to class. How about this? I just exchange these for the spares for now, and we can meet up some other time and I tell you about my quirk in more detail. She considered it, before groaning in frustration. Arg, fine, if she could help, though. As she walked off towards somewhere in the back, he filled a tin-mined ring with a small amount of sight, continuing all the time until she returned with stomping footsteps, clearly unhappy. He stopped filling the ring. Here, he said, handing it over. Tin can store senses, and I charged a little bit of sight into it. Not a lot, he quickly made sure to point out, as that look returned. If you can find out anything, though, I'd be excited to know too. I wondered if the charge could be quantified, and if so, how the draining and efficiency factors into it. But he caught himself. He couldn't keep going on like that. He needed to get back to class. I'll come meet you some other day, okay? I don't know what the schedule is like now, but I'll be back. You had better, she grumbled, handing a fresh pair of shoes to him. He slipped them on quickly. If you don't, and you just leave me hanging after teasing me like that, I'll never forgive you. Yeah, this person is dangerous. I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name, anyway? Oh, Meihatsu. Remember that name, and please tell everyone you know about my glorious inventions. She grinned widely, already running her hands over the tin mind. Now, then, what secrets do you hold, I wonder? She disappeared back into the room, and Izuku figured it was time for him to leave as well. This Hatsum person seemed capable, based on the chaos of her workshop, but holy crap was she intimidating. LOL. So, Takage said, stepping over in front of his and Kendu's tables, dragging Pony along behind her. Lunch. He had returned just before Kan-sensei ended the lesson at the field. His debrief had been simple. He talked about the performance about the class as a whole, how pleased he was that they used their quirks creatively, and how they all encouraged each other. He didn't release the results to them, and said that he would review their performance and talk to each of them individually at a later time. That announcement had been met with groans by some of his peers. Tetsu and Honuki, for example, had a healthy competition going on between them, but Izuku was thankful for that. He had a decent idea of where he stood, anyway. He hadn't excelled in any area, save for his final explosive burst in the sprint, but he had managed to come up with ways to tackle each of the tasks Kan-sensei had set. Kendu's quirk seemed similar to his pewter mind tapping. He wondered whether he could stand to learn from her own technique. Since then, they had gone over the morning classes, hero history with Midnight, and then English with Present Mike. It was lunchtime, and Izuku had already been prepared to head to a quiet corner after getting his food, as he had always done. Yeah, let's go, Kendu said, standing up. She glanced around at him, and then at their other classmates. Many of them had already found like-minded friends, either from middle school or through Kan-sensei's earlier class. Still, though, there were a few trailing behind in the classroom. Hey, Kodai, right, and Komori, shall we all go for lunch? Kendu asked warmly. You too, Monoma. He tapped on his copper mind, seeing what he remembered about them. Yui Kodai, quirk appears to allow manipulation of size of objects, exact mechanics unclear. Generally quiet, but calm and composed. Kinoko Komori, quirk gives generation of mushrooms, hard limits unknown. but tapping site reveals presence of miniature spores released from body. Shy and unconfident, it was Nido Monoma, however, that he was most interested in. He could copy quirks, but had been dismayed to learn that his required the accumulation of power in order to work. It was versatile, adaptable, and reactive, and Izuku could foresee how potent it could be depending on what limits his quirk held. Kodai nodded and moved to join their growing group. She was quiet, perhaps almost unnaturally so, but Izuku was used to that. Komori shyly trailed over as well, keeping some distance away, her bangs covering her eyes as she looked down at the ground. Monoma smirked widely, his posture full of confidence as he joined them. "If you insist, can do," he said grandly. She groaned. "Please don't antagonize all the other classes like you did back in middle school." "You hurt me," he said, clutching at his heart dramatically. "What did I ever do to receive such treatment?" "The history class incident. That was one time," he retorted. "And besides, we're going to be the best class here." Kendu sighed. "You don't even know anyone from 1A. There's Endeavor's kid," he said, shrugging. "Everyone knows that. And the daughter of the Yaoyorozu family. And there's Ingenium's brother. That's plenty of people. You don't know what they're like," she corrected. "Come on, we've all seen the news. Everyone harps on how they're all going to Yui and attending 1A. No one cares about 1B at all," he said, shrugging. "You agree with me, right, Midoriya?" He hadn't been expecting to join in the conversation, merely standing by the sidelines while waiting for them to finish like Pony, Komori, and Kodai were so they could finally have lunch. I don't really know." "And there you have it," Monoma declared. "Our resident speed demon thinks so too." "Speed demon. Don't be shy. Now, Izuku," Takage cut in, jabbing at his side with a detached finger she had subtly steered over. He jumped in shock, then glared at her. "No one even came close to your record. Nice going with the shoes. By the way, fire really sells the whole demon vibe. Can we just please go for lunch?" Kendu finally brought sanity to the conversation, forcefully nudging Monoma to the door. With that, the group finally proceeded to the cafeteria, although Monoma still tried making his arguments known. It was odd seeing how Kendu and Monoma behaved. He doubted that he and Kaken would ever be like that, despite having come from the same middle school. Kendu's treatment of Monoma seemed to be that of a defeated acceptance, much like an older sister to a whiny little brother. Again, Takage's earlier comparison wasn't far off the mark. Finally, after collecting their food from lunch rush, they made their way over to an empty table and he could finally begin eating. Monoma dug in with gusto, at odds with the refined air that he gave off, while Komori still picked shyly at her food. Oddly enough, she went straight for the mushrooms first. It felt nice being part of a group like this again. He couldn't remember having joined anyone for lunch since the days of 1yen Midoriya began. Izuku wondered if it could continue, or if he would soon be segregated from the class like he had been before. "I'm not the same 1yen Deku anymore," he told himself. "You all right, Midoriya?" He smiled reassuringly at Kendu. "Yeah, just a little tired, is all." "I'm not surprised," Monoma said between mouthfuls of food. Midoriya did run 100 meters in less than half a second. He deliberately raised his volume as he said that last half of the sentence, not so subtly, turning slightly toward one of the tables where a handful 1A students were apparently sitting. Bakugo wasn't with them, at least, thankfully. If they paid any attention to Monoma at all, they didn't react to it. "I told you to stop antagonizing them." "Bah," he scoffed, but thankfully complied. He sat up straight, looking at each of them purposefully. "All right, then. Now that we're all gathered together, it's time to spill. What are everyone's quirks?" "Monoma." "Shush, Kendu," Takage said, an index finger floating over to her mouth, cutting her off mid-speech. "Me first. I've got Lizard Tail Splitter. I can split my body into up to 50 pieces, just her head detached. Like, it's split exactly in the middle vertically. Each of the separated segments split into a dozen more segments, before they all rejoined together." They all stared at her, as she grinned proudly at their expressions of mixed awe and disgust. Pony looked fascinated by it all. "All right, then, class rep. You're up next." "I told you, I'm not class rep." Still, Kendu followed up with the introductions. "My quirk is Big Fist. That lets me enlarge one or both of my arms. It's nothing impressive, it just gives me more strength." Takage scoffed loudly. "You threw the ball over 400 meters with just arm strength alone," she said. "And then you crushed the grip strength measuring meter. That Kan-sensei said could measure over 500 kilograms of force." Kendu flushed, averting her eyes. Takage cackled, and then gestured for Pony to speak. My quirk is called Horn Cannon," she said hesitantly, her words requiring careful thought. "I can launch my horns as projectiles, or, control them remotely, up to 3 at a time for now. I need to concentrate to do that, though." That sounded like it had many useful applications. A ranged option, in the form of a barrage of horns, alongside more careful manipulation of fewer of them. A good balance of offense and mobility. Kodai hummed, speaking minimally. "My quirk makes things big." With that, she simply looked over toward Komori. It seemed Izuku's read on her personality had been accurate enough. Komori jumped in her seat, not looking them in the eye. Oh, ooh, my quirk. It's mushroom. I spread mushrooms. I like mushrooms. Then, she hastily returned to eating her lunch, sans mushrooms, now that she had already eaten the pile she had set aside. Come to think of it, were the mushrooms grown by her quirk edible? And even if they were, would they give any calorific value? They had to disappear, eventually, since he thought that there had been fewer left in the field by the time he returned. And if they did give energy, did that reverse when the mushrooms disappeared? Could someone die from unknowingly eating her mushrooms, and then running out of the phantom energy supplied by them? Don't eat my mushrooms, Komori shouted, horrified. They're mine, my babies. How could you even think of that? Izuku blinked, then groaned, as his table of classmates stared at him. Take's face in particular looked filled with amusement. He had thought he had gotten rid of that annoying habit, since he had taken to recording these speculations in his copper mines. But being surrounded by his peers that actually engaged him in conversation was quickly returning him to his old, embarrassing roots. Sorry, Komori, he said quickly, given that she looked genuinely aghast. I won't eat your mushrooms. You had better not, she huffed, and then within the blink of an eye, somehow returned to her previous shy, introverted self. Well, then, I suppose it's time for my quirk, Monoma said, at ease with the attention he was getting. My quirk, copy, lets me duplicate another quirk by touching someone else. Right now, I can hold 3 of them for 5 minutes, but it started off as fewer and shorter. You said something about you not copying accumulation-type quirks. Kendo asked. How did I not know that? You never told me that. You never asked. His face soured. And yes, I can only copy the default state of the quirk, but not the power that is stockpiled from the quirk. Izuku had the impression that Monoma didn't actually like his quirk, but he didn't voice that aloud. Not only was it rude, he could have been completely misreading the boy. Still though, he pulled one of his spare rings from his pocket, closing it in his fist and filling it with a few seconds of enhanced sight. Temporarily blind, he couldn't see the curious looks that the others were giving him, although Monoma continued talking. It's not the most useful on its own, Monoma said, but immediately added on hotly. I made it through the entrance exams, though, so you must think that I have potential. No one's denying that, Monoma, Kendo said kindly. For a few seconds following that, there was silence. Izuku understood Monoma's mindset well. His own quirk had plenty of vulnerabilities, and it wasn't hard to think that Monoma had questioned his own ability to become a pro-hero with the limitations of his quirk. All right, time for the main course. Izuku recognized Take's voice. Midoriya, Speed Demon, you're up. Spill all your dirty secrets. He stopped filling tin, his vision returning. Now that he could see, his classmates looked eager to hear just what his quirk was. My quirk is called Feruchemy. He said, I can store certain attributes in specific metals, trading weakness now for power later. Here, he idly filled a pewter mind, giving a visual demonstration of how it worked, since they looked confused by the concept. The hell? Monoma stared at him incredulously. You look like flesh and bones. I store physical strength in pewter, he explained, then reversed the flow. Immediately, his muscles enlarged to just slightly larger than his normal self. I can withdraw from the stockpile and increase my muscle bulk. It's nowhere near as impressive as Kendo's. He glanced over at the girl in question, who looked embarrassed at the comparison. He stopped tapping the pewter mind, returning to his baseline. That has to be the most bizarre accumulation quirk I've heard of, Monoma mused. Most quirks don't leave their users weaker when charging. Then how do you explain your speed demon stunt? Take cut in impatiently, separated hands gesturing around in midair. You bulk up enough to sprint that fast. Izuku shook his head. Steel stores speed, he explained. I slow myself down physically now, and draw upon that speed later. It's not that impressive though, since it took me 10 hours worth of sitting around absolutely still in order to do what I did. 10 hours, Pony gasped, for half a second. Yeah, Izuku said, sighing. Like I said, it's not too impressive. It all depends on how quickly I pull on the stored energy. The shorter a time window I condense the drawn power, the more inefficient it becomes. I guess some of the stored power is burned away to make up for the condensed time. Come to think of it, he had noted the actual traveled distance was 1,000th of what it should have been, but he had run that distance in less than half a second, a ratio of 1 to 72,000 of the 10 hours that he had stored speed for. In that regard, had he technically gained efficiency? Was the shortened time of releasing the stored energy worth the much less efficient conversion of speed? Man, you really have a way of being pessimistic, Take said, shrugging. You ran 100 meters in half a second. Bragging rights make it worth it. What else can you store, Midoriya? Kendo asked. Weight in iron, senses in tin. mental speed and zinc, and some others that I haven't really experimented with. He didn't reveal the existence of his copper mines, since it wasn't really important. For some reason, it felt like his family's secret, one that allowed them to become scholars and custodians of knowledge. Anyway, Monoma, could you try copying my quirk? Huh, here, he said, handing over the tin mine that had just a bit of charge. Copy my quirk, and see if you can tap on it. I've stored about 30 seconds of sight in it. Okay, Monoma said, stretching the word out doubtfully. He rapped Izuku on the hand. It seems different from other accumulation quirks I've tried, he noted. Less of an instinctual understanding, but there's something there. I just need to touch it and draw sight from it. Izuku nodded. Monoma furrowed his brows, as the rest leaned in slightly closer, openly curious. It's weird, but Monoma blinked, before focusing sharply on Izuku's face. Holy shit, I can see the pores on your skin. An instant passed. And it's gone. You tapped on it too quickly, probably, Izuku said. I prefer dragging it out longer, since it took about half a minute to store that charge. It's a bit more efficient if the storage and tapping time are similar, so you need to manage your resources then. Midoriya, Kendo said, as Monoma returned the emptied tin mine. Your quirk still sounds amazing, though. Yeah, I can't use my quirk all the time, like most pro heroes can, but you shitty 1 yen Deku. Izuku stiffened, before turning around, facing an irate Katsuki Bakugo. He stood up, preparing himself for what was to come. Behind Bakugo, some other Yui students that he assumed were his classmates looked uneasily at him. Midoriya, you know this guy? Monoma asked, and so it begins again. No doubt his new classmates would follow Bakugo's lead, since he had the true pro hero's quirk. Izuku looked down, his hands digging into his pocket to feel for his coin. Cut that 1 yen Midoriya shit, Deku. Bakugo roared, forcefully grabbing hold of his hand, pulling him aside. He drew from his iron mind on pure instinct, increasing his weight to stabilize himself, causing Bakugo to stumble. He glared at Izuku. How the fuck did a quirkless freak like you get into Yui? And what the hell was that? Oi, dude, Monoma shouted, standing up. What are you doing to Midoriya? Shut up, you extra. Bakugo's attention was focused solely on Izuku. You think it's funny, Deku? You think making a fool of me is some kind of joke? Bakugo glared hatefully at him. I'm the one who was supposed to get into Yui. You little shit, you've been pretending this whole time, haven't you? You, shut up, Kaken. Izuku finally glared him in the eye. He tapped aluminium. I'm not your 1 yen Deku anymore. I'm going to be a hero. You piece of... Hey now, Bakugo, his classmate said uneasily, walking up to them both. She had pink skin and odd yellow eyes, with a pair of yellow horns sticking up from her head. Let's cool off a little, yeah. Come on now, she finished, placing a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, steering him back toward his class. He seemed unwilling, staring at Izuku for a moment more, his hands twitching alongside a series of miniature sparks, but finally turned around and stomped back to where he came from. She turned to face them, looking sheepishly at them. Sorry. Bakugo didn't mean that. Izuku looked at their retreating figures for a moment longer, before exhaling deeply, releasing his hold on the aluminium. He turned to sit stiffly back with the rest of his classmates, feeling oddly hollow. Midoriya, Kendo asked, worried. Are you all right? It's fine, he said flatly. That was just Bakugo. You know that guy? Monoma asked, looking in the direction of where the group of Wana students were. Yeah, we grew up together as kids, he said. We drifted apart. Sorry, Midoriya, Pony said empathetically. Izuku smiled reassuringly, or tried his best, at least. So when you said someone from your middle school was here, Kendo trailed off. That's him. Izuku nodded. Monoma stared at him. Why don't you fight back? He asked. It's a waste of time and energy, he replied simply. Look, I need to fill my medals to use my quirk, Kaken doesn't. If I fight back, and he retaliates, all that happens is that I waste my time having to restore my charge when I could have been doing something more productive. He doesn't go overboard, anyway. They lapsed into silence for a moment. You want him eliminated? Takage asked. Heads turned to face her. I know a guy who knows a guy. He's very discreet. No questions asked. They'll never find the body. Just give the word, Chief. I can smother him with mushrooms, Komori offered, a rare peak of hard eyes leaking through a parting in her mushroom-shaped hair. No one will ever suspect a thing. Izuku blinked, wondering whether she was joking or not. He wasn't alone. Kanoko, you know I was just trying to lighten the mood, right? Of course. Haha. Why would I choke someone with my mushrooms? Nope, not me. Takage eyed her with suspicion, as Komori fidgeted in her seat. She shook her head, then glanced at Izuku. What was with that 1 yen crap, anyway? And why did he call you quirkless? It's a really long story. He said. That was a whole can of worms he didn't want to talk about. It was all in the past, anyway. Look, can we just eat lunch? Kaken does this all the time. Anyway, hell no. I told you that Wana was full of pieces of shit like him, Monoma said, looking at Kendo. We've got to. It's fine, Monoma, Izuku said firmly. It's just kaken, anyway. Let's just eat lunch. We don't have much time left before class. If you're sure, then, Kendo said slowly. Tell us if you need any help, okay? He nodded, and they slowly returned back to their food, although the mood had diminished from the cheerfulness it had been before. He sighed. Even in Yui, Bakugo still had to bring their past history here. At least he hadn't been kicked from the table yet, like he had back in first year of middle school. It had been 3 days since Izuku first entered Yui. He had finally met Hatsum again the day before, explaining how his quirk worked. She had worked on his tin mine for the past 2 days, finding nothing of value, just as he expected, but she refused to yield. After he had finally finished answering all her questions, she promptly chased him out of her workshop and began working on other projects. Beyond that, however, school had been uneventful. Other the quirk apprehension test they had engaged in on Monday. They hadn't had any lessons requiring the use of their quirks. Staffing issues, Kan-sensei had said. Apparently, All Might was going to be involved in some other work with Class 1A, but he would take their lessons for that slot from the next week onwards. It made sense, though. If All Might had to teach the heroics class for each of the A and B classes for 3 grades, he wouldn't have any time to do any hero work, much less teaching admin. It was why their first hero training session this afternoon would be spearheaded by Kan-sensei instead. Apparently, he would be going over some basic fundamentals of hero work, a recent change to his plans, he claimed, after a slight oversight during 1A's own class under All Might. Izuku didn't know the details, but apparently a building had been blown up. He suspected Bakugo's handiwork. Those announcements, however, had led to much resentment among some of his classmates, most notably a certain someone who had somehow become part of the group that Izuku had found himself part of, with the exception of Kodai, who had become close friends with Yanagi due to the synergy of their quirks and silent nature. Everyone else at that table had somehow stuck together. I'm telling you, it's obvious that they're getting special treatment, because they've got Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, Monoma argued hotly. First, they get All Might on their second day, and now they get a field trip to USJ. Everyone knows that Yui cares only about 1A. All they talk about is Todoroki this, Yaoyorozu that. We've got class with Kan-sensei. It's not the same. They got All Might. Monoma interrupted Kendo, who had been patiently entertaining him as he continued his tirade before the next class started. Kan-sensei's good, but he's All Might. This is supposed to be our heroics class. What makes them so special, anyway? We'll get him later. And we'll have the same total number of classes, anyway. We'll just have the USJ session sometime later. I'm sure the school had their reasons. Dumb reasons, if you ask me. Hell, we haven't done anything since Monday besides theory classes. Monoma turned to face him, and Izuku sighed. He'd been quietly expecting that. What do you think, Midoriya? It's not fair, right? Thankfully, he didn't need to give an opinion directly, because Takage intervened. Come on, Nito, she scoffed. You know Midoriya won't pick a side here. You've asked him 5 times this past week already. What about you, Takage? Monoma turned to his next target. Fair or unfair? I mean, I wish we had more practical classes, she said, and Monoma's face flashed with victory for a moment. But we've finally got one this afternoon. That's good enough for me. She shrugged, idly detaching and reattaching her fingers one by one. Besides, Kendo's right. We'll have the same total number of classes by the end of term. How can you be fine with that? He cried out indignantly, looking around at them. Pony, you agree with me, right? Komori. You want to show off your mushrooms too, yeah? She started for a moment, but then replied hesitantly. I know my mushrooms are cute, but, come on. Monoma stood up angrily from his seat. We've got to take a stand here. We can't just let them treat us like that. We're going to be heroes too. What can one do that we can't? It's hero rescue work, Monoma, Izuku finally said, catching the boy's attention. It's not really the type of field trip you're expecting. It's not even really a field trip, since it's technically in the school grounds. Besides, we'll probably get to go for it sometime later. It's the principle of it. First it starts with this USJ simulation. Then next they'll be fighting villains off in the city while we're stuck in English class. Besides, you don't know whether it's all just some big cover-up. You could go off and spy on them if you're really that curious, you know. It's only 3 kilometers away. Izuku idly commented, looking at the class schedule. Our heroics class with Kan-sensei is supposed to be off campus at one of the training grounds not too far from USJ, and we start about 30 minutes after they do. He pointed at the timetable. We even have lunch break before that. Monoma immediately grew excited. Excellent thinking, Midoriya. All right, we'll all hurry up and finish lunch early, make our way over, and then. Izuku sat up straighter in his seat. I was just kidding. He stared at Monoma incredulously. You can't seriously be thinking of spying on 1A. It's not a bad suggestion, actually. Good idea, Midoriya. Takage chimed in mischievously, and Izuku glared at her. We do have the time to spare, and it's not like we'll be skipping class or anything, since it's our lunch break before. He half suspected the only reason she agreed was because she wanted to annoy him. For some reason, she had claimed him to be far too calm and level-headed after that incident with Bakugo, and made it her temporary mission to try and get him to lose his temper. Then it's settled, Monoma declared. Midoriya, Takage, Kendo, Pony, Komori. We'll finish lunch in 5 minutes, and head to USJ immediately after. We won't have much time to sneak a peek before we need to head back to the training ground. How did I get dragged into this? Kendo asked, exasperated. Your class rep, Izuku. You've got to look out for us kids wandering around, Takage said, grinning. True to her predictions, she had been unanimously voted as the class representative just yesterday. Izuku had heard that one hadn't been quite so united. It sounds like a waste of time, Izuku said, sighing. They'll just chase us out, anyway. What else are you going to do with your time? Charge up your quirk, she shot back. Come on, it's a bonding experience. Friends who spy together stick together. All for one and one for all. Friends, Izuku blinked, but Takage had already turned away, trying to convince the remaining shy members. Pony, Kanoko, looks like it's a majority against you, and Itsuka's vote is an automatic veto anyway. Sorry girls, you're coming along. But, it's so exciting, don't you think? We'll be trying to see what their field trip is all about, without getting spotted by them. It's almost like practice for tailing a villain. Well, when you put it that way, did that seriously convince Pony? Izuku would have tried to continue dissuading them from their foolishness, but Kan-sensei took that moment to step into the classroom. Good morning, class, he said, receiving a chorus of greetings in return. All right, everyone, settle down. I've got some announcements before we begin class today. Pay attention. He stepped up to the whiteboard, writing down a few points as he spoke. Firstly, your hero costumes that you requested have all arrived. Sweet. Damn. Holy crap. Kan-sensei glared at them. And that look alone was enough to get the class to quiet down. It certainly fit the image for someone whose quirk relied on the use of his own blood. Izuku was excited about his costume, don't get him wrong, but not overly so. He could finally start exploring with the remaining metals he hadn't yet touched. But doing so would first requiring him to actually store the relevant attributes. Given that he was already expecting to have to burn a decent amount of charge in his current metal mines during the afternoon classes, it seemed like his weekend was going to be spent on refilling his metal mines once again. He waited for them to finally settle down. Before lunch, I will distribute your hero costumes, if only so you don't get distracted during class. To save time, get yourself changed before we meet up for heroics class after lunch, he said, but that only caused a further resurgence of commotion. It took a second angry glare before they quieted themselves once more. Please remember that it's about a 15-minute walk from the main campus to the training ground. Don't be late. Besides that, I have a second announcement, he said. It's still a bit early, but I will remind you that the Yui Sports Festival will be taking place in 3 weeks. Please make sure to be prepared for that. Right, the Sports Festival. Izuku had nearly forgot. He watched it every year, as did many other hero fanatics like himself, but somehow it had completely slipped his mind. He would need to make sure to get enough training in for that, while still preparing a decent reserve of stored attributes in his metal mines. It was good that Kan-sensei announced that early, since a full stock of his normal usage took the better part of a week to fill. Right, then, are there any questions? Wait, if he remembered correctly, Kan-sensei, Izuku spoke up. He wasn't the most verbose in class, and that caused some curious heads to turn to face him. Yes, Midoriya, we can't make use of support equipment for the sports festival, right? Kan-sensei nodded. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Midoriya is correct. However, he added on, seeing that Izuku was about to ask his real question. I have asked to make an exception in your case. Since your equipment is part of your quirk, so long as you do not wear your hero costume, you are allowed the bracers, bracelets and rings that you normally use. Thank you, sensei. Izuku nodded, then took his seat. That was good. He wouldn't just be going in as an essentially quirkless person. Hopefully, he would have the time to store some charges in the bracers and metal mines of other metals that he had requested for under his costume funds. Right. Are there any other questions? He waited for a moment. If not, then homeroom is over. Please wait quietly for Ectoplasm Sensei to take your mathematics class. LOL. Come on, hurry up already. Monoma urged impatiently, as Izuku took his time to eat his lunch. We've got to grab our costumes, get changed, and get to USJ. You too, Kendo. You really weren't kidding at all, were you? He said, sighing. You know they're going to catch you, right? Well, you were the one who suggested it, Takage pointed out. Somehow, she had sided fully with Monoma, and it didn't seem like it was just because she wanted to annoy him. Aren't you in the slightest bit curious? I mean, Monoma's a little bit of an extreme case, but one who does seem to get the better end of the deal, at least for this week. I'm curious, he admitted, but not enough to potentially get myself expelled. Bah, they can't expel all of us at once, Takage said, floating her head over to him. Laugh a little. You know what they say, Storm USJ, they can't catch all of us. What are you even talking about? You really don't spend much time outside of your quirk and following up on hero news, do you? Takage said, sighing. It's a reference to, never mind. Hurry up. Even Pony and Kanoko have already finished. That was true. For how quiet they had been, they were strangely excited about tagging along on this crazy idea of monomas. I want it known that I think this is a bad idea. Duly noted, Takage said. Also, ignored. Hurry up, or I'll get Itsuka to feed you. Wait, what? Why her? Can't you do it yourself? He asked curiously, before the exact mechanics of what he said caught up to him. He flushed, looking back at his food, and began eating quickly. Damn it, he couldn't see her, but he would bet all his metal mines that she was grinning victoriously right about now. She had probably planned this right from the start. Why, you could have just asked. Izuku, Takage said, her floating head moving directly into his field of view, inches in front of his own. Open wide. That quirk was way too versatile in the hands of Takage. He hurriedly ate his food with gusto, ignoring her teasing. Let Midoriya eat in peace, Takage, Kendo said, finally bringing sanity to their table, but even she had already finished her food. I also want to make it clear that I'm only going to make sure you don't cause trouble for 1A. Duly noted, class rep. Likewise, ignored. All right, Midoriya's done. Great job, Takage, Monoma said, rising up to his feet abruptly and slamming his hands on the table. Let's go. With that, he began strutting off to the classroom where they had left their hero costumes. Takage followed behind him, dragging Pony and Komori with a single detached arm each. Izuku sighed. Me and my big mouth. Suddenly having to reintegrate into this new group of classmates was undoing all the good habits he had cultivated during his isolation in middle school. Still, friends weren't too bad, he supposed. They're a real handful, aren't they? Kendo commented, trailing behind them alongside him. If we get caught, I'm blaming Monoma, he said dryly. Takage too. Kendo laughed. It'll be fine, Midoriya. Don't worry. He hoped so. If he got expelled from UE before the week even passed because of poor decision-making on the part of one of his friends, well, who was he kidding? He'd just try and apply to another hero school or something. By the time they reached the classroom, Monoma was already impatiently waiting for them. Hurry up, guys, he said. The girls are already changing. Costumes in and out, 5 minutes. Let's go. With that, he grabbed hold of the items he had from his locker and went off to change. Izuku sighed. Best get it over with. He opened his locker, taking a moment to see just what the finalized product looked like. It was every bit as uninspiring as what he had sent in. Plain, dull, not in the slightest bit eye-catching. In short, just the way he liked it. He pulled on the fabric, seeing just how far it could stretch, and was satisfied with the material. More than likely, it would be able to work with a maximum tap of his pewter mine. The metal inserts that would contact his skin on the inside surface didn't feel like they would be too uncomfortable either, but he would need to put it on to be certain. The sleeves were long, allowing him to hide his bracers, completed with bracers at the end to secure them from anyone who might try to snatch his primary resource away. Those bracers even touched the skin rather than being secured around fabric at the end, allowing him to make use of those as metal mines in themselves. The trouser legs were similar, able to cover up his ankle bracelets. Perfect. Now, then, it was time for the main course, and what he was most excited about. He took in the sight greedily. Gold, gold, glorious gold. A collection of bracelets, and rings of all metals was placed in the locker, but he went straight for the elusive metal. He cradled it reverently in his hands. His quest was over, his search was done. He finally had gold, alongside brass and bronze, and at long last he could start working on training with health, warmth, and wakefulness to make use of them as part of his repertoire. Not yet, though. He grabbed hold of his chosen items, moving quickly to get changed. Monoma would have his head if he took much longer just standing there staring at his medals. When he finally changed, he took a moment to take a look at himself in the mirror. Bracelets adorned his wrists and ankles, and he had rings on his fingers. Most of the new ones were empty, of course. He was still wearing most of his old, pre-filled metal mines that he had sourced from discount stores to find ones that were of the exact composition he required for ferrochemical use. Complete with the plain-looking impression of his hero costume, the 1-yen hero was now born. Oh, that's your hero costume? Monoma asked incredulously, once he had returned back to the classroom. What the, Midoriya? You look like crap. What's wrong with it? He asked, offended. Your costume is just a tuxedo and a bunch of clocks. You don't look like you even changed. It's just the PE uniform, only green. It's elastic, Midoriya said factually, stretching out both the word and the fabric to prove his point. You look like some kind of butler. It's called being a phantom thief, he emphasized, glaring at Izuku. Ew. A loud whistle came from the door, and they both turned toward the sound. Takage stood there, looking at them with amusement, alongside the other girls. Nice style, Mito. I approve, she said, nodding. Izuku, sorry to say, but yours could use a little more work. She was dressed in a scaly, lizard-like bodysuit, paying homage to the name of her quirk. Beyond that, a mask, gloves, simple wrist guards, and a belt were all that her costume entailed. Next to her, Kendu was likewise wearing a domino mask and a turquoise kippah, fitting with her theme and background of martial arts training. Pony and Komori now trailed into the classroom curiously from behind the other two girls. The former wore a horse halter around her head, a lead rope dangling from her back, with what looked like an orange jockey uniform as the mainstay of her hero costume. She even had stirrups by the side of her hooves, completing the theme. As for Komori, she was a mushroom. That was it, really. There wasn't any other way to describe her. Now that he thought about it a little more, perhaps Monoma did have a point. He seemed to be the only one whose costume didn't reflect his quirk. Even now, Monoma was openly smirking at him, raising a brow, a silent "I told you so" clear in his expression. Still, wasn't that a good thing? He certainly didn't want potential villains to know that he was powerless without his metal mind. Yes, unassuming was for the best. Well, you ladies look gorgeous, Monoma said, his voice refined, playing into his supposed hero identity as a phantom thief. If it pleases my distinguished friends, shall we depart post-haste? Laying it on a little thick there, Nito, Takage said, rolling her eyes. And not so fast. Izuku, what the hell? Yours just looks plain. And it's so baggy, too. Just for that comment, he filled his pewter mind slightly, muscles wasting away, turning into a skeletal figure not unlike Yagi. His sleeves abruptly loosened, flopping down without the slightest bit of grace. Someone's feeling rebellious today, she said. Learn from Nito. At least he looks slightly cool. Yours just makes you look like a lizard. He defended the hard work he put into his design. And what did you even do with all your hero costume funds? Kendu just has a kippah. That couldn't have cost all the budget you're allowed. Oh, we didn't use up all that we're allowed to ask for, Takage said easily. Then, she stared at him. Are you saying that that costume costs that much? He stared at them uncomprehendingly. They hadn't used up all of their budget, instead letting it go to waste. Why would anyone do that? His quirk had dramatically altered his mindset toward things. Every bit of resource he had was so painfully obtained and stored, that the slightest bit of waste was now an almost unfathomable thought. If he was going to be given free money, he would make sure to use up every sliver of it. He sighed, rolling up his sleeves, showing off the collection of bracelets he now proudly sported. Opening up a jewelry store, Izuku? She asked sarcastically, stepping over, but then her eyes widened. Is this gold? He nodded, and she whistled appreciatively. All right, you get a pass, she said, stepping back. Now, gang, let's move out. Oh. There's no way 1 yen hero makes for an actual hero name, Monoma protested. Phantom Thief, now that's a name. Izuku does have a point, though, Takage said, perhaps only so she could poke fun at Monoma. Thief does imply being a criminal. Phantom thieves aren't criminals. They're gentlemanly thieves that right society's wrongs. Still stealing, Takage pointed out. Hence illegal. Sorry, Nito, but it looks like you're a villain. I'm not a villain. Stealing is illegal. Enough, guys, Kendu said firmly, stepping between them both. Stop arguing. Izuku walked alongside Komori and Pony, who had quietly been listening to their argument go on. Takage had asked about their choices of future hero names to kill the time, leading to the circular argument that had gone on for upwards of 20 minutes. None of them wanted to put their foot down, however. That was more Kendu's territory. Finally, Komori muttered, and Izuku turned to look at her, not at all expecting that remark from her. I heard that. I know, she retorted loudly. Izuku mentally chuckled at the feistiness the girl was showing. They were all opening up more to each other, he realized as the week passed by. Whether that was a good thing or not, he didn't know. You still haven't explained the whole 1 yen deal, Izuku, Takage said, her head detaching and turning to look fully behind her. That, and why the explosive guy hates your guts. It's not that big a deal, he said, shrugging. He'd already told Yagi the summary of his history before, and he now quoted the same. We grew up together, he found a strong quirk. I only knew a small part of mine. He bullied me, I discovered how my quirk really worked, and then I decided to become a hero again. It's all in the past now. Skipping a lot of stuff there, she said, narrowing her eyes. And the 1 yen. He shrugged again. I can dump my identity into aluminium. And it just turns out that 1 yen coins are made of pure aluminium. It helped with the bullying. I never figured that out until about 4 months ago. They slowed their steps, looking over at him. Figures. You can store identity. How does that even work? Monoma asked, curious, but then continued quickly. No, more importantly, what the hell? The one a guy's been bullying you for years. You only started working on your quirk 4 months ago. Pony gaped at him. Izuku continued maintaining his walking speed, and the rest hurried up with their own pace. It's not that bad, he said. Think about it this way. If he didn't bully me, I wouldn't have discovered my quirk in the first place. And wasn't that true? He only learned that his 1 yen trick helped him cope when Kaken began excluding him from activities in grade school. Sure, it made the bullying worse, but without that, he would never have been able to suspect that there was more when he accidentally filled copper. That's really not a healthy way of thinking, Midoriya, Kendo said disapprovingly. I'll be fine, he said. Confronting him is just going to be a waste of energy. He paused, looking over at the massive dome-shaped building now entering their sight. Anyway, we're here. It's massive, Monoma said, awed. Damn that one of forgetting to do this first. Alright, team. Mission, Spy on One is now commencing. There's no way to look in from the outside, Izuku noted, tapping on his sight tin mind as they walked nearer. The dome is opaque, tempered glass or steel, I can't quite tell, and all the shutters are down. I told you it's not going to work. We can't give up now. We're going to be heroes, Monoma declared. Izuku let go of the flow from his tin mind as they drew closer to the building. The door looks locked shut, Kendo pointed out. Sorry, Monoma, but it looks like we're going to have to turn back. But he looked unwilling to admit defeat. We've got to know what they're doing inside. Izuku watched as Monoma continued standing outside the door, clearly frustrated. He sighed. Look, if I let you tap on hearing to eavesdrop, will that satisfy you? He took off one of his rings. It only had a small charge, the amount that had filled in the time when he stored hearing while Takage and Monoma had argued, but it would be sufficient. Thanks, Midoriya. You're the best. He accepted the tin mind, smiling deviously, and tapped Izuku on the hand. He slipped the ring onto his finger. Now, then, whatever could you be up to? 1A. They stood in front of Monoma, looking at him for any visible reaction. Perhaps he would realize how stupid an idea it was to eavesdrop on them, and finally decide to call it quits and head back to the training ground. Izuku frowned as Monoma's face whitened, his hands trembling. A gnawing sensation began growing in his stomach. Boy, Nito, Takage spoke. Something's not right. He tapped on his own hearing tin mind, the one he normally kept filled. Immediately, sounds assaulted his ears, plenty of them, from the activity that one had to be carrying out inside. But he managed to tease separate threads of sound apart. Rushing air against the door, frustrated cries, invited ourselves to the home of heroes, UA. High school, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. Everyone, 13 sensei. Shit, he's Eraserhead. Don't let him, Eraserhead. They must have meant Aizawa sensei. That did explain a lot. He tapped zinc, maintaining concentration to keep hold of hearing as well for a few seconds. Ida, run to the school and tell them about. Damn it, the villains are attacking, Monoma shouted abruptly, and Izuku winced at the volume that assaulted his enhanced hearing. Pony and Komori flinched. He stopped drawing on tin, ears still ringing from Monoma's shouting. He cursed mentally at his lack of training with tuning out sounds up close, while eavesdropping on conversations out further away. That would need to get onto his priority list. What? Kendo asked seriously. What do you mean? Someone has infiltrated 1A's activity, Izuku said seriously, letting his thoughts run wild under the influence of zinc. They mean to kill All Might. But if so, why such confidence? Why risk a brazen attack? How did they learn of USJ? They had only known because someone in class had heard the teachers discussing it while going past the staff office. The alarm from yesterday. This unknown group was capable of infiltrating UA. They were attacking the students and staff in an attempt to lure All Might. What should we do? Monoma asked frantically, panicked. Dude, we're students. We can't. He drew slightly more forcefully from zinc. Time was of the essence. Plan. Ignoring them was not an option. Not now. Engage and assist, or run for help. He had a fully charged steel mind, but his experience with it was in bursts. He couldn't make the 3-kilometer run to the school easily, not with his current mastery of steel. Pony was fast, but she said that she had difficulty riding her horn for a long distance. If they called for help, there was no telling whether they would arrive in time. Ada, he had heard from through the door. He had seen his quirk in action the day before, when he had controlled the crowd by sailing through the air, likely with the help of Uraraka's quirk. He was Ingenium's brother, and had the same speed-based power. He would make it to school much more quickly than Izuku could. Breathe, Monoma, Kendo said, placing her hands on his shoulder, although she too looked uncertain. What do we do? The door was sealed shut, from where the sound originated. There seemed to be a battle going on close to there, preventing retreat. If so, they're asking Ada to get to the school, Izuku said, releasing hold of zinc, speaking quickly. We need to assist, it's the best shot. Kendo, you're the strongest, I need you to break open the door. Not yet, he added, as she had stepped forward. They couldn't go in without preparation. Not with their quirks. Monoma, refresh my quirk, and take Kendo's and Takage's. Take this. He slipped the zinc bracelet off his wrist. Zinc increases mental speed. It'll be a force multiplier, given how your quirk works. Thankfully, his directions were followed quickly. Still, his heart raced. Was this the right call? He had thought the situation through with the help of zinc, but that only raised speed. Even if he could make dozens of thoughts a second, all of them made with poor judgment could still be completely wrong. This is the best shot, he told himself. There's one or more villains near the door. Once we get in, we rush for them, give a distraction for Ida to get out. Clear? Why yes, Monoma said, still trembling, but at least slightly calmer now that he had a plan. Pony and Komori were scared, but they didn't back away. Let's do this. Got it. Takagi was serious, with none of the playful banter of her normal self. Whenever you're ready, Kendo. Izuku inhaled deeply, getting ready to tap on steel. Once the opening was clear, he needed to get the single opening for Ida. That was his only job. Her arms enlarged, and she thrust them directly into the middle of the doors, wrenching them apart. What? He tapped steel, not a burst as he had in class, but enough to multiply his speed tenfold. He pulled on tin simultaneously, took in the sight, saw a sliver of metal floating within a cloud of black mist, and acted. He ran in, ignoring the slowed movements and surprised reactions of everyone else, leaping through the air toward the floating piece of metal, an obvious weakness regardless of whatever quirk it was. Then, as he collided, wrapping his hands around the strange metal, he dropped speed and sight, and drew weight, unrefined and lacking a certain sense of elegance. But it got the job done. Get moving, Ida, he ordered. He fell to the ground with a crash, dragging the metal plate with him, just short of a tenth of a steel mine gone. Iron mildly drained. You're from 1B. More little brats. Get to the school, Ida. He recognized Monoma's voice, moving closer toward Izuku Midoriya. There was the sound not unlike an engine's ignition, and he knew that Ida was off. Good. Now all they had to do was hold off. Wait, Midoriya. His quirk, that voice was familiar. If more of you golden eggs want to die so badly, then so be it. Izuku, Takagi shouted. Damn it, Nito, don't. A vortex began kicking in around him, and he braced himself, drawing pewter for some durability. A transformative quirk, Izzy the vortex, wind buffeting at him. He had thought it a good idea to pass his soul zinc mine to Monoma, but now. And then suddenly, his vision cleared, and he was plummeting downwards. Midoriya, Monoma shouted, running into the vortex that had swallowed up his friend. The thought of fighting real villains scared him. How the hell had one to run into something like that? But the moment he saw Midoriya tackle the mist villain, and then promptly get encased in a swirling orb of darkness, he had simply run forward. Damn it, Monoma, don't. Takagi's words were soon lost, as air swirled around him. He winced, pressing forward, trying to feel his way around in the darkness for Midoriya. God damn it, they weren't ready for this. Midoriya had been right. Spying on Wana had been a terrible idea. How stupid had he been? Hell, he should have been thankful it wasn't his class caught in this mess. But now we're the only ones that could help them. The thought came to his mind, emboldening him. We helped Ida get out. He couldn't hear anything. Now, couldn't even see where Midoriya, Takagi, Kendo, Pony, or Komori had gone. He was trapped in darkness, all alone, with just slightly less than 5 minutes of his borrowed quirks left. Once that was gone, he would be defenseless. He was useless on his own. Then, abruptly, he saw light all around him. He looked around, confused, trying to make sense of his new surroundings, and then stiffened. He was in some mountainous area. Had the mist transported him? More importantly, though, there were villains, more than a dozen of them, advancing on 2 girls he recognized from 1A, one of them the Yaoyorozu heiress. No one had noticed him yet. He could hide, he could run. The girls were fighting desperately. Yaoyorozu held a staff in her hand, fighting off the villains expertly, but she was just a first-year student. Her classmate was blasting shockwaves of sound at the villains. But they were quickly cutting their distance toward where they had their backs against the wall, and she was tiring quickly. Soon, they would be cornered. God damn it. He couldn't run, not while these Wana students were fighting, but hell if he wasn't scared shitless. Time on his borrowed quirks was running out. And once that was done, all he had would be the villain's unknown quirks. I'm going to do something stupid, he thought. Then, he drew on Kendo's quirk, his arms enlarging, jumping into the fray. Take this. He was familiar with Kendo's quirk, having used it several times back in middle school and then earlier in the week. It was why he drew on hers first. He targeted the most vulnerable villain he could find, the one at the back lines, shooting jets of water toward the 2 students. He understood that weakness well, since his quirk was pathetic on its own. His arrival had surprised them all. Clearly, they hadn't been expecting one of their allies to transport another student here, and that allowed him to cleanly knock the vulnerable member out of the fight. Now, however, he was faced with a huge predicament. He had given himself away, and was now committed to a fight. More than a dozen villains stood between him and the Wana students, and that sense of terror grew. I can't do this, he thought, knees trembling. How the hell had Midoriya convinced him to do this? Why had he convinced them to spy on 1A? You're from 1B, one of the girls spoke. She took the distraction to blast a villain aside. They cursed and returned to the fight. Not all of them, however, as the advancing villains in front of him very clearly told him. One of them laughed. Look, he's shaking. He's backing away. Was he? He hadn't even realized that. Who could blame him, though? He was just a first-year student, not even a week into classes. How were the Wanna girls able to stay so calm at a time like this? Those girls put on more of a fight than him. Again, they laughed. What would Midoriya do? He had been so calm. Well, sorry kid, he chuckled. But you're dead. There was a clink of metal from his arms as he raised his enlarged hands reflexively. The bracelet. Zinc increases mental speed. It'll be a force multiplier for your quirk. He switched from Kendo's quirk to Midoriya's. 3 minutes, 31 seconds left. He pulled on that bizarre pool of energy he felt from the metal, altogether unlike the hearing and sight he had drawn on before, unlike any other quirk he had managed to copy. He didn't know how hard he was supposed to draw on it, how long Midoriya thought the charge on it should last. All he did was pull, and in that instant, he felt like a god. He didn't understand what Midoriya meant by a force multiplier earlier, terrified as he was, but looking at the group of 6 villains heading to him now, he did. He had to read and analyze quirks as they came, in order to make full use of his own copy-based quirk. But this was unreal. Hands transformed into guns, transformative quirk, bullets, potentially useful for copy, force-friendly fire. Villain at back burrowing into ground, beware of ambush. Consider stealing quirk when emerging, but otherwise disengage and counterattack. One with significantly enlarged size, likely increased durability and strength, but clumsy and slow. Avoiding attacks likely best option. Leave to last. Axes in each hand, tone muscle bulk, but otherwise unremarkable. Quirkless or weak enhancement quirk. Low priority. Villain eating raw chili. Traces of smoke from mouth. Likely fire breath, requiring specific condition for activation. Useless for copying, but beware of fire. Attack when vulnerable. High priority. Appearance that of bird. Mutant-type quirk, likely can be copied, but of limited use. Beware of flight, but otherwise currently no indicators of any other benefit. Hiding behind brute, coward. Low priority. Conclusion. Villains are of mixed caliber, unlikely to have close cooperation. Quirks don't synergize well. Those thoughts rushed through his mind in less than a fraction of a second. Mental speed, Midoriya had called it. That really didn't do it sufficient justice. It took another instant for him to come up with a plan, something useful, rather than whatever he might have done in a panic. Kendo's and Takage's quirks were what he had, and he considered the merits of both, tried to see where he could go from either, and then he moved. He switched out from Midoriya's quirk. He couldn't use 2 quirks at once. His mind slowed down back to its usual self, but he wasn't as terrified as he had been now that he had a plan. He smirked. Hey, something isn't right with this kid. Bird villain hesitated, looking uncertainly at his peers. His read was accurate. All he had was flight. The real priority targets were the gunman, the one now trying to ambush him from below, and the fire breather. He needed to stay clear of the axe person and the big brute, but they were slow. Bird guy was a non-factor. He used Takage's quirk, splitting his body up into pieces, sending them flying toward the gunman from all directions. The villain panicked, trying to shoot at the diced-up body parts, but they were small and very mobile, as Takage annoyingly reminded him on a daily basis. In his panic, some of his shots landed on the much larger and less mobile targets, his fellow villains. Fire breather screamed in pain, letting go of his chili as he staggered back from a bullet wound in the shoulder. Just as planned, the gunman had aimed at the closest body part first, shooting blindly at it in a panic. What the hell are you doing? He sent one arm changing directions, flying right toward the fire breather. Quirks that needed specific conditions to activate were usually more potent. A finger flicked away the chili that he had dropped. The axe guy moved to try and assist his ally, but the gunman was still haphazardly firing with his transformed arms, terrified, and he couldn't get to the fire breather in time. A clean flying smash in the head of the panicked fire breather, and he was out. One down. He separated out one eye from his head, overlooking the entirety of the fight from above, granting him an overview of the battle. Bird guy was backing away, and he let him. The brute tried to punch his body parts, but he managed to get them away from his slow swings. 2 minutes, 52 seconds left. He needed to wrap this up quickly. The one that dug into the ground now emerged, knife in hand, trying to stab at his floating torso, but he simply split it into 2, avoiding the strike completely. He joined his torso back together, as the momentum from which the villain leapt out of the ground caused him to continue further into the air, eyes wide at the missed attack. He barreled his floating torso into the villain, and that was another one down. 2. Gunman had stopped blindly firing now, looking around warily. Phase 2. Now that he was actually taking the time to aim his shots, he wasn't doing much damage to his allies. But more importantly, he was vulnerable. Rather than the swirling storm of body parts he had made use of to try and force some friendly fire on their part, Monoma instead sent the second arm that he had subtly maneuvered over behind him under the cover of shadows, flying straight for the back of his head when he had his back turned. The villain fell face first to the ground, and with a second smack that cracked the ground below slightly, He was out. 3. Birdman was fleeing. A coward, all right. There wasn't a need to pursue him. 4. Axe Guy and Brute left. The former was injured from the gunman, his left side vulnerable. The Brute was still fresh. Takage's quirk wouldn't easily be able to beat them into submission before he hit the time limit on the quirk. He regathered his body parts at a position where he had clear sight of both villains, reforming his body, and switched back to Midoriya's quirk. Zinc flooded his mind, and he raced for ideas. Left shoulder and arm hit with bullets. Tried to attack from that side. Trembling, fearful, wary, unexpected charge will likely flinch him. Brute slow but strong. Managed to crush Boulder earlier. Kendu's arm strength is stronger, given nature of quirk. Use Kendu's quirk to fight one-on-one. Plan in mind, he reluctantly let go of Zinc. The pool of power had diminished a fair amount, but he could feel that there was still quite some left, and enlarged his arms once more. He charged straight toward the one with the axes. And as his quick mental evaluation earlier had concluded based on inferences made from observation, he hesitated in raising his axes to guard. It was a natural reaction when deciding whether to fight or flee. That hesitation cost him, as a massive arm smacked him in the side, sending him flying toward the mountain rocks. 5. Just the Brute left. It was a battle of strength, and Kendu's quirk had the superior power focused in her arms. 2 minutes, 12 seconds left. That was enough. Come on, then, he said confidently. The Brute's eyes narrowed. Let's do this. The fighting was simple and direct, the type he hated. With his quirk, strategy was always the better option, but right now he didn't have any other way to fight the villain. In the end, after several punches being thrown from both sides, he emerged the victor, his opponents lying beside the axe man against the hard rocks, unconscious. He let go of Kendu's quirk, his arms shrinking, a few stinging bruises the damage he sustained from the fight. Somehow, he had managed to fight off 6 villains, when he had started off trembling like a leaf. Midoriya's parting gift was goddamned blessing. He strutted over to the girls, who was just now finishing off their last villains as well. They were good, he could now tell, judging by the 10 or so bodies lying scattered around their position. How the hell did the Wanna girls handle that so easily? You're from 1B, right? The Shockwave girl spoke, her earlobes retracting from where they had extended to her legs. Thanks, Monomonito. At your service, he said elegantly, as a phantom thief should. Now, then, shall we return to the rest of your class? He hoped Midoriya was doing okay, since he had dived right into the vortex to distract the villain from knowing him, though, he was probably single-handedly beating up villains left and right, for all that he tried to downplay his quirk and the huge cost it took on him to charge it up. When Midoriya finally stopped standing around and actually used his quirk, it was completely amazing. One thing was for sure, though, he definitely wished he hadn't decided to test karma by talking shit about 1A. LOL. He fell from the air, his body freezing up abruptly as he fell deeper into the cold water. He tried tapping on Zinc on instinct, then belatedly realized he had given his soul Zinc mind to Monoma. Hopefully he would be okay. Izuku held his breath, tapping on sight to let him see in the low lighting of the water, taking in his current situation. The mist hadn't been a cyclone. It had been a teleportation quirk of some sort, he figured. Bad information had cost him, and he had made the wrong conclusion. He couldn't dwell on that, though. He needed to get moving. Shapes were swimming around in the water, and soon he would be spotted. He took a short glance around. Komori. She had been teleported into the same place as him, and was now flailing in the water. Quickly, he drew on steel, boosting his speed as he swam over and grabbed hold of her arm. Her eyes widened, spinning around to look at him, before visibly looking relieved. He raised a hand, and pointed a finger down, hoping that she would get the message. Then, he wrapped his arms around her. It wouldn't do good for her arm to get ripped off from the forces she would soon experience. He tapped iron, his density abruptly increasing, and together they both sank deeper quickly. Then, in a single burst, he reversed the flow, filling iron, causing a massive change in density. His body shot up through the air, still tightly wrapping onto Komori, and with a loud splash, they broke the surface, flying further higher still. Komori began gasping deeply, while Izuku quickly took stock of their situation. They were in the middle of an artificial lake. Nearby, a boat was being surrounded by shapes moving around in the water. The moving shapes stopped abruptly, and tapping Tin, he managed to see heads popping out and looking over at him, where his splash had caught their attention. Many had fins, gills, and other likewise heteromorphic traits, but a few were actively making use of the water to launch powerful jets at the ship. Quirks suited for underwater combat. Fighting them in this environment was a bad idea. He glanced over at the ship, and saw a few students that he thought he recognized as being in 1A. He needed to get over to them, but how? He couldn't change the vector direction of his momentum. That conundrum was solved for him a moment later. One of the 1A students noticed them as they began plummeting back down into the water, leapt off from the ship railing, extended a long tongue that wrapped around him, and threw him onto the deck. A moment later, she dove into the water and leapt out from its surface back onto the ship. You're from 1B, aren't you? The girl croaked, crouching in a frog-like manner, her head tilted curiously to one side. Ochako said you helped rescue her. What are you doing here? It took a moment for the name to register. Uraraka did, he asked, surprised, then shook his head. Now's not the time. What's happening here? We're all gonna die. The other one, a student, was far less composed than her. He was small, with strange purple balls growing out of his head. I don't want to die. Tsuyu, hold me. Tsuyu, he assumed the frog girl was called. She spoke more calmly. The villains attacked before the class could start. Aizawa-sensei went to engage them, she said, croaking. Then the mist villain came and separated all of us. Minta and I ended up here. Not much more than what he already knew. Then he turned to his classmate. Komori, are you all right? She still looked shocked, but snapped out of it, rising to her feet. Why yeah, thanks, Midoriya. He nodded. If only I still had some zinc. We need a plan, he said, tapping Tin once more to look at the water. What are all your quirks? I have frog physiology, Tsuyu offered. I can hop long distances, extend my tongue up to 20 meters, stick to walls, secrete a mild itching toxin, and camouflage myself. He considered her quirk. It was strong in an aquatic environment, but so were their enemies. I can store attributes in metal, he said, considering their situation. Right now, I have weight, muscular strength, speed, and sight and hearing. I can release spores to grow mushrooms, Komori said for the benefit of those of 1A, a little more calm, but her voice still shook. My mushrooms will be useless here, though, she said dejectedly. They only grow on solid objects. We'll think of something, Komori. He tried reassuring her, although no plans were yet coming to mind. Minta, right. What's yours? He sniffled, then plucked at the balls growing on his hair. He placed it against the wall and pressed on it hard. These sticky balls will stick to any surface except myself. They're very strong and sticky. That was an interesting quirk, and he would have wanted to try and tease out more potential applications, but they were short on time. A jet of water collided against the ship, rocking it violently, and he grabbed hold of Komori to stabilize her when she had been about to fall while tapping iron to keep himself stable. That wasn't good. A few more, and they might be able to take the ship apart. We're short on time, and this environment favors them, he concluded, looking around as he returned his weight to normal. We can't just stay here, either. Do you have a plan, Midoriya? Tsuyu asked, eyeing the shapes in the water as he was now. They're keeping their distance, only using long-ranged attacks, he pointed out. Were they like that before? They were at first, but then started attacking us before you two showed up, Tsuyu said, coming to a realization. They don't know your quirks. We can't fight them in the water, he said. Tsuyu, will you be able to leap over to the land? She judged the distance, then nodded. Stay quiet for a few seconds, please, he said. Then tapped his hearing tin mind, straining his ear to catch any sound other than the splashes of those around him. He tuned the loudest ones out, but didn't manage to pick out what he was looking for. There didn't seem to be any swimming underwater now. All of them are just waiting on the surface. Right then, he could feel a plan coming along together. He stopped tapping his tin mind, turning to face his peers. We'll sink this boat, he said. What? Minta immediately said. Are you crazy? We'll die. Here's my plan, he said, ignoring Minta, hoping that it would actually work. I'll stand on the very edge of the ship, increase my weight and tip the boat over. Tsuyu, you get Komori and Minta out. Minta, Komori, throw your balls and spread spores down into the water when you're up in the air. When the ship tips over, they'll hopefully get stuck under it, or be caught by the wave, and hopefully washed up to land or trapped in the wreckage. Even if they aren't, we just need to bait them inland. We'll clean them up there. Won't my mushrooms be useless? At least some of them should grow on their bodies. If nothing else, it'll distract them enough to get away from the ship. Besides, they'll grow on whatever debris comes after this ship sinks, and that might be enough to keep them trapped underwater together with Minta's balls. Right, I'll show them my mushrooms, Komori declared, suddenly spirited. Oh, but what species? Schizophilum commune, Flammulina velutypes, Tricholoma equester, she muttered under her breath, before shaking her head, looking at him. What about you, Midoriya? I'll leap off right when the ship starts tipping. I should be able to make it to land if I increase my speed and lighten my weight, he said. Even if I don't, I should be clear far enough that I can just sink and shoot myself out of the water again. Come to think of it, if he tapped steel hard enough, could he technically run on water? It seemed possible, but that looked like a waste of charge. He looked them all in the eye, making sure that everyone is on the same page. We'll only get one shot at this, he warned. Is everyone okay with the plan? How are you so calm about this? Minta cried, but he stood up, reaching for the balls on his hair. Komori already had her hands outstretched, getting ready to spread her spores. They'll be distracted by me. On 3, then. Get ready, he said, already walking in the direction to the front of the boat, taking quick steps. 1, 2, 3. What the? They're moving. One villain cried, and a jet of water shot past him. He heard the sound of Tsuyu's long tongue snapping out, grabbing Minda and Komori as she leapt off the ship. He stepped over to the very edge, tapping iron, the weight of his feet causing the metal of the deck to buckle inward. He tapped a trace amount of strength, allowing him to raise as much he or limbs. Even then, he continued pulling more from iron, each step sinking deeper and deeper through metal. This wasn't like it had been with the zero-pointer, where he had collided at it from above. This was simpler, a lever, relying on the sheer density of his weight to tip the boat over. He didn't need to completely destroy it. At the very edge, he simply stood there, leaning forward and grabbing hold tightly of the railing, and tapped iron to near its limit. Even the metal railing was starting to bend. Now, he had no idea how heavy he was now, but it had to be many, many times his original body weight, considering how rapidly his iron mind was draining. He looked at the group of villains surrounding the boat. Some had caught onto his mad plan, eyes widening, while others were still tracking the other students in their trajectory. Slowly, but surely, a low creaking sound came, and he felt his world rotating. "Run, the kid's crazy," some villain shouted, and he smiled to himself. The boat began turning on its axis, and when it tipped past a straight vertical, he knew it was his cue to leave. Gravity would do the rest from there. He kicked off the deck, a final shockwave of force tipping the boat even further from the force of his step, and then reversed the flow, filling iron. His momentum launched him further away, and he tapped a little bit of steel, increasing his speed even further, sailing through the air in the direction that Tsuyu had gone. With his speed more than doubled, coupled with the lightness of his body, he easily made it to land. A massive crash sounded behind him, followed quickly by the sound of rushing water. "Get further inland," he shouted, running forward. Tsuyu hopped, still grabbing the other students by her tongue, and moments later the wave washed ashore. He glanced at the villains, tapping his sight tin mind for a closer look. Many were out cold from the force of the wave, stuck together through Minda's quirk or with fungi of all shapes and sizes growing from their bodies. He assumed that some would have been caught underneath the capsized boat. The few that remained were floundering on the land, their quirks not at all suitable for this environment. He exchanged nods with Tsuyu. Moments later, those that had managed to escape relatively unscathed joined the rest of their peers through pewter-enhanced strength and Tsuyu's powerful tongue, looking terrified of the students all the while. "What's the plan now?" he asked, when they finally regrouped. "Aizawa-sensei is fighting most of them off in the central plaza," Tsuyu informed him. "I don't know where the rest are." Izuku reorientated himself to the interior, looking back at where he came from. He tapped his sight tin mind, picking out the people still at the entrance. "Pony, Takage, and Kendo are still at the entrance, along with some of your classmates," he told Tsuyu and Minda. "The mist villain isn't there." He looked over at the central plaza, trying to see anything through the trees that had been grown there, but came up short. "I can't tell how Aizawa-sensei is doing. Had Monoma been teleported somewhere else, too? Was he safe?" "You can see that far?" Tsuyu asked. "I'd use my stored sight." He frowned. "Let's check up on Aizawa-sensei first. But be careful, don't get spotted." He didn't know what he expected to see. Eraserhead wasn't the most well-known hero, if only because he tended to stay far from public view. But Izuku definitely hadn't expected to be seeing him being beaten bloody by a villain. Next to him, Komori stiffened, and he grabbed hold of her arm reflexively, trying to stop her from giving away their position. The mist villain was there, alongside some other gray-haired villain with hands attached all around his body. Those two merely watched, as a third villain crushed Aizawa down on the ground. He couldn't keep up for long, Izuku knew. Sooner or later, Aizawa would die. Where was Ida? Had he managed to get to the school yet? "This is terrible," Komori whispered, staring at the monster repeatedly pounding Aizawa's body into the ground. Monster was the only word to describe whatever that creature was. It certainly didn't seem human, not with half its brain matter exposed as it had. Its eyes were feral, its body as muscular as his own might be at a heavy tap of pewter. Then there was the glint of something strange in his body that he could just barely see coming from each of his shoulders when they caught the light just right, but try as he might he couldn't discern what it was even with the help of his tin mind. Tsuyu stared at her teacher being at his most vulnerable, groaning with each continued blow. "Aizawa-sensei." Izuku had seen enough. "Komori, Tsuyu, Minda, head over to the entrance," he whispered. "But I'll get Aizawa out of there," he interrupted curtly, keeping his eye on the continued beatdown. "You need to get away, and I'll bring him over to the entrance. It's our only shot. Midoriya, now, please." He turned to face Komori, his eyes hard. This was the only option. He had tapped hearing, trying to listen if anyone else could come over for assistance, but no one was approaching just yet. The sounds of Aizawa's heartbeat was quickly growing weaker, pulsing rapidly. Even if he had zinc, he doubted there was much of a better plan. He could still run in, grab Aizawa, and get the hell out toward the entrance. Once there, they may just have a shot, considering how many people there were left stranded there. You better get back safe, or I'll choke you with mushrooms." "You saw me in the quirk test," he said, his voice oddly calm, considering how nervous he was. "I'll get this done." "Good luck, Midoriya," Tsuyu said, although she looked unwilling to go along with his plan. Heck, even he was unwilling. He nodded, trying his best to reassure them. With that, they were off, and he was left alone. A boy, with barely 4 months of experience with his quirk, up against a monster that he didn't doubt could match him in strength even when purely tapping pewter. He didn't even have a 1 yen coin with him to try to reassure himself. That was back in the clothes he changed out from. Still, he thought back to Yaga's words, and he knew this was the right call. If he ever wanted to be a hero, fighting down his fear was something he needed to do. He waited until Komori and the rest were close to the entrance, reuniting with the rest. Monoma had joined them there at some point, alongside 2 girls from Class 1A. He couldn't tell what the group was saying with his sight-tin mind alone, but they were looking toward the center with worry. This was it. When next the villain raised his arm, relinquishing his hold on Aizawa, he would move. The monster pressed. Another snap. Another grunt of pain. Then, he threw Aizawa down, his body rolling like a rag doll, and Izuku knew it was time to move. He kept his mind as focused as he could. He couldn't waste time on idle thought once he tapped steel. He drew on his steel mind, running in a mad dash toward Aizawa. Time slowed down, but he didn't burn through his stored energy as quickly as he had in class. This was going to be more of a prolonged and complicated maneuver, rather than a 100-meter dash. When he was about to reach Aizawa, kneeling down beside him, he met face to face with a second problem. The monster was reacting far too quickly. Its head was turning toward Izuku, his arm tensing, even when the other 2 villains were still oblivious to him. Izuku reacted instinctively, drawing even more power from steel, causing a greater drain on his quickly diminishing reserves. He grabbed Aizawa and ran. Behind him, the monster was starting to give chase. How could he react that quickly? Did he have enhanced speed as well, along with the reflexes necessary to make use of it? One steel mind was down. He started pulling on his other. He hadn't even made it a quarter of the way back yet. The monster continued chasing him, not letting up in the slightest. Down to half charge, halfway to the entrance. It won't work, he realized. If this monster could react that quickly and give continued chase, even if they made their way to the entrance, everyone would die. There was no way they could beat something like that. And so, he did something extremely foolish. Izuku lay Aizawa down as gently as he could. That is to say, he basically threw him aside. Then he maximally tapped on pewter and dropped steel. Like it had been with the zero-pointer, force met force, only this creature was much stronger than the zero-pointer had been. The moment the impact made him lose his footing, he did what was most natural, fully desperately pulling on all the power contained in whatever bit of iron he had on his person. Somehow, it worked as he stood there, panting, his body many times larger and heavier than he should be, stretching his new costume to the limit. The creature was the one being forced backward by a combination of his impact against an immovable object and Izuku's own blow, skidding forcefully against the ground as it tumbled toward the center. Even then, his power was quickly fading, even though he had dropped the tapping of his metal mines. Worse, the creature didn't even look the slightest bit winded. Izuku, he heard Takage scream, completely out of character for her normal mischievous self. He heard shouting from the entrance, but couldn't spare the thought to discern them now. The villains were reacting now, and he had barely any power to spare. "You guys, run," he shouted, not daring to look around. He braced himself. The next blow would likely kill him. "Midoriya," I said, "run, Monoma." A gate that trailed dark, wispy vapors formed just in front of him, and he tensed, ready to tap on both pewter and iron at any moment. He had half a steel mine left, but against that creature, attempting to run was almost pointless. It was just that fast. The 2 villains stepped out of the gateway. Namu, the one with the many hands, said, "Hold." Astoundingly, the monster obeyed. Was it under the control of these villains? How and why? "Interesting," he said, laughing. Eraserhead, looks like a random encounter saved your ass. Random encounter. Kirigiri, is this one of the NPCs you mentioned? The villain in the fog began speaking. "Yes, Shigaraki. They arrived and allowed one to escape before I could scatter them all." "Midoriya." Monoma's voice came from behind, and Izuku stiffened. "Damn it." He told them to run away. "Don't let him touch you." A soft croak, barely a whisper, came from the broken man lying to one side. How was he even still conscious? H's quirk. Eraserhead. "I'm disappointed," the villain leader said, shaking his head. "Giving hints." He sighed. "It seems it's time for us to disperse, Kirigiri, if All Might isn't here. But first," warning signs flashed in Izuku's head. As Shigaraki moved, he tapped steel, diving aside from his strike, but his momentum carried him off course, unable to correct his direction with any of his metal mines, as Shigaraki's outstretched hand came into contact with Monoma, who had been running toward Izuku. All he could do was watch helplessly as Monoma's eyes widened. His dawning realization of what was to come every bit made clear to Izuku through the slowed perception of time granted by his steel mine, forever to be carved into his mind. A sinister smile leaked through what was revealed of the villain's face beneath the hand covering it. Izuku released steel, tumbling, but he righted himself quickly, dashing back the way he came. Shigaraki's hand clamped down on Monoma's elbow. To his horror, with a cry of pain, the very substance of Monoma's costume began fading away, proceeding deeper into his hand, his very flesh disappearing, moving inward to his shoulder and outward toward his hand. Monoma fell to the ground, staring wordlessly at his slowly disintegrating arm. Not the intended target, Shigaraki said, shrugging, but a message nonetheless. That made Izuku react. He tapped all his remaining steel in a burst, rushing to grab Monoma, and ran to the entrance. A yellow blur passed him by as he did so, undiscernible even with his slowed perception of time, but he didn't care about that right now. Steel didn't speed up his thoughts, only his body. All that weighed on his mind was Monoma, and how he had likely just gotten his new friend killed because of one stupid comment in class. He laid him down, the charge of his steel fading right as he reached the group gathered at the entrance, shocking them all. Monoma, Izuku shouted, his body continuing to decay. Sounds were pounding in his ears. He heard screams, shouts. I'm dying. Nito. Takage desperately tried to hold onto his disintegrating hand. Monoma, stay with us. He turned desperately to one side. Ida, is he back yet? Is Recovery Girl here? And no, but All Might is here. Kendo. Is that you? Monoma whispered, his words becoming softer. I'm as scared. All Might. What was Kendo talking about? He couldn't focus. His mind was a haze. He needed zinc. He reached for the zinc mine, thankfully attached to Monoma's remaining hand, tapping on it all at once. He had used a good amount of charge, but all he needed was a burst. The decay was past his shoulder now. Everything below that had faded away, and it was still spreading, showing no signs of stopping at all. It was going to be fatal. Fatal. His zinc mine may accelerate his mental speed, but his thoughts were a jumbled mess. Ideas, pointless ideas, useless threads of thought came and went, but through them all, one had potential. His father's voice. Store health in gold, and you spend time frail, infirm, and sick, tap on it, and even lethal wounds can be healed. Nito, take my quirk now, he shouted, grabbing his remaining hand in his own, shaking loose all the bracelets on his other arm. Izuku, do you have it? He asked urgently. I do. He grabbed the gold bracelet, forcing Monoma to curl his fingers around one half of it, his left hand in contact with the remaining half. His right was pressed against Monoma's skin, so he could continue tapping on his quirk. It was going to be his first time even attempting to store health, but it needed to work here. The alternative was unthinkable. Tap health now. Then, he shoved the entirety of the power that yearned to be released into the nascent gold mine. The entire concept of health rushing out of him, into the gold mine, and into Nito. It was sickliness taken to the extreme. His body was racked with pain, and his lungs burned, and he could almost feel his skin flaking, and he couldn't see, and his ears pounded, and his entire body shook, forcing him down to the floor, but still he held on. Is it working? He wheezed out weakly, every word coming out as a grunt. He had never felt so weak before, not even when maximally filling a pewter mind. Everything was pain, everything was weakness. But if this fixed his mistake, he would do anything to see it through. It's healing. Midoriya, he screamed, as a new wave of pain came at him, his lungs aflame. He couldn't hear. He couldn't see. His entire body was numb. He couldn't feel his limbs. All he could feel was the rushing tide moving into his gold mine, and out into Nito, and he pressed on. Oh, Monoma, Midoriya, Kendo shouted helplessly, as both boys writhed and thrashed on the ground. Their hands locked around the gold bracelet that Midoriya had showed them just earlier that day, Midoriya gripping so tightly on Monoma's wrist that it was leaving a visible bruise. What's happening? The girl from Class 1 who had returned with Komori asked, kneeling alongside those of 1B. Midoriya, I don't know, but none of them paid any attention to the fierce battle going on in the central plaza. All Might had appeared just moments ago, charged the monstrous villain that had somehow chased Midoriya even with a burst of his charged speed, and then taken the full brunt of the strength stored in his pewter mine. He didn't even look damaged. That battle didn't matter. Some of the other WANA students had gone on toward the plaza, but everyone else was just watching helplessly as the situation unfolded here. The two that had returned with Monoma were still here, along with the one that had apparently been saved by Midoriya before. One of them had gone to bring Aizawa's wounded body over. He was heavily injured, but he was alive. The same could not be said of Monoma and Midoriya. The decaying stopped. Monoma's arm is starting to grow, Pony shouted, staring helplessly at them both like all of them. But Midoriya, come on, Midoriya, Kendo whispered, stabilizing his body as he let out another scream, shaking violently. His skin had cracked, some of it blackened. Monoma, this had been her fault. She should have put her foot down, had listened to Midoriya when he said that tagging along was a bad idea. She shouldn't have thought that Takage's and Monoma's suggestion was harmless. They shouldn't have been caught up in any of this mess. She should have stopped Monoma when he had run straight toward Midoriya, after the villain had caught up with him. Now, Monoma was still not out of death's door. The decaying had stopped, but he was still writhing in pain, while Midoriya looked about to join him. His face was pale, filled with cold sweat. She placed a hand against his chest, feeling for his heartbeat. Too slow, too weak. They were powerless. There was nothing they could do but watch both her new friends suffer torturous pain. Takagi was just kneeling there, unmoving. "This is my fault," Takagi muttered, staring unblinkingly at them. "If I hadn't goaded Monoma." "Oh my god. Momo, can you do anything?" one of the Wanna girls asked. "Can you create anything to help them?" Kendo turned to look at her. She was shaking, her face pale as well. They all were. What's your quirk?" Takagi asked hurriedly, a gleam of hope in her tearful eyes. "I can create an object if I understand its chemical makeup," she said haltingly, still looking at the two people on the brink of death. "Painkillers, antiseptics, antibiotics, anything." That seemed to steal the Wanna girl, as she knelt down beside them. "Right." She created an object, a spray, some kind of disinfectant. Antibiotics. Kendo didn't know. She just hoped that whatever it was would help her new friends pull through this. Even if they left now, being exposed to the elements like this with dead flesh, shattered and charred skin couldn't be healthy. Kendo checked up on the state of Monoma's regeneration. Half an arm had regrown from Monoma's shoulder, now looking raw and red, but it was there. In any other situation, she would have marveled at the potency of Midoriya's quirk, but all she saw now was the danger. His quirk was based on an exchange, a balance, storage and withdrawal. Monoma had copied his quirk, withdrawing whatever it was that Midoriya was storing in his bracelet. But what kind of damage would be the cost for halting the villain's quirk and regrowing an arm? Just how much did Midoriya have to store in order for Monoma to take? "Where are the damn teachers?" Komori shouted, at odds with how she usually was. "We need Recovery Girl." Could Recovery Girl even fix this? She didn't think that she could regrow lost limbs, and her quirk acted on the stamina that a person already possessed. Midoriya's pale, frantic breaths were not the picture of health. Then, with a loud boom, a body was launched out from the center of the plaza, straight through the dome above, and showed yet no signs of stopping. All might had to have done it, but Midoriya. Behind her, she heard the door open, and she looked that way with hopeful, teary eyes. "Kan-sensei," she shouted. "Recovery Girl Sensei, please. They need help." "Kendo," Kan-sensei openly gaped. And Takagi, Pony, Komori, Midoriya, Monoma. He rushed to their side. The other teachers filed in, shocked at the state that they were both in, but they acted professionally. Snipe fired shots deeper into the plaza, expertly hitting the remaining villains. But it was Midoriya and Monoma that Kendo was concerned about. Midoriya's blackened skin was now starting to flake off. Beneath that, raw, reddened flesh was exposed, quickly turning necrotic as well. He was literally dying, bit by bit, in order to preserve Monoma's life. The screaming and writhing never stopped. "What are you all doing here?" "We'll explain later. We'll accept any punishment," Kendo quickly said. "Please, help them." "What happened?" Midoriya fought the villain, but then Monoma. "Kendo," Kan-sensei spoke firmly, and yet gently. "Calm down. Take a deep breath and speak." Monoma tried to help Midoriya, but was hit by the villain's quirk when Midoriya dodged out of the way, she said, trying to calm herself. His quirk, it made his arm disintegrate. And it would have continued going on, but then Midoriya used his own quirk to try and stop it. He got Monoma, he got him to copy his quirk, and then to touch the bracelet. Once that started, Monoma began healing, but Midoriya, she trailed off. He was looking even worse now. His breaths were shallow and light, his entire body weak and flaccid as he writhed in pain. The screaming didn't stop, it only grew softer. "Chiyo," Kan-sensei spoke urgently. "What's happening?" Recovery Girl was fully serious, inspecting them with care. "His tissue is necrotizing," she said, mirroring Kan-sensei's tone. "His body is dying, while this boy's is regenerating." "What is his quirk?" Sekijiro. "Feruchemy. He stores attributes and metals," he said succinctly. "How could he stay so calm at a time like this?" "Will your quirk help?" "He doesn't have the stamina to use it," Recovery Girl said, worried. "If I try, he might die." "We can only watch," Takagi asked helplessly. "We can minimize their pain and give early supportive treatment," she said. "But without drugs, or even fluids, let me create them." Yaoyorozu spoke. "What do you need?" Recovery Girl turned to look at her, but reined in her surprise quickly, entirely professional. 2 bags of isotonic saline, 2 cannulas, an IV drip stand, combination cocktail of gentamicin, vancomycin, penicillin G. She concentrated, forming the former 3 objects. Recovery Girl got to work immediately, setting up the makeshift nursing equipment. Yaoyorozu took out a book, flipping through it with a frenzy before generating the remaining items. A surge of hope welled up in Kendo. Recovery Girl was here. Their condition was being managed, but the arms grown back. Pony shouted, pointing. True enough, Monoma's hand was raw, reddened, and poorly looking, but it was there. Midoriya, however, was now the one in bad shape. What remaining skin he had on him was blackened and cracked, exposing darkening flesh beneath. Why is he not stopping? Takage asked, pressing down on Midoriya's side as he shook violently. He's getting worse. A bit of skin was starting to regrow on Monoma's shoulder now. Midoriya's breath was fading. Kendo came to the realization immediately. They're still storing and withdrawing. She reached over to where the boys had their hands connected in a triangle, allowing for contacts between each of them and then with the bracelet, and forcefully yanked the bracelet away out of their grips. Immediately, the weak groans and screams stopped, and his feeble thrashing faded away. Mo no. Ma, Izuku whispered, so faintly it almost couldn't be heard. Skin flaked off blackened and blue lips. Monoma's safe now, Takage immediately said, clutching onto his hands. Komori had her head pressed against Monoma's chest, listening for his heartbeat. He's alive. You did it, Izuku. God. His breaths were still shallow, and he looked the very picture of death, but he remained alive. We need to get them transported immediately, Kan-sensei said. Nimuri, Hizashi, Ectoplasm, grab Midoriya, Aizawa and 13. I'll take Monoma. We'll ride back to the school now. Got it. Kan-sensei, you four, stay here, he ordered. Explain everything to me later. Let's move. Right. They left the building quickly, each carrying one of the wounded. Kendo was still shaking as she joined the other girls, each of them sitting on the ground, unable to muster up any strength after that ordeal. My God, Takage said, her eyes reddened. We fucked up hard. They're alive, Kendo whispered. That's enough. I shouldn't have agreed with Monoma. I was just curious, but it's my fault, too, Pony said, shaking her head. If I had just said something. And me, Komori said quietly. I was just so happy to be included that we were in trouble, too, Yaoyorozu said, just as exhausted as they were. When we were teleported by that villain. For a moment, I thought Kaminari had come along with us, but then I think I saw Kamakiri drag him out of the portal. Monoma distracted and divided them enough to let us finish up the rest, Jiru said. If he hadn't been there, Midoriya saved us too. The short boy from 1A, Minta, if she remembered correctly, said, joining their little circle. I thought I was going to die with Tsuyu until he showed up. They'll be all right though, won't they? Tsuyu asked worriedly, looking where they had departed. They're with Recovery Girl now. I hope so, Takage said tiredly. God, I really hope so. Why are you six even here, anyway? Minta asked. Midoriya never explained. Takage laughed humorlessly. Monoma thought you guys were getting special treatment with your hero training on day 2. And then USJ, she said hollowly. We thought we would spy on you guys. Midoriya and Monoma eavesdropped through the door and heard that some trouble was going on. We never expected this. She waved her hand behind her, and it was a testament to how terrible they all felt that she hadn't detached her arm with her quirk as she normally would have done. Kendo placed a hand on her shoulder supportively. I should have been the one to tell you guys off. I'm supposed to be class rep. We pretty much forced you into the situation, Takage denied. If you all hadn't been here, we might have died, Jiru said quietly. You distracted that fog villain. If Ida hadn't managed to call for backup, that thing would have killed us all. Kendo shivered. She had seen how that creature had fought. It even managed to keep up with Midoriya, who had run faster than anyone she had seen before. He might not have been using his speed as extensively as he had in the quirk test, but he had been but a blur that she couldn't track with her eyes. Within an instant, he had crossed from the central plaza to where he had stood his ground against the creature. We're going to get expelled, aren't we? Pony said quietly. Midoriya was right. They can't do that. Yaoyorozu gasped. You guys saved us. We're screwed. Enough, Kendo said, placing her hands on Pony's and Komori's backs. She tried smiling reassuringly, but it was tough. All we can do is wait. Now, we'll explain everything to Kan-sensei. We'll vouch for you guys, too, Jiru said. There's no way they can expel you. Thanks, guys, Takage said, lying down exhausted, uncaring about the dirty state of the ground. God, if this is what one life is really like, I don't envy you at all. Pony nodded. If I ever hear Monoma complain about Wana ever again, I'll stick a horn so far up his ass he'll have to vomit it out. She said the last part in English, so Kendo liked to pretend that she had simply mistranslated it. She didn't want to ruin the image she had of her friend. Tell me, I'll smother him with mushrooms, too. Takage laughed in spite of herself, but that only helped improve the mood slightly. Kendo really hoped that those two would pull through. LOL. I am very disappointed in the four of you, Sekijiro-kan said, once they had finally explained everything that had almost led to the deaths of two of their friends in his office. Kendo, you should know better as class representative to put a stop to Monoma's more foolish ideas. She kept her head low. She tried her best to keep her voice level, but Kan knew that she still saw the broken and suffering bodies of her friends. I know, she said, voice cracking. She shook and trembled. I'm sorry. I'll accept any punishment you deem fit. He stared at her for a moment longer, before shaking his head, looking at Takage. And you, Takage, humor and good fun is one thing. Actively encouraging a friend to do something like this is another. You know what your friends are like. Why did you keep poking and prodding at them to go along with this? I'm sorry, sensei. Like Kendo, her voice was somber. I have no excuse. Again, he took the time to stare at her. Takage flinched. He sighed, moving on to Pony and Komori. Pony, Komori, he said, I realize that the two of you aren't very outspoken. But why did you allow yourself to be dragged into this? Why didn't either of you speak up? They didn't reply, not meeting his eyes. God, this was all a huge mess. He had been looking forward to the lesson that he had planned for Class 1B. He had meant to encourage them to work actively in teams to discover quirk synergies and several themed missions he had prepared. But then Ada from Wana had come running right into the faculty office. It took bare moments for him to get his story out. Immediately, they had all left for USJ, All Might rushing ahead. He hadn't expected to find the broken and almost corpse-like bodies of two of his students, barely a week into the start of their classes. And according to their friends' testimonies, if Midoriya hadn't used whatever the hell his quirk had tapped into, transferring it directly into Monoma through his own quirk, Monoma would have been dead. End of story. All 6 of you have been very irresponsible, he said, and he noticed how all 4 girls in front of him stiffened at that. There will be consequences. We're expelled, aren't we? Pony asked, her voice trembling. Kan thought he saw traces of tears in her eyes. He sighed. Look at me, all 4 of you, he ordered. Hesitantly, they obeyed. I am very disappointed in you. When you become a hero, impulsiveness like that will cost lives. You should have put a stop to this, or at the very least informed one of your peers what your plan was, if not one of the teachers. What if we couldn't find you during class, and raised an alarm? Again, they flinched, but he pressed on. That being said, this is your first week of class, and I think you have already learned an important lesson here. Takage looked at him with a glimmer of hope. None of them dared to speak up. Remember this lesson well, he said. He remembered the day he first lost a friend in this line of work. For them to have to face this so early into their time in UA. You will not be expelled. Knowing what almost happened to Midoriya and Monoma is punishment enough. However, you will still be placed under careful watch to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. Am I clear? Yes, sensei. They replied, eyes brimming. Komori sniffled. He sighed. He was not good at dealing with emotional and tearful students. Now that that's out of the way, I want to thank the 4 of you, he said. Sensei, Ida reported what happened to the faculty. If it wasn't for you, things could have gone very bad. He sat down in his chair, beckoning for them to sit on the sofa of the staff lounge as well. Hesitantly, they did so. From your account, once Midoriya and Monoma realized something was afoot, none of you hesitated when Midoriya ordered you all to move. You could have run away, but instead you went in to help 1A. I cannot fault you for that. We could have run for help instead. Takage spoke quietly. If we had, you could have, he agreed. That could have caused some of 1A's students to lose their lives. Midoriya and Monoma had greatly assisted with several of them, according to their accounts. You could have been too late to reach the school, and Aizawa and the students might have died to the Namo. I believe Midoriya took that into consideration when he chose not to run back with his quirk, but instead to intervene and help Ada escape. He stepped closer, kneeling in front of them at eye level. Hero work is hard, he said sincerely. Every time you finish a mission, you will question yourself whether you could have done better. Things can go hundreds of different ways. It is important to reflect, but you must also know when to stand up and move forward. That, I think, is the hardest part of being a hero. Pony sniffed loudly. Takage placed a hand on her back, patting her gently. He smiled at them, returning to his seat. Hopefully, they had learned a valuable lesson. Teaching was a hard job, and moments like these the hardest. How are the 4 of you holding up? He asked. Can I speak freely? Takage asked. Go ahead, he said. I remember my first time, too. We fucked up hard, she said bitterly. He couldn't fault her for her language. God, if Midoriya hadn't had whatever his quirk did, if he hadn't brought that gold bracelet along. I was so scared, Komori muttered softly, after I got teleported. And when my mushrooms did nothing, I just panicked. Midoriya, he saved me, and then came up with a plan to get all of us out. It's okay to be scared, Komori, Kan said gently. There are times when even the best of heroes feel powerless. What's important is to keep moving forward. Learn from this now, apply your lessons in classes, and make sure it never happens again. Komori nodded quickly as Kendo squeezed her hand supportively. This group was really quickly turning into quick friends. If only it hadn't come at such a close shave with death. I keep seeing the way that Nito's arm vanished. One moment it was there, and the next, Takage leaned back in her seat, gesturing helplessly. Poof, and then the way that Izuku was thrashing and screaming. Will they be okay? Pony asked quickly. They're stable, but unconscious. Recovery girl is looking after them as we speak, he said. I won't lie, they're in pretty bad shape, but they'll recover. Thank God. Can we see them? He glanced at Kendo. Recovery girl sets the rules. She might give you some time, but I doubt she will want the four of you crowding around them. I believe that Mrs. Midoriya is with Midoriya right now, he said. School will likely be cancelled tomorrow in light of the attacks. You could visit them then, or back when it opens again. She nodded gratefully. He looked over at them again, making sure that they would be all right after experiencing something like that barely a week into their UE life. They seemed to be drawing support from each other. Based on how they interacted, that was good. Tiding over something like this alone was never easy. He nodded to himself, satisfied that they would do all right by themselves. He stood up. Find me any time if you want to talk about this incident, he said. If there's nothing else, you are free to leave. Thank you, sensei. One by one, they said their farewells and hurried out of the staff lounge, probably to pester Chio if his guess was correct. He sighed, suddenly tired as he leaned back into his chair. God, what a mess. It had been pure luck that no one had gotten killed on the sides of either classes. Even Aizawa had survived. A miracle in itself, given the description of the Namu monster All Might had finally fought and defeated. There shouldn't have been any way that Aizawa could have survived that, but somehow he did. He wasn't going to question something like that, only accept it gratefully. One thing was for sure, though. Midoriya was someone who he needed to keep an eye on. He had heroic instincts, but sometimes they were far too self-sacrificial for his own good. His inexperience could have led to his death. There was a difference between being self-sacrificial and suicidal, and Midoriya was dangerously close to the fine line in between, judging by how he had pushed himself to the brink of death in order to heal Monoma far beyond what even Chio was capable of. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to deal with anything like that again anytime soon. Their next few classes planned for heroics would be far tamer than any villain attack, whether they were headed by All Might or by himself. He needed to come up with some practical exercises to drill that point in. Izuku Midoriya stirred. Izuku, he heard a voice say. He turned toward it, wincing against the light. Why was it so bright? Mum, he asked. He pushed himself to sit up, but was surprised by how much effort it took. His body ached. Izuku, his mother called a second time, the word sounding clearer. He turned, his vision focusing. Idly, he attempted tapping on tin to enhance his sight. My tin mind, he exclaimed, immediately alert. He was promptly assaulted by a tight hug, and he felt moisture against his shoulder. Izuku, Mum, why was she crying? Come to think of it, what had happened? He practically slept with his metal minds at this point, and checking them one by one, he didn't have a single one of them on him. The last thing he remembered was, Monoma, where's Monoma? He asked in a panic. The villains, they're gone, Izuku, she said, sniffing loudly, separating him from her embrace and looking at him with teary eyes. You were so brave. There were dark circles around her eyes, easily visible even without tapping on a sight tin mine. What happened? Perhaps I can explain. Izuku turned to face the newcomer, before his eyes widened. Sensei. He hurried to move to stand, but Sensei firmly placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Mrs. Midoriya, would it be all right if I interrupt? He asked kindly. She nodded, still suppressing sobs, with her hand resting on Izuku's own, gently rubbing circles on his skin. He felt guilty at the worry he had to have put her through. Midoriya, it has been 10 days since the villain attack at USJ, he said seriously, and Izuku was caught off guard. 10 days. You have been seriously ill during this time, but Recovery Girl was able to keep you stabilized long enough for your energy to recover. It was only yesterday that she deemed it reasonable to use her quirk on you to speed up your recovery. 10 days. That point still stuck with him. More importantly, though, is Monoma safe? He asked urgently. Sensei, he was hit by the villain's quirk. I can assure you, Midoriya, Monoma is completely fine. He awoke a day after the incident, and was discharged that same day. He sighed. I would have given you a lecture on responsibility, given how you and your friends were caught up in the USJ attack, but I think that there is no need for that. Midoriya winced under his gaze. Yes, Sensei. He hesitated. Everyone else, Kendo, Pony, Komori, Takage, and the students from 1A, Sensei, are they? Yes, Midoriya. All of them are fine. Some suffered minor injuries, but all of them pale in comparison to yours. Again, Sensei sighed very heavily. Midoriya, I will spare you a lecture, for now, but I have been told of how you used your quirk to save Monoma's life. That is both highly commendable and highly foolish of you. Sensei, I can't just stand by and watch Monoma die. He immediately argued, aghast. He's my friend. And he was surprised to use that word to describe him. Takage had used it loosely, but he hadn't had a real friend since the day Kaken decided he wasn't good enough for him. I know, Midoriya, and I agree. But tell me one thing. Can you honestly say that you spared a regard for your own life before you decided on the course of action you took? Sensei stared at him sternly. Izuku's expression must have betrayed him, because he nodded and continued to speak. I think not, Midoriya. I am not going to berate you any further for what you did. But please, spare a thought for yourself, too. The way that I understand how your quirk works, once you stopped the flow of your power, Monoma wouldn't have been able to draw on it. Both of you could have recovered on the same day, but instead you spent more than a week longer than him in the infirmary. His calm mask broke, and he sounded frustrated. For God's sake, Midoriya, your flesh had necrosed by the end. If Kendo hadn't taken your bangle away from you, you would have continued on until you died. His mother tightened his grip on his hand. Izuku, she muttered. I'm sorry, Mum, he whispered, eyes shut tight. And you too, Kan-sensei. You're right. It's just, I couldn't lose Monoma. Not when it was my fault that he entered USJ at all. And that is the second matter that I need to talk to you about. Kan-sensei drew a chair, sitting down by his bedside. Midoriya, I'll put this bluntly. You have an unhealthy tendency to assign blame to yourself. But sensei, do you want to know the first thing that Monoma told me when I asked him to give me his side of the story? He asked rhetorically. He told me in no uncertain terms that it was he who decided to spy on Class 1A at USJ. He said that none of this was your fault, and that he would accept any punishment for it. Sensei, it wasn't his fault. You can't expel him. I never mentioned expulsion. How did all of you get the same idea? He asked, bewildered, before shaking his head. No, you're all receiving an official warning, placed under observation, and commended for your heroic efforts, in that order. Kan-sensei. Yes, Midoriya. I want to thank the 6 of you for what you've done. He looked at Izuku sincerely in the eye. You, in particular. When you learned that USJ was under attack, you didn't hesitate. You formulated a plan and made an informed decision. You helped Ada escape to warn the teachers, and assisted several 1A students at the same time. The memories of those fights were returning to him all at once, now, escaping from the ship, beating the grounded villains, and then engaging the villain who had Eraserhead. He gasped. How had he completely forgotten about him? Is he all right? At that question, Kan-sensei sighed, far more tiredly than any of his previous ones. Against my better judgment, I will say yes, Midoriya. He returned to teach his class 2 days after, wrapped in bandages. Midoriya gaped. His body had been completely thrashed by that villain. 2 days definitely didn't seem like enough time to return to normal, with or without recovery girl. Speaking of Eraserhead, someone else came by asking for you, he said, looking amused. I believe you know Toshinori Yagi. Old man Yagi. Kan-sensei knew him. Was he his so-called contact in Yui? We're acquainted, Kan-sensei said, still amused, as though he was privy to some sort of inside joke. He sends you his well wishes. He says that he hopes to talk to you again sometime at the usual location. Izuku nodded. There were a few things he wanted to ask Yagi, too, since he had apparently been a former pro-hero with some kind of enhancement quirk. Some of his ineptitude had shown at USJ, and he wanted to see if the man had any tips on how to correct them. I'll be sure to do so. Anyway, Midoriya, I trust that you will take my words to heart. Think about yourself, look at your mother. Now, she's barely left your side for the past week. Izuku snapped to look at her, gripping tightly on her hand. This, or worse, could happen again if you don't spare a thought about your own well-being while carrying out hero work. I want you to think carefully about what you did, and write up a short reflection on what you could have done differently. The rest have already submitted theirs. Am I clear? Yes, Kan-sensei. Good. Well done, Midoriya. He stood up, and was about to exit from his nursing bay that had its screens drawn up, when he hesitated. Oh, one more thing. The sports festival is in 3 days. His eyes shot wide open, his entire body flinching. 3 days. That was bad. That was very, very bad. He had exhausted his entire supply of metal mines. And even though Recovery Girl's quirk could probably return him to fighting shape quickly enough, there was no way he could restore the charges in his metal mines in time for the event. Worse, because it was a multi-stage sports festival, he needed to ration out his metal mines, even if he spent the next 3 days furiously filling them. Breathe, Midoriya, Kan-sensei said, amused. Izuku grimaced. These new friends of his were bringing old bad habits back. I would advise you to sit this one out, but I don't think you'll be taking no for an answer. He intoned it as a question. True, he wanted to participate, but before that, Mum, he said, trailing off. Is it okay if I? Yes, Izuku, she said, smiling fondly, wiping away damp traces of tears from her face. I already knew that you were going to ask that. You can participate, but only on one condition. Mum, Izuku, you almost died. Her voice cracked, and Izuku felt something stab at his heart. I know you want to prove yourself. You've worked very hard with your quirk, and I cannot be more proud of you. But Izu, honey, please look out for yourself, okay? If you participate in the sports festival, can you promise me that you won't end up like you did a week ago? Of course, Mum, he said, ignoring propriety while his teacher was watching, wrapping her in a tight hug. Gods, he'd really been an idiot. I promise. Then you can participate, she said, once they had finally separated once more. And Izuku, promise me, do your best. He smiled, his heart resolute. I will. Still, that didn't change the fact that he was out of ferrochemical charge, and even if he could fill 2 metal mines at once, that would leave him with less than a handful metal mines to work with for the entire festival. That doesn't sound very promising. Hey, Kan-sensei, can we come in now? He gasped. Talkage, I suppose so, Kan-sensei said reluctantly. I should have guessed all of you would be here at this time. I've said enough. Izuku, have a speedy recovery, and I'll see you on Monday for the festival. With that, Kan-sensei exited, and 5 very familiar faces entered. Yo, Izuku, Talkage grinned, although it looked slightly strained to him. Hey again, Mrs. Midoriya. Talkage, dear, she said, returning the greeting. And Monoma, Kendo, Pony, and Komori. Thank you all very much for visiting my son again. Izuku's mouth fell open. Sure, he should have expected that, but even then. Oh, don't look so stunned, Midoriya, Monoma scoffed, dragging a chair over. You've been here for more than a week. Of course we've met Mrs. Midoriya. Monoma, in the flesh, he said easily, but something was off about him. Midoriya, about USJ. It clicked. Looking over at Pony, Komori, and Kendo, they seemed to be just as guilty as the other two. There's no need to talk about USJ anymore, Monoma, he said, addressing the others as well. Let's put it all behind us. We're all alive, and you've still got an arm. Besides, I'm guessing that Kan-sensei lectured all of you already. They winced at that. Yeah, Kendo said. But Midoriya, it's all right, Kendo. He sat up and gestured for them to sit more comfortably by the bedside. We're all friends, right? Yeah, she said, smiling. You're right. Hey, Talkage exclaimed. I just realized. You never called us friends before. Well, willingly entering the giant death trap of villains and doom called USJ together does tend to change one's perspective on things. He said dryly. Snark, too. That's something new. Hey, I can do animal impressions, too. Would you like to hear them? Sarcasm. Will surprises never cease? Bark, bark. Moo, moo. Neigh, neigh. Hey, that's rude. Pony exclaimed indignantly, gesturing at her horns. And Izuku stiffened in a panic. No, Pony, I didn't mean. Then, he caught sight of her barely able to control her laughter before he sighed. You too. Beside him, his mum began laughing. Izuku, she scolded. They're your guests visiting you. Don't be rude. He looked at her guiltily. Sorry, Mum, he said. Then, something nagged at him before he realized just what it was. Mum, I forgot. Let me properly introduce my friends. It's all right, dear, she said mirthfully. He hadn't seen that for a long time. Izuku, I'm really glad to know that you've made such great friends in school. She turned to face them all. Really, thank you all for looking after him. Pretty sure he looks after us at this point, Komori snorted. You should have seen what happened back when we were isolated on the ship in USJ. Izuku blinked. Since when had Komori spoken that candidly? Oh yeah, your mum told us loads of embarrassing stories about you, too. Talkage said. Is it true that you? Mum, I didn't say anything yet, Talkage said, a mischievous grin on her face, more in line with how she usually was. But the fact that you replied. Could it be that you do have embarrassing secrets? You tricked me. Trick is a harsh word. She tapped at her lip. I prefer selective baiting. How is that any better? All right, Setsuna, lay off on him a little, Monoma said. He's a recovering man. He could have thanked Monoma, the unassuming source of normalcy in his tiny kingdom in the infirmary. Then, his chosen term of address clicked with him. Setsuna, he repeated. Okay, what on earth happened while I was gone? You said it yourself. Life and death does kind of change your perspective on things. Monoma shrugged. We all unanimously agreed to call each other by our first names. That was an interesting development. Monoma was right, though. After USJ, talking to them now felt so natural. In some ways, he felt even closer to them than he once did with Bakugo. His mum nudged against him, and he looked at her quizzically. She cleared her throat loudly, not so subtly tilting her head towards the other 5 students by his bedside. Oh, he yelped. You can call me Izuku, too. Great. Then the same goes for us, too. Talkage. No, Setsuna said. Izuku, hey, that name kind of sounds rather familiar. He sighed. You've been calling me that since day one. Have I? It's hard to remember, since you've been stuck in here for more days than we've had classes. Setsuna glared at him. How is it my fault? You did kind of force a lot more health down me than was really necessary. You know, Nito said, exchanging nods with Setsuna. In a way, that kind of is your fault, isn't it? He looked at the other 3 of his friends. Say something. Again, his mum laughed. And they all looked at her. I'm sorry, she said. Izu, you really do have good friends here in Yue. Now that I know you're all right, I'll let you all have some moment to talk in private without me around. You all have fun, and I'll have a word with Recovery Girl, okay? Izuku nodded, smiling reassuringly. She stood up, walking toward the bay curtain. She paused there, however, turning her head to look at him. There was a teasing look in her eye, the only warning sign he had before she delivered her own ribbing toward him. Still, though, Izuku, she said, giving a mock sigh. A mother could only hope that the day her son introduces her to 4 pretty girls wouldn't be one where he's lying in a hospital bed. With that, she exited. The interior of the bay deathly silent. Izuku could practically feel his face heating up. Had his mother just teased him about girls? Dude, Izuku, Nito said, still looking at the closed curtain. Your mom is savage. Oh. Time flew by quickly as they chatted about all manner of inane things. Before he knew it, the bell rang. Gah, Satsuna's head detached from her body, hopping for an instant on her neck. That scared me. Oh crap, lunch break's over. Izuku was aghast. You skipped lunch to come here. No biggie. We'll just sneak a snack in class or something. We could just stay here and get chewed off by Kan-sensei again. No thanks, Nito, she said. Yo, Izuku, we'll see you around, K. He nodded, still thankful for his new friends. Sure, the festival on Monday, right. Then, he gasped, finally remembering just what his latest concern was. The sports festival. I don't have any metal mines. Guys, do you know where the ones with my costume went? Strangely, the girls glanced at Nito. He sighed. I figured this would happen, he muttered, digging around in his pocket. Here, he handed over a few bangles, iron, steel, and pewter Izuku thought he recognized. He reached out toward them gratefully. Nito, you're the best. The moment he made contact with it, however, his eyes widened. What in the... While you were out gallivanting in Gremlin Land dreaming about your hoard of gold, I've been tapping on your quirk, Nito said, smirking. Weight and iron, speed and steel, strength and pewter, right. Izuku's mouth fell wide open. For a few long moments, he didn't speak. Nito, Pony said hesitantly. I think you broke him. But, he said, once he finally regained his bearings. This amount of charge, they're all more than half full. It had to have taken at least a few hours per attribute. Yeah, well, you were kind of out for more than a week, he said pointedly. Trust me, having to refresh my quirk every 5 minutes filling these damn things was a massive pain. Iron was fun, but pewter made me feel like the wind could snap me in half. Nito, and steel. Don't even get me started on steel, he continued, unabated. How the hell do you even stand filling up that one? I felt sick within the first cycle of using my quirk. Nito, he repeated numbly. This, you, consider it repayment for saving my life, Nito said firmly. I gave up trying to fill zinc, but hopefully this will be enough to let you have a chance in the sports festival. Your costume and all the other medals are with Recovery Girl. You're the best, Nito. You already said that. No, you're the best. Izuku could have hugged him. Holy crap. That shaved off at least 3 or 4 days of work. If he worked on zinc over the weekend, and topped them up with a mix of a few tin mines, and a couple more iron, pewter, and steel metal mines, perhaps an aluminium bangle just in case. You're like, if steel and zinc went and had a baby. Yeah, he's definitely broken, Satsuna commented. Anyway, guys, we really need to get moving. We'll see you on Monday, Itsuka said, having already went and placed their chairs back where they had gotten them, responsible as she was. Don't strain yourself, okay? Oh yeah, before we forget, we brought something for you. Kanoko quickly handed something over to him, hidden somewhere in her uniform. Mushrooms. He blinked, looking at the rest for some explanation. Nito sighed. We tried convincing her that people usually brought flowers or fruits, but she just wouldn't listen. Mushrooms are the best, she argued hotly. I thought you were against anyone eating your mushrooms. Well, these aren't my mushrooms, are they? She shook her head. Really, Izuku, you're so silly. What did he ever do to get stuck with this group of oddballs as his first friends and you? All right, enough dallying. Izuku squad, move out, Satsuna ordered, separating out her limbs, dragging each of the other 4 out of the bay. He didn't know when or why she had learned to use her feet to grab at the collar of Nito's and Pony's uniform. But he suspected it was better that he didn't question that. Bye. Pony waved cheerfully, the last to exit the bay. Moments later, his mother and Recovery Girl entered once more. They're a lively bunch, Recovery Girl commented, but then fixed him with a deadly glare. You, no more of this nearly getting yourself killed nonsense, you hear me? He stiffened. Why yes ma'am. Good. She stepped up to him, poking and prodding him with a few devices. Well, you look like you've mostly recovered. Still a little dehydrated and malnourished from my quirk, but I'll prescribe some medication for that. Make sure you eat enough and drink plenty of fluids. She turned to his mother. Well, Mrs. Midoriya, your son is fit enough to be discharged now. She bowed deeply. Thank you very much for your help, Recovery Girl. Think nothing of it, Mrs. Midoriya. It is our fault that your son got into this mess, she said kindly, before once more turning on him. And you, I don't want to see you get your mother worried like this ever again. You hear me? Why yes, she continued staring at him before finally nodding. Very well, then, you're dismissed. Your costume and equipment are by the counter. Your friends have put all your missed homework next to them. Take them on your way out. With a final nod to his mother, she drew the screens back, walking off to another one of the medical bays. Come, Izuku, his mother said, as he slowly stood up. Let's go home. Oh. Izuku performed the final checks on the metal mines he had in his possession as he stood outside the prep room assigned to his class for the sports festival. Of those that were fully filled, he had 2 bracelets for pewter, 1 for iron, 1 for steel, an assortment of rings for the different tin senses, and the painstakingly obtained zinc mine. Some were hastier last-minute additions, an aluminium mine with a trickle of charge, and a small amount of speed stored in another steel bangle. He didn't have any time to play around with bronze, gold, or brass, but he wore the empty metal mines anyway, just in case he could serendipitously find some time to store a charge. In the worst case, they could prove a useful distraction, some kind of red herring to throw off other competitors if they wanted to disable him of his quirk. Come to think of it, perhaps he should incorporate some other metallic alloys that were completely useless for his quirk to trick future villains he came into contact with. They would have to be enough for the festival. He knew the format well. Up first was a more generic event serving to weed out the majority of the students, followed by a team-based activity that would decide the finalists advancing to the tournament stage. He could only hope the metal mines he scrounged together would be enough. Well, even if it wasn't, there wasn't much else he could do. All he could do was give his best. With that thought in mind, he opened the door, stepping inside the prep room. Surprise! He jumped, drawing on pewter, muscles enlarging to twice their size, falling into a defensive stance. Ooh, so that really wasn't the kind of reaction we were aiming for, Setsuna said, scratching her head with a separated arm. But oh well. Welcome back, Izuku, he gaped, shrinking back down. As he stared incomprehensibly at 19 other students already present in the room, a banner hung up on the far end of the wall, with a miniature series of fireworks generated in the vicinity of Manga Fukudashi. What is all this? Yo, welcome back, Midoriya, Tsuburama said, sitting at the table closest to the door. Heard you beat up some villains good, and saved Monoma's ass. Tetsu laughed boisterously at that. Damn right. Couldn't have invited us along, could you, Midoriya? Tsuburama, Tetsu. I thought we agreed never to bring that up again, Monoma said indignantly. Well, Midoriya doesn't know that, does he? What is all this? Izuku repeated, looking around. There's still another 20 minutes until we're supposed to start. Why's everyone here? Kendo thought it would be a good bonding experience for us to welcome you back to school, and we all unanimously agreed, Shishida said calmly. We know you arrived to class at least 20 minutes beforehand, which meant we had to be here an hour earlier to make sure we arrived earlier than you. An hour. Yeah, thanks for that, Izuku, Nito said, eyes narrowed. Could have spent an extra hour in bed. But no, you just had to be early for everything. I'm sorry. You should be, he said, scoffing. Anyway, now that he's here, let's start our strategy meeting. What? The festival has 3 events. We'll try and get as many of us through to the second round as possible. Some of us will work independently to secure a good spot in the first event, but the rest of us have decided to cooperate if it isn't favorable for our quirks, Itsuka said, speaking for his benefit. Once we know the details of the first event, we'll decide what to do. Cooperate. That made a lot of sense. From what he had seen of the festival watching on television, the first event served mainly to weed out the competition. Sure, there were some benefits to finishing in the top few spots, but there was a very good chance of making a comeback in the second event to go through to the tournament. With his quirk, he had to conserve what energy he had, using it only when necessarily. There was no point exhausting all his charge to finish at the top place of the first event, only to completely fall flat in the second. A time and place for everything. The basis of Feruchemy. Izuku nodded. That makes sense. Okay, then. We'll continue discussing about the plan later in the stadium. Make sure that everyone sticks with the class when they announce the details. With that, the impromptu announcement was ended, and his classmates returned to whatever they had been doing. A couple of them spoke with him briefly, and he got the impression that something had changed in the class atmosphere during the 2 weeks he had been gone. Hey, Midoriya. Tetsu came up to him, thumping him on the shoulder. Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you've been out of class. We've got to show everyone that we've got what it takes to face villains, too. He smiled warmly at that challenge. I look forward to it, he said, appreciating Tetsu's candor. His classmate laughed, walking off to join a ways. Things have changed a lot while I was gone, huh? He asked Nito as he approached. It's a lot more lively than I remember. I'm sure it has nothing to do with you nearly dying, Setsuna said nonchalantly. Nothing at all. Zero. Zilch. Kan-sensei had some team activities for us, too, Pony informed him. Then we had a hero class with All Might as well. He gasped. I missed All Might's lesson. He wasn't as big a fanboy as he once was, but it was still All Might. It wasn't as interesting as we hoped. Apparently, he had to tone down his classes after one blew up some buildings, Pony said, shrugging. Besides, now Nito knows better than to talk smack about 1A, doesn't he? She fixed him with an icy glare, nostrils flaring, and Nito gulped, his face turning green. Why yes, Pony. No more wanna talk from me, I swear. Izuku smiled. Nito was good, but his bias toward one had stuck out like a sore thumb. It was good to know that whatever happened with him back at USJ now made him reconsider his opinions toward them. And who knew that pony could be so scary? Are you sure you're healthy enough to take part, Izuku? Kanoko asked, worried. You did eat my mushrooms like I asked, right? He made a face. He'd had mushrooms for every meal for the last few days, since she had apparently brought mushrooms each time that they came to visit him. I'm all better now. Mom made special care to cook them. I'm still a little short on charge, but hopefully I can make it through the day. He reassured her. What about you guys? We're pumped. Setsuna gave a whoop of excitement. A sports festival with my new best friends? Heck yeah. Best friends. A little presumptuous, aren't we? Says the phantom thief. She snorted. Seriously, you're almost 16. Haven't you outgrown that Chunabu phase of yours? What? And victory goes to Setsuna Takage once again, she said, grinning. Keep up, Nito. Things really have changed, haven't they? Izuku spoke softly, watching in bewilderment as the pair fell into an impromptu verbal spar of thinly veiled insults and barbs. Itsuko agreed. It's like they're an old married couple. He laughed. Setsuna and Nito. Pretty sure they'd kill each other long before that happens. You never know, she said, still watching them. They did make quite a pair in Kan-sensei's class. What happened? He copied her quirk, and they both started setting up jump scares in the building they were supposed to defend. I think poor Bondo almost fainted, she said, shaking her head. They got stuck after a waste welded their heads together, though. That would have been amusing. Wish I could have seen that. I think Pony and Kanoko took videos. You can ask them, she said. For now, though, she was interrupted a chime that played over the intercom system. Before he heard what he recognized as Midnight's voice. All students, please report to the stadium field. Right on cue, she said, before raising her voice. All right, Class 1B, let's get moving. Aye, Class Chairman. To war, Setsuna cried out. And, to both his infuriation and complete bewilderment, his classmates joined in with her battle cry. Instants later, he did likewise, as they stepped out of the prep room and toward the first event. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.